On City Policy and Strategic Priorities for March 29th, 2023. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses their connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the vote process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members participating virtually are reminded that in accordance with Section 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. And any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on Van City Clerk. I would like to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by their first and last name, role, or title. I would also like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also would like to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the staff at the City of Vancouver, our team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. In case of an emergency, if we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in the chamber you can see around you. And please use the stairs and not the elevator in case of an emergency. I would also like to highlight that there is a defib located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner in the chair.
Present.
Councillor Joe. You have quorum, Chair Meisner.
Thank you very much. So our plan for the day, we have 13 items on today's agenda, 12 reports, and 1 member's motion referred from yesterday's council meeting. We will recess for lunch at noon and reconvene at 1 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6. And should the business not be completed this evening, the meeting will reconvene on March 30th, 2023 at 3 p.m. Finally, I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meetings amendment DL mailing list. Before we begin, I would also like to remind speakers that they have up to 5 minutes to make their comments. They should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and they may only speak once.
A point of privilege, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I just wanted to note that I am here. I was having technical difficulty logging in. Thanks.
Thanks for letting us know. Committee members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. Now, as chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting that for the reports with no speakers, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Reports 4 to 6, 9, and 12 have no speakers. Do I need to read these out, clerk? The titles of the reports? Yep. So the titles of the reports are report number 4, 2022 Statement of Financial Information. Report number 5 is approval of 2023 to 2024 Business Improvement Area BIA budgets. Report 6 is 1339 Robson Street, Switch dual license, liquor primary license application, liquor establishment class 3. And report 9 is 1149 Granville Street, Union Latinos Restaurant, dual license, liquor primary license application, liquor establishment class 2. And finally, report 12 is 2022 municipal election review. Does any member wish to hold reports 4 to 6, 9, and 12 for debate or questions to team members? Yes, Councillor Dominato, could you add yourself to the queue? Oh, I can't see. Yeah. Okay, I'll turn your mic on. Oh. I can't turn your mic on for some reason. Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to hold Report 12, the 2022 Municipal Election Review.
Okay, thanks,
Questions?
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay,
Move recommendations.
okay, great. Thanks very much. All of those in favor say yay. All those opposed say
Yay.
nay. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. So the following reports have been approved on consent. Number 4, 2022 Statement of Financial Information. Number 5, approval of 2023 to 2024 Business Improvement Area BIA budgets. Number 6, 1339 Robson Street, switch dual license, liquor primary license application, liquor establishment class 3. Report number 9, 1149 Granville Street, Union Latinos Restaurant, liquor primary license application, liquor establishment class 2. And we did hold report number 12. That's the municipal election review. Okay, first item on the agenda is the Broadway plan implementation. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Yep, Mayor Sim. Have you added yourself to the queue, Mayor Sim?
I have.
Okay, for some reason I can't see that.
Am I in the right?
Okay, we're just having a bit of a technical problem, but please go ahead.
Yes. Although I have like zero financial interest in the Broadway plan, directly or indirectly, I will be recusing myself from the Broadway plan discussions because there could be a perception of conflict of interest with close relationships with individuals that own properties there. So I will not be voting on this.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Okay, we have Doug Smith, Deputy General Manager of Planning, Development, and Sustainability here in the chamber to present the Broadway plan implementation presentation. So please go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, the Mayor departing and members of Council. Thanks for the opportunity to present this report to you on the implementation of the Broadway Plan. I'm in fact Matt Shillito, Director of the Special Projects Office in the Planning Department. Joining me as presenters today are Chris Marr from the Broadway Plan team and Jesse Singer from our housing team. And we also have, as you can see, a wider staff team here to answer your questions, and I'll let them introduce themselves as questions come up. The contents of the presentation today are on the slide here. I'll start by providing a brief overview of the Broadway Plan, including the plan's scope and some of the key objectives, the nature of the implementation work that we're now engaged in, and the volume of rezoning interest that we've received since the plan went into effect in September of last year. And then I'll hand over to Chris and Jesse to run through 5 key implementation items that we're bringing forward for your consideration. And just to give you a brief overview of those, Item 1 are some upcoming zoning amendments. So we're recommending changes to some of the existing zones within the plan area, known as pre-zoning, to streamline development approvals by enabling some projects to avoid rezoning and proceed directly to development permit. Initially, these are in the industrial areas aimed at supporting economic growth and in the neighborhood shopping areas aimed at facilitating rental housing delivery. And those zoning changes will be brought forward to you for your consideration at a public hearing in the spring. But what we'll provide for you today is an overview of the main aspects of the content. Item 2 is the fixed rate CAC framework. This is in response to Council's direction to us to explore options for fixed rate CACs in the plan, and we'll update you on our work on that. Item 3 is protected views to City Hall. We're recommending some amendments to those views, our policy on those views to improve the clarity of our policy, but also to create more capacity for job space and housing in the area around Broadway and Canby. Item 4 are amendments to the 4th Street Flats Plan. These are essentially housekeeping amendments aimed to align the 4th Street Flats Plan with the Broadway plan where they overlap. And then finally, item 5 is the pace of change policy. This is in response to council direction when the plan was approved to report back with recommendations for a pace of change policy. And as you'll see, we've devised quite a targeted policy aimed at controlling the rate of development in the existing apartment areas of the plan so that we can manage the number of existing tenants that are temporarily displaced during redevelopment. And then finally, I'll come back and finish off with a preview of next steps and other implementation actions that we're working on. But just turning to this brief overview of the plan, I'm sure Council is very familiar of the intent of the plan, which is really to focus on opportunities to integrate development with transit along and around the Broadway subway. It provides a comprehensive framework to guide growth and change over the next 30 years. The plan area is obviously centered on Broadway, but extends generally from Clark Drive in the east to Vine Street in the west, and between 1st and 16th Avenues. It's really a very large, a very varied, a very complex area, and it covers almost 500 blocks of the city. In brief, the vision for Broadway is that underpins the plan is that by 2050, the Broadway neighborhoods become highly walkable, vibrant, inclusive, and distinctive places to live, work, play, and learn, connected to the region by the Broadway subway. We strongly believe it's a bold plan, and we firmly believe that it will make a major contribution to the city's efforts to deliver housing, grow the economy, and address the climate emergency. Turning to the implementation phase of the plan, which is obviously what we're engaged in now, this will be ongoing throughout the 30-year life of the plan, so we're at a very early stage of that work. The slide here picks out some key elements of work that we'll be doing throughout the implementation phase. Firstly, of course, delivering on the plan's goals involves development of various kinds, new housing, job space, public amenities, infrastructure. So that is clearly a primary focus of our work. Secondly, we're committed to working with the host nations throughout the implementation of the plan. In fact, we've recently held summits with the nations to discuss collaboration opportunities focused on their key areas of interest. We also have a series of monitoring and reporting commitments through the Supportive Policies Agreement with TransLink. So that requires us to track and report on key metrics like housing delivery and job growth throughout the plan period. And then finally, we will bring forward amendments to the plan as needed. At present, the plan is working well. Clearly, it's early days. We'd like to give it a chance to bed in. But if we see there are persistent issues that are getting in the way of delivering on the plan objectives, then we will certainly recommend changes to the plan as we go along. Turning now to one of the key areas of work at the moment, rezoning inquiries and applications. Since the plan came into effect last September, there's been really a very high volume of activity, both inquiries and applications. As you see on the slide there, 96 inquiries and 4 applications. We're working through these as efficiently as we can, and we'll be bringing them forward to Council for your considerations in due course. I think the most important point is that we're very pleased to be able to report that the majority of the inquiries and applications that we've received are generally compliant with the plan policies. That's very gratifying to us. It suggests the plan's working well and has great potential. Potential really to deliver on the opportunities and objectives of the plan. So again, rental housing and job space, public realm improvements, and community amenities of various kinds. Turning briefly to today's report itself, the main purpose really of this report is to address some early implementation priorities, and we focused on those that have implications for new development in particular, so that we can advance development projects more efficiently. But they do sit within the context of a much broader, longer list of implementation actions, and an update on all of those is provided in Appendix A of the report. So we will be bringing forward further implementation reports to council periodically, including a second one later this year. And then, as I said, monitoring and reporting on the plan outcomes as per our commitments to TransLink. So with that introduction, I'll hand over to Chris to run through some of the key implementation actions.
Great, thanks, Matt. Chris Ma, planner with the Broadway Plan team. So next, I'll go through the Broadway Plan implementation items that are covered in this report. So first, we have some of the upcoming zoning amendments that we'll be proposing. So as Matt mentioned, in the coming months, staff will be bringing zoning amendments for a few of the Broadway Plan areas to council for their consideration. These zoning amendments represent what's called a pre-zoning approach, where the underlying zoning allowances are amended for an area. Pre-zoning is one of the ways that we can achieve the Broadway Plan land use directions, while also expediting processing by allowing projects to proceed through just a development permit application rather than a site-specific rezoning. Pre-zoning also provides more certainty for the public, landowners, and applicants regarding what can be built on a site. So in this report and presentation, staff are just providing an update on these zoning changes for information, and full details and recommendations for these proposed changes will come in a separate report this spring. So the first area that we're proposing zoning amendments is in some of the industrial and mixed employment areas, including the I-1, IC1, and IC2 zones shown on this map. These areas cover the Burrard Slopes mixed employment areas, the Mount Pleasant industrial area, as well as a small pocket of I-1 industrial zone properties over near Clark Drive. The proposed amendments are intended to intensify and modernize the industrial and mixed employment areas by increasing the allowable height and density for industrial, office, service, and retail uses, continuing to prohibit residential uses from these areas, which is consistent with the Metro Vancouver Regional Growth Strategy, as well as adding flexibility in industrial uses, including work-only artist studios and creative products manufacturing on upper floors. In addition to the Broadway Plan land use directions, this work also aligns well with this council's direction around modernization and intensification of industrial areas and supporting the city's tech hubs. So first, I'll cover the Mount Pleasant Industrial I-1 zone, shown on the key map on this slide to the left. In this area, we're proposing to increase the density and height from the current allowances of 3 FSR and 60 feet to 4.5 FSR and 100 feet. We would maintain the minimum industrial space requirements, where 1/3 of the overall floor area must be for industrial uses. So this would result in a net increase of industrial space through delivery of multi-story stacked industrial, as shown on the graphic on the right. We'd also look to add an amenity share charge applicable to projects seeking to access this additional density, and that would go towards helping fund the Broadway Plan public benefit strategy. These zoning amendments would also apply, as we mentioned, to a small pocket of I-1 properties over near Clark Drive. And lastly, it's important to note that the Mount Pleasant industrial area has a second development option of up to 6 FSR for exceptional industrial projects, which deliver a minimum of 50% of the overall floor area as industrial uses. So those projects would continue through a site-specific rezoning process. We're also proposing changes to the Burrard Slopes area, IC1 and IC2 zoning districts shown on the map to the left. These changes are similar to the Mount Pleasant zoning amendments, but with some slight nuances as well. For these areas, the amended zoning would allow for increased height and density from the current zoning allowances of 3 FSR and 60 feet to 4.5 FSR and 100 feet. We would require that a minimum of 1 FSR of industrial space is provided for these projects to reach the maximum density allowed, and the rest of the space would be a choice of different employment uses. Again, an amenity share charge would be applicable for this extra density as well. So in addition to the changes to allowable heights and densities, there are also some proposals for changes to these mixed employment and industrial use industrial zones, specifically around uses. So we would be looking to provide additional flexibility for industrial uses, including introduction of creative products manufacturing on upper industrial floors and updates to the definitions of digital production studios. We'd also be looking to support arts and culture in these areas by allowing work-only artist studios as an industrial use and exploring a small density bonus for delivery of cultural and artist spaces. So overall, these amendments would help us modernize our zoning to respond to the evolving economic landscape, as well as ensure that these areas continue to serve the arts and culture communities as they do today. So next, we're also proposing some zoning amendments to the C2 commercial zoning districts, specifically in the Broadway Plan area. The C2 zoning districts cover some of the commercial high streets, shown in gray on this map. The current zoning enables 4-story strata residential development with commercial at the ground level. The changes being proposed would also enable secured rental housing up to 6 stories with commercial uses on the ground level. These zoning amendments would be intended to help shift development towards more rental housing. The proposed zoning amendments for these Broadway Plan C2 areas also align well and mirror the rental housing allowances in C2 zoning districts throughout other areas of the city. Those zoning changes were approved by council in 2021. The Broadway Plan areas were initially excluded from that previous work as the planning process was still in progress and directions for the area were not yet determined. The planned land use directions for these areas are largely aligned with the zoning allowances of the other C2 areas across the city, and staff see this as an opportunity to streamline rental housing development in the Broadway Plan area, as well as reduce our regulatory complexity and by making the zoning uniform. So next, I'll go over the fixed rate CAC framework. So as many of you recall, when the Broadway Plan was approved, council directed staff to report back with a fixed rate CAC framework. This would represent a shift from current city practices, as today many of the rezoning projects in the area would go through a negotiated CAC approach. Shifting towards more fixed rate CACs provides an opportunity for more clarity on development contributions to improve the rezoning process. In undertaking this work, staff are exploring all potential opportunities to provide more clarity and certainty around development expectations. So this means taking a broad approach, looking at all fixed rate development contributions. So this would include fixed rate CACs, but it would also extend to capture all projects where CACs are not negotiated. So for example, this could include cases where there's clear policy requiring in-kind amenity delivery, but no further negotiated process. So following this report, staff will be undertaking financial testing with a third-party consultant, as well as industry engagement to determine suitable rates and develop the policy further. We would aim to bring a report back to council in Q4 of this year with policy recommendations. It's also important to note that this work is also aligned with the directions staff have received from council for more citywide fixed-rate CACs, and staff see the Broadway Plan area as a major opportunity to make headway on that citywide direction. So as we've begun preliminary analysis and based on our CAC experience over the years, staff have found that fixed-rate contributions are easier to apply to certain types of projects than others. In general, fixed-rate contributions are more suitable for areas with little variation from project to project. So this could include developments where we have clear in-kind contributions or housing affordability requirements, or projects where we already have fixed rates, like the commercial linkage target for 100% employment-based developments. Generally, a negotiated contribution approach is often preferred for more complex rezonings. So this could include large and unique sites, higher value projects, areas where we have a wide variety of different choices of use, or projects with many different uses within the same development. Setting fixed rates is more challenging for these types of areas, as there's likely to be quite a bit of variation between each project. So this map is based on the preliminary analysis that staff have done, and it shows the areas where we believe there's potential for fixed rate contributions pending further work. So based on the early analysis, staff estimate that there's an opportunity for fixed rate contributions for about 77% of the Broadway Plan area, shown in blue on this map. Developments in these areas are expected to be of lower complexity residential developments or 100% employment-based projects where we already have a fixed rate CAC in our policy. For about 12% of the area, shown in the hatched blue and orange, a mixture of negotiated or fixed rate contributions would likely be suitable, depending on the project type. In these areas, there's a wider variety of different allowable heights, densities, and uses, so project types will vary. Additionally, the developments we expect in these areas are likely to be of greater scales and complexities. For about 2% of the area shown in orange, we would likely look to a negotiated approach. Generally, these are our large and unique sites. 4% of the area is shown in gray, and those are our institutional campuses or the City Hall campus. In these areas, a standard CAC approach would not apply, but there still may be opportunities for public benefits on the site. Additionally, for 100% institutional projects, we already have a fixed rate CAC in our CAC policy. 4% of the area shown in black does not have a rezoning opportunity under the Broadway Plan. If we did receive rezoning applications in these areas, we would take a negotiated CAC approach. So overall, this would represent a significant shift towards a fixed rate approach, and staff believe it would provide applicants and landowners much more clarity around development expectations. As we mentioned, this is only preliminary analysis, and the final policy recommendations will be presented to Council in Q4 of this year, subject to more detailed financial testing, technical work, as well as industry engagement. So next, I'll talk about the protected views to City Hall and the proposals contained in this report. So today, there are 9 protected views to City Hall that are administered. These protected views are a result of the Central Broadway C3A design guidelines, which were first adopted by Council in 1976. While these protected views to City Hall are important for wayfinding and help provide a sense of place in the city, they can also be quite restrictive and limit capacity for new job space and housing, particularly near Broadway and Cambie at the nexus of 2 rapid transit lines. As part of Broadway Plan implementation, staff have undertaken a review of these protected views to City Hall. So this map shows the existing views to City Hall. As you can see, these are south-facing views, and they're from multiple different locations, all in the False Creek area. So staff are recommending to reduce the number of protected views to City Hall from 9 down to 2. As mentioned, reducing the number of views would open up significant capacity for new job space and housing, particularly near Broadway and Cambie. Those 2 retained views would be included in the citywide view protection guidelines. Including these 2 views in the view protection guidelines would centralize protected views into one document and help improve policy clarity and transparency for the public as well as for applicants. Also, retaining these 2 views would maintain some of the important landmark views to City Hall. So this map shows the 2 views which would be retained along with the corresponding photos. The photo on the left shows the view from along the seawall at the foot of Drake Street, where there's a viewing point looking across the water to the southeast. The photo on the right shows the view from the Cambie Street pedestrian walkway. Next, I'll discuss the proposed housekeeping amendments to the False Creek Flats Plan. So the Broadway Plan and the False Creek Flats Plan have a small area of overlap in the areas around the existing VCC Clark Station, as well as the future Emily Carr Great Northern Way Station. This overlap is shown on the map, and it encompasses the area north of Great Northern Way before the rail yard and between Main Street and Clark Drive. In light of the new Broadway subway extension, the Broadway Plan set new land use directions for this area, which supersede the policies of the False Creek Flats Plan. Those new land use policies are clearly specified in the Broadway plan. However, staff are recommending minor amendments to the Falls Creek Flats plan now to reflect the new land use policies of the Broadway plan and make sure that things are clear for the public, applicants, and staff in the future. So now I'll pass it over to my colleague Jesse Singer in Housing Policy to discuss the proposed pace of change policy.
Thanks, Chris. So as mentioned, I'll be giving an overview of the proposed pace of change policy, or recommendation B in the council report. So when the Broadway plan was approved in June 2022, council also passed a motion directing staff to develop a pace of change approach in the plan area. And the proposed policy presented today for council consideration is the result of work directed towards this motion, and it includes options for an annual number of application, as well as recommends an approach to the pace of change that focuses on the existing rental areas of the plan. So during development of the Broadway plan, we had over 28,000 engagement touchpoints through a range of events and activities during the planning process. And we heard certain themes repeatedly from renters in the area, which highlighted the need to strike a balance between enabling much-needed new rental housing supply while also minimizing the negative impacts of redevelopment and displacement on existing renters. Recognizing that these neighborhoods contain fully a quarter of the city's existing purpose-built rental housing stock. So through consultation, the balance struck by the plan was to enable a lot more housing close to the new subway, where there are relatively few existing renters, while enabling incremental change for renewal and redevelopment over time in the existing apartment areas alongside the new tenant protections. So focusing the proposed pace of change approach on existing apartment areas aligns with this overall plan approach and the balance sought. Highlighted in purple on the map are where the pace of change policy would apply. All other areas in the plan would remain unaffected. When we look at the existing development pipeline, there are approximately 100 rezoning inquiries and applications across the plan area. Of those, about half, or 50, would be impacted by the policy, while 50 would proceed per usual. The 50 projects impacted by the policy represent about 7,400 net new units proposed, or broken down to a project level, about 148 net new units per project. The 50 projects unaffected by the policy include projects without a residential component, so proposing new industrial or employment space, but there are also about 30 projects that do include residential, and those represent about 6,300 proposed net new units. And on a per project basis, that's about 210 net new units per project, which is higher because those projects do not impact existing rental apartment buildings. So the full policy is included in Appendix B of the council report. However, the key elements that respond to the council motion include, firstly, an annual limit on the number of rezoning projects processed each year that impact existing rental housing. It's important to note that there are a number of project types that would not be impacted by the policy, even within those purple areas highlighted in this previous slide. And so that includes new non-market housing projects, so social, supportive, or cooperative housing projects. Those that propose to double the existing rental housing with new below-market rental housing, and an example would be a new rental tower proposed on an existing parking lot, as well as strata condominiums that want to redevelop or infill projects. The second key element is the criteria to prioritize which applications move forward in a given year. So for simplicity and clarity, there is only one criteria proposed, which is the ratio of new below-market rental units compared to existing rental units, with the highest ratio selected to proceed first. So the following slides will show how this criteria would work in practice. So this first example is of a lower ratio project. In this example, there are 2 low-rise apartment buildings being assembled containing 30 existing rental units. And the proposed new building contains 186 net new units, broken down into 36 below-market rental and 180 market rental. So if you divide the 36 new below-market rental units by the 30 existing units, you get a ratio of 1.2. This second example is of a higher ratio project, which would proceed ahead of the first example under the proposed policy. In this case, there are 3 existing single-family houses or duplex houses being assembled, and they have 4 existing secondary rental suites. The new building proposes 188 net new units, broken down into 32 below-market rental and 160 market rental. And again, dividing the 32 by the existing 4 units, you get a ratio of 8. So, recognizing there are diverging opinions on this policy, this slide shows a number of options for an annual project limit and the associated impacts for consideration. So note that as the policy is written now, the annual project limit could be amended to a different number of annual projects without impacting how the policy would function or be administered. Starting from the left of the table, an annual limit of 5 projects, which is recommended, would impact an estimated 180 renter households each year and represent redevelopment of approximately 1% of the existing rental units in the affected areas. Moving to the right, a limit of 15 would be equivalent to roughly 550 renter households and 3% of the existing units redeveloped. And at 30 per year, it would be approximately 910 renter households and 5% of the units redeveloped. The last column shows a case of no pace of change where all existing inquiries and applications proceed, and it would be equivalent to approximately 2,000 renter households impacted and 10% of the existing units redeveloped. So before going into the rationale behind the recommendation, I'll note that staff met with representatives of the renter service sector as well as the Urban Development Institute and Landlord BC to hear feedback on this approach. There was great divergence in the feedback heard, with the renter service sector supportive of a pace of change approach, given the challenges that renters face finding affordable housing in the city, given the low vacancy rates and high rents. UDI and Landlord BC were strongly against a pace of change approach in these areas, as they felt that the strengthened tenant protections were sufficient to protect renters and that the market would be able to address issues of finding alternate housing for displaced tenants. So further details on what we heard through those meetings can be found in Appendix H of the Council report. So in summary, as mentioned, staff are recommending option 1, or 5 projects annually for the first 3 years of plan implementation, due to the high volume of applications received in the apartment areas that do impact potentially 2,000 renters at the outset of plan implementation. This high volume of development in the early years of the plan would be challenging for implementing the new tenant protections, as renters first need to move out of their existing housing and find a new unit in the market while the new building is being constructed and before they can exercise their right to return. The most recent CMHC market rental report shows that rental vacancy rates in the Broadway area are very low, and on average 0.5%, or about 110 units available at a given time for tenant relocation. Citywide rates are similarly low at 0.9%. A limited initial pace of change would allow time for new below market and market rental housing to be built in other areas of the plan where there are no limits on pace of change, helping to increase capacity in the rental housing stock to better accommodate tenant relocation in the future. It would also allow staff, industry, and renters to work through any implementation issues of the new tenant protection policies, as it would work to moderate the pace of redevelopment and provide clarity which applications are to be prioritized in the apartment areas. Note that built into the policy is a review every 3 years to provide the opportunity for council to consider whether they would wish to continue, revise, or repeal the policy as needed based on the impacts and outcomes. Thank you. And I'll pass it back to Matt to wrap.
Thank you, Jesse. And I'll just finish off with a final slide, just to give you a preview of some of the key areas of focus for the remainder of 2023 and into 2024. I should stress these are just some highlights, by no means an exhaustive list of the implementation work we'll be doing over that period. Of course, we'll be continuing to process rezoning inquiries and applications, and as I said, council will start to see projects come forward to public hearing in due course. We're also going to be working on further zoning changes, so more pre-zoning to streamline development approvals. We see various opportunities, particularly in the residential areas, to deliver more non-market and rental housing more quickly, but also some of the standard projects along Broadway in the C3A zone. We're also preparing a public realm plan. This is a major piece of work, and it'll guide enhancements to streets and public spaces throughout the plan area, both through private development and by the city. And it will also pick up on some of the key council directions when the plan was approved, including the goal to reallocate at least 11% of road space towards non-car uses, establishing a target for the provision of public open space across the plan area, and also the collaborations with host nations to celebrate their history and culture in the public realm, which is a major area of interest for them. And then finally, we will be embarking on planning of some of the large sites within the plan area. There are 7 large sites. We call them large and unique sites in the plan. And they all need more detailed planning work before development can occur. The timing of them will depend on the interests of the landowners in moving forward. But just by way of example, we are in discussions with Vancouver Community College about starting work on their Broadway campus. So that will be another aspect of our work. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. We are here to answer your questions.
Great, thank you very much. Just a note for council, staff are wondering if council would consider switching item 2 and 3 due to staff availability for item 3. So wondering if I could get a motion to vary the agenda. Moved by Councillor Dominato, thank you. All those in favor say yea. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Please add yourself to the queue. Pardon? I can't see the queue for some reason. Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to recess for a couple minutes here. Is there something? Okay. Okay, thanks for your patience there. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I might just, right off the top, just move for another round of questions.
Yep, all those in favor say yea for another round of questions. All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carries.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to jump in on the pace of change first. Now, there's been a lot of chatter around what the pace of change is and isn't. My interpretation of the pace of change is really this is more about the pace of demoviction than throttling all development in the corridor. And I think that was sort of, is that correct?
Is to manage the rate at which existing tenants are temporarily displaced through development, so that they can be found a temporary accommodation before there's an opportunity to move back into the new building. So that's really what it's about.
Yeah. So and what you're suggesting is limiting it to 5 a year, which would potentially displace 180 households. And there is currently vacancy in the corridor for 110 households. We're talking about a net loss of 70 households from the Broadway plan under your recommended pace of change.
Yes, I might ask Jesse or Dan from our housing team to get into the details of that, but that's the thrust of it, yeah.
Hi, Councilor Frye. Dan Garrison, Director of Housing Policy. I think we gave the number of vacant units to give an indication of the number that would be available at any given time. That is kind of a point-in-time estimate, though, so there is flow in that process month to month, right? And so that's why we're recommending certainly a slower pace of change. But I don't know that it's possible to say there's a sort of specific delta or a net loss.
Yeah, no,
between
100%. I'm just based on that estimate.
Yeah.
And just extrapolating from that my interpretation, because there's a lot of misinformation about what this is. My interpretation is by slowing the demoviction of purpose-built rental apartments, we're making space to build some of the purpose-built apartments to create that swing space that we need to relocate folks who would otherwise be displaced.
I mean, I think that's certainly an accurate representation of the proposal, right? Is that you focus the development in areas outside of the RM existing rental areas so that we can try to build up the stock of particularly below market rental housing so that we increase the capacity in the sector in the area to accommodate the tenant protections, the tenant relocations that are embedded in the plan.
And I appreciate the update that was provided that talked about we have 30 inquiries that potentially would not impact existing rental tenancies, and that would deliver 6,300, I think you said 6,300, versus the potential delivery of 7,400 new units that would be dem-evicting tenants. And I didn't hear how many folks would potentially be dem-evicted in those 50 applications in the RM.
Yeah, thanks. So in the 50 or so projects we have in inquiry right now in the RM areas, those would impact approximately 2,000 existing rental apartments.
Okay, so that's that 2,000. So we're talking about 2,000 dem-evictions without the, okay. So, and what is the time to build from sort of like final dem-eviction to future occupancy if we were to take an RM? Just estimate, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, ballpark numbers, like these are fairly significant buildings. These are concrete towers, so it does take a period of time to build. You know, if I had to throw out a number, 3 years.
Right. Potentially more, I guess, if they're all built at once, if there's no sort of throttling mechanism. Okay. Last question on pace of change then, and this is the big one for me. We've talked a lot about the tenant relocation protection policy and how that would work and how it's going to be the strongest in North America. Now, how would that work if we didn't have this pace of change and we were talking about 2,000 dem-evictions tomorrow on, you know, like how does the tenant relocation protection policy work in that case when we only have 110 available units in the corridor?
So, I mean, so it's a complex question because the proposal or the feedback we got from the development industry is not wrong in that initially the tenant protections themselves and the robustness of them was intended to be a managing process on the pace of change anyway, even in the absence of a pace of change policy. So if there was no absolute unit cap annually, the way that staff are currently proposing, there would still be a governor on the pace of change.
Apologies, we are at time. Come back. Second round.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning, and thanks for the presentation. I'm trying to get my head around sort of this desire to protect existing renters in this pace of change policy and the opportunity cost with a 0.5% now. I heard 0.6 before, now I'm hearing 0.5 vacancy rate and a housing crisis. So let me frame the question. When staff originally brought the Broadway plan forward, you did not recommend a change of pace policy. Now, we're sitting here today and you've not only recommended one, but the most restrictive possible of the options. I look at this report and I'm looking at page 4 and I see the potential, and again I say potential because this assumes that projects are whipping through the system and we're whipping out permitting for the number of renters that are impacted. How would I allay this next to a table that would show me similarly, what is the opportunity for how many units that could actually be built here? And I know Councillor Frye was just asking about that slide. I wasn't very clear about the 6,300 net new units, but can you walk us through that in terms of really trying to understand the dichotomy of this choice here?
Yeah, and Counselor, I think you are hitting on that is exactly the crux of the issue, right? Is that balance between protecting new renters and taking advantage of the opportunity to increase the supply of rental housing in proximity to the transit infrastructure investment. So that is what we're all sort of struggling with here.
The $2.8 billion of investment?
It's a significant investment, certainly, and so that's. I think if I was to walk you through that, it's actually fairly simple to just add the opportunity there, which would be the 2,000 existing units that would be redeveloped would, if we're looking at the current inquiries that are in front of us, potentially result in 7,400 new rental units, and 20% of those would be secured at the below market rates. So there is a significant opportunity for supply. I think the crux of what we're trying to deal with here is figuring out how to manage that relocation process in the meantime.
Okay, but let's delve into that a little bit because that's helpful context setting. So again, this 2,000 per year assumes that we had 96 applications come forward, or 96 inquiries, I should say, 4 applications at this point in just over half a year, less than 5%, and they have to go through a years-long rezoning process to get built. Is it really realistic that we're going to see 2,000 people in a year? Like, we're talking over years of change that this could potentially happen, are we not? Because again, I want to make this real for people that it doesn't mean tomorrow, whether you choose any of these options or none at all, that 200 people are going to be out of a house tomorrow, and we're going to have 7,400 new units with 20% below market. It's about 1,500 new units for people that are lined up hundreds deep trying to get a rental unit. But is this not going to happen naturally over years because of the time our application processes, the rezoning, the public hearing, the time to build, the economic situation, whether they can even get built?
Yes, I mean, there's a couple of things in that. One is to note in that table, there's a bit of a methodological jump, right? Because in the first 3 options, it's looking at theoretically, if you were to put that governor on it of a number of projects per year, what would that result in the number of existing rental units demolished? The 4th column, which speaks to the no pace of change, is saying that is based on the inquiries we currently have in front of us. You're absolutely correct that our sort of rezoning and development approval system likely could not handle that number of applications and inquiries in a single year. So it would likely, that's where I speak to the industry is not entirely wrong that there is a natural governor on this through both the tenant relocation and protection policies in the plan and the capacity of the city to move a certain number of rezoning applications through the system in that given time.
Reflecting that back, put another way, because I want to make sure I'm clear on this, our capacity to handle rezoning inquiries is almost like another pace of change lever in addition to the TRPP. Is that a fair reflection?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think part of what we're trying to do with the pace of change is to give staff like planning staff, rezoning staff, a little bit of direction as to how to prioritize projects.
And then I'll come back on the queue. But if, for example, council did not adopt a pace of change policy, we could still give direction to staff on prioritization of the desired type of projects that you've outlined: social, supportive, co-op, strata wind down, doubling the number of units below market. We could still prioritize parameters, correct?
That would be within council's purview to direct staff that way, yes.
Okay, that's my time. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So, yeah, thanks, staff, for preparing this package for us. So I think my question is about the views to the City Hall. So what is the impact of these 2 views to City Hall in terms of number of units? And if it is very minor impact on the units, why don't we just remove that 2 remaining views now?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for the question, John Grottenberg, Broadway Plan Team. So the approach that we've taken with our recommendations is to balance and optimize what we heard through the planning process around generally folks wanted to see the most significant intensification, tallest buildings around Broadway and Cambie. We also heard that City Hall, this building, contributes to the distinctive civic identity of the uptown area. And so based on what we've heard, the objectives for the plan for this part of the city and additional technical work we've done, we feel we've optimized within that to retain 2 of those views from key public points. I would note that if we eliminated all views, That would enable about 6 million square feet of development capacity. With staff's recommendation to retain 2, it would enable about 5.6 million. So
10%.
yeah, about 10% would be retained with the 2 views.
How many units do we know equivalent to that 10%?
So most of the City Hall views impact Uptown, where the land use is for non-residential uses, really looking at this as our second central business district. So the majority of the capacity is for office, hotel, commercial uses. There is a small amount of residential that would be impacted, in the order of a couple 100,000 square feet. So that'd be about one, 20, 30-story tower, but it's mostly for non-residential uses in this area.
Thank you. So then another follow-up question is, if in a later date, council decide to remove that 2 remaining views, is this still possible to do?
Council could choose to direct staff to do that in the future. If
Okay.
council chose to adopt the recommendations today, those would stand, until council directed us to do otherwise. But that could be done in the future.
Okay, thank you. The other question is about the pace of change to policy. So based on this calculation, I think you use the ratio of proposed new below market rental housing units. So does that mean we give more priority to the redevelopment under single house area? Because the calculation, the single house is in the denominator. It also, when you do the ratio, it's always higher if you redevelop on single house compared to apartment.
Yes, so the pace of change policy as proposed would only apply in RM areas, so it wouldn't apply in the RT areas where there are the more single detached houses. In the RM areas, there are still areas where there are detached houses and duplexes. So essentially, you're correct in what you're saying, because the forms of development that can be built under the plan are more or less the same. So in order to get a higher ratio, what it generally means is you're going to be redeveloping sites with fewer existing rental units. Houses and duplexes for the very high ratio ones, yes.
Yeah, thank you. One more question regarding the this density and height question. So I think there's always a trade-off between the economical viable project and give more height or FSRs to the new development. So how flexible we are if we want to change the height and FSR and make the project more economically viable due to the TRPP?
Perhaps if I answer that as a general question, the plan is a framework. It's not a blueprint, and there are some wording in the plan to enable some flexibility on specific projects. That said, one of the key things we're always asked for by the development industry and by the public is clarity and certainty in our plans, and so we've done a lot of work to wrestle with those trade-offs and provide a plan that's economically viable and that those calibrated those heights and densities correctly. I think that applies equally to the specifics of your question, which is the tenant relocation policies. We would treat projects in those areas the same as anywhere else on their merits within the framework of the plan. We've taken the plan very seriously, but if there are better ideas that can come forward, then a degree of flexibility is allowed for in the plan.
Okay, thank you. Last question about this density bonus fees. So again, how flexible we are able to adjust this density bonus fees, to allow more FSR, or in a later day we can reduce that, or yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chris Ma with the Broadway Plan team.
So sorry, we are at time.
Okay.
There's a second round though.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also have questions about the tenant protection policies, and Councillor Fry covered some of them, but I'm hoping to get a better sense of how we ensure that the new tenant protections are upheld, particularly if there's not enough places for people to be moving into.
So when we implement the TRPP, how we have a series of checks and balances is throughout the development process. So we work in the early stages to identify specific tenant needs, and then we develop a tenant relocation plan with the applicant. And then going through the development process, we will hold certain permits, development permit, building permit, until the requirements of the TRPP are met. And so that's kind of how we keep that checks and balance throughout the process.
Okay, that's exactly what I was wanting to get at, that we would hold hold permits as a tool to make sure that it's upheld. Do we have the staffing capacity to do that without the renter's office?
Well, right now, we do have our housing regulation team within planning who are responsible for implementing the TRPP. Obviously, the volume of applications that we've highlighted for you today are quite significant, especially compared to the staffing levels. So I think the answer would be we manage as much as we can. However, we can expect some delays, especially if we're holding permits. Projects are delayed because of that.
Okay, so that could be one more kind of mechanism by which we're encouraging new buildings where there aren't existing tenants, because the process could and quite likely would be that much slower in a proposed redevelopment where there are existing tenants.
I think that's a fair characterization. You know, the more tenants there are in a project, obviously, because the TRPP is designed to be very specific and tailored to individual tenant needs, it obviously takes longer to understand those needs with larger projects. With fewer tenants or no tenants, you remove that requirement to work directly with tenants, and so things can, depending on other contexts, move forward quicker.
Okay, and my other question is, I appreciated the outline by staff that the pace of change policy allows us to prioritize social supportive and co-op projects and higher ratio projects, as we've been calling them. Without a pace of change policy, are we able to prioritize those projects still in some way?
Yeah, I believe, as was mentioned before by Mr. Garrison, council can direct us to still prioritize certain projects even without a pace of change mechanism.
Okay, and so given our staff capacity likely wouldn't be large enough to meet the volume, we could prioritize within that capacity, which would function as a bit of a pace of change still?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. We have a large volume, and so direction would be helpful to help focus staff efforts.
Okay, and that would just be in an amendment addition to the direction in the report that would...
Yeah, I believe council may bring an amendment or a motion forward related to that.
And would it make sense, I can send some language by email, but would it make sense that we could direct staff to use those same targets that the pace of change would have prioritized around social supportive and co-op and a higher ratio, that those could still be the priorities, the types of projects we direct you to prioritize?
Yes, if council wishes, they could use the existing priority projects and the below market ratio criteria and have staff implement that as the priority mechanisms.
Great, okay, thanks. I will leave it there for now.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for staff for the update. I'm going to continue on the dialogue around the pace of change policy. One of the things I've been hearing from the development sector is challenges within their own, while they want to move quickly and advance housing in the city, capacity challenges on their end in terms of labor, supply of materials, goods. And then on our end, as a city, I think we've also had many conversations around capacity to advance proposals, rezonings, and permits. And so I'm curious if staff could comment on, with those factors in play, do we have a natural pace of change to some degree because of both development sector capacity as well as municipal capacity to advance proposals?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. I think you're right that the development industry is identifying some what we kind of call headwinds in the construction process right now, both due to availability, supply chain, labor, and those sorts of things. Also, a major impact right now is lending rates and access to financing. So that's putting a bit of a pause on the rate of development of rental projects right now, which does concern us. And there is a staff capacity issue in terms of the number of projects, number of applications that we can move through the system at any given time. So I think it's correct to say there is a natural pace of change, and I think that the tenant protections that we put in place, council approved through the Broadway plan, also helps to manage that pace, because they are going to be challenging to address, right? So all of those things do create some natural governor on the rate of redevelopment in the areas. I think, again, that one of the things that we were looking at in terms of proposing a more firm sort of pace of change was just to get some key direction and prioritization around the volume so that we can make sure we're meeting council's priorities. But we do think, as several councillors have asked about, there could be a way to do that without a firm sort of annual limit.
Okay, thank you, Dan. And then my other question is around, there was a slide there around if there was a pace of change policy adopted by council exemptions, and one that was identified was doubling of existing below market rental units in a development. And I'm curious about how achievable that is, because the way I interpreted that, and I did a bit of a quick calculation, is it reminded me a bit of the MERP program is offering below market with market rental. And if I recall, we've approved a number of MERPs at council, but not all of them have proceeded to development. So how achievable would this be if we're creating an exemption to permit it? But really, how realistic is it that we would even see that come to fruition given pro formas and the market and costs?
Yeah, that's a good question, because we do have a number of inquiries that would exceed that 2-to-1 ratio right now. But of course, an inquiry is different than a building that's under construction and completed. So it's a good question that I'm not sure we can answer immediately. But I would say what it does and where we've seen the opportunity to more than double is it's not necessarily about the size of the building that's being proposed. It's more about what's there today. So the only way that you would be able to exceed that doubling number under the plan is going to be when the site you're redeveloping has a very small number of existing rental units on it, normally in sort of secondary rental in houses or duplexes, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. And then shifting gears, there's also another slide that highlighted further work around street reallocation and public realm. One of my recollections from the conversation around the Broadway plan was around green space and acquisition of and adding park space, that there's a deficiency in that area. And so could staff just comment on sort of early thinking and what that we might expect to see with respect to that?
Yeah, that's right. And that piece of work to pick up on the council direction to come up with a standard for public open space in the area is one of the pieces we're delivering through the public realm plan, or we will deliver through the public realm plan. I think at this stage, it's safe to say that our strategy will be similar to what we described last summer when the plan was approved, and it'll be quite a varied strategy, looking at all and every opportunity for public open space, whether that's little plazas, both public and privately owned. Land acquisition is certainly part of it, although you may well recall from the discussion of, when the plan was approved, some of the constraints we have in terms of financially on land acquisition, but it'll certainly be part of it. Converting space from road use to greenways and so on will be part.
Apologies. Just a reminder to everybody, please keep an eye on the time. Thanks so much. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a few questions just about the renter policy, the tenant relocation policy. Do we have some numbers that what would consider as sort of the average turnover for a rental building in terms of the overall number of tenants? Just in an average year, what sort of approximate percentage? I realize it's a bit of a more of a broad understanding of the market.
Yeah, we do actually have the average turnover rates from CMHC. So in the citywide rental stock, average is about 10.8% in the citywide stock. So about 10% of units turnover every year.
Okay. Sort of following in that line there, with the experience of other jurisdictions and with regards to tenant relocation policies, I presume that that we've had them here in the city as well. What's the usual take-up rate of people wanting to come back into a new building?
We've experienced, I don't have an exact number, but we've experienced that rate being quite low. To be honest, the majority of tenants, both here and when we've looked at other jurisdictions that have a right of first refusal, like Toronto, the rate's been quite low. I know of one significant project where it was about 25% here in the city. So I think the difference in what I'm a little bit struggling with in answering this is that we've never had this robust of tenant relocation requirements before. And so if you think about the opportunity for a tenant they'll be temporarily displaced, but then to come back to a unit at the depth of discount and the level of affordability that we're talking about here, we think the rate of returning tenants may be higher than in previous policies or previous opportunities. But I do still think a lot of folks, 3 years to be out of a building are going to get on with their lives, right? Yeah.
And for the renter protection policy itself, there is an offer of a funded approach as well, so they can receive a dollar amount based upon a formula, or they can have that right to come back into new housing. But do you think do you think that 3 years is a realistic for being able to have the buildings built and reoccupied?
I mean, it could, like I said, as a kind of a ballpark number, I think it could be longer than that, certainly. But I mean, 3 to 4 years, I'd be surprised if we started getting much longer than 4 years.
So if I'm a renter in the corridor and I can apply for the TRPP, how does it work from the standpoint of the end user? Is there a simple, how much information do we provide online, and how simple can we make it for people? Can they check a couple of boxes, say I fit under these categories, submit their application, and then they get either a check or an offer of new housing at some point?
Yeah, we actually have a tenant, we have a survey that we've developed that we use with tenants. So we will be actively surveying tenants on which option they want to use. We work with applicants in that process, but the city actually does a significant amount of that ourselves because of privacy legislation and how they provide that information. So we do have a really easily filled out tenant survey that we use to assess tenant needs and allow them to express their interest in which option they want to take.
And would an agency like TRAC that we recently supported through additional funding and office space, would they be able to serve as a third party to support somebody through the TRPP process?
Yeah, I mean, potentially, I'd say for the majority of tenants in these buildings, our experience is they don't need a huge amount of assistance, but it's almost like an 80-20 rule. Like you always find some tenants in buildings that require more assistance. And I think whether it be a group like TRAC or throughout the approval process, we've been talking to BC Housing about what support we could get if we do find tenants that are in more vulnerable situations, whether it be an income issue, a mental health issue, or what have you. So certainly we're going to need some assistance, whether it be from community groups or government.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you both. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I have a couple of pace of change, tenant protection questions, but I'd really like to get into the public realm conversation. So just quickly, I just want to see a confirmation. Pace of change, addresses the protection of tenants and depends on available housing. Are we, as a city, aiming to ensure that people, as much as possible, can remain within their neighborhood, can remain within our city, as opposed to having to find housing in the suburbs or even somewhere else in BC?
Yeah, that's absolutely our intention. And the key intention about tenant relocation and protection policies to me is choice for the tenants who are there. If they want to remain in their neighborhood, we should be able to offer them options that allow them to do that. If they want to be able to move on and do something different, that should be a choice that they have.
Okay, how many projects can we process has been a subject that's come up by other councillors, and I'm hearing that it's somewhat the capacity of the city, but also now capacity of the industry to actually move forward on that. What about, nobody's talked about things like engineering and just like how many projects can we actually process, given that it's not just about planning, approving them, or industry's capacity, but our own sort of infrastructure.
It's a good question. I'm going to ask Yardley McNeil, the director of the Rezoning Center, to step up and respond.
Thank you.
Councillor, I think it would be fair to say that the volume is greater than the staff capacity, both in the engineering department and in the planning department.
Perfect. Okay, good. Turning to public realm, 11% of road space for non-car use. Love to see that that's going to be one of the things we're working on. Are there particular areas within the Broadway Plan region that we're thinking of focusing on? And what's our ideas around engaging the public in this?
I think too early to say about the areas within the plan that we're going to focus on. We're sort of in an early stages of developing the public realm plan, but we'll be coming back to you on that. We will be doing significant engagement of the public, though. In particular, we know there's always a lot of interest in these matters, particularly when you start reallocating road space. So we have a major public engagement exercise that we're working towards, and a particular aspect of it that was directed by council is to engage very deeply with the host nations. They have all expressed great interest in finding opportunities to celebrate their culture and history in the public realm. So we will be bringing them very much along in the process, and we've engaged an Indigenous-led consultant to support that work with us.
Fantastic. That was going to be my next question, but you came in ahead of me. Yeah, because I remember obviously the amendment that passed to encourage and to actually require the incorporation of their history, their language, their arts, and but I hadn't also thought about sort of public reallocation of space, which is an interesting concept. You talked about the need to look at public realm and public open space targets. Does the reallocation of road space actually contribute to that achievement of greater public realm open space?
Oh, certainly it does, yes. I mean, so the opportunity to, for example, close roads, either partially or completely, to make greenways and things, create pocket parks where roads are closed, all those things play into, can contribute to meeting this, devising and then meeting a public open space target.
How fast can we get this going, and can we, within this term, achieve at least some reallocation of road space within the planning area?
Yes, we can, and we're both doing planning and action here. The public realm plan is an important piece of work, and that will take about a year to produce. But we also have, through council's direction in the public benefit strategy, direction to move forward with greenways and another piece of work within the Broadway area. So we'll be moving those forward through the capital plan process as well.
That is good news to me. And final question, fixed rate CACs. I noticed on the map that you presented at the very end of the staff presentation, there were black areas in which I think you identified as no rezoning opportunities. I noticed that they were high streets. I mean, like 4th Avenue, Granville, Maine. Just explain to me how there's no rezoning opportunities on those with CACs, that is, with regarding fixed rate CACs.
That's right. So the black areas are what we would call the villages in the plan areas. And you may recall that there was a great effort to sort of retain the general height and density allowed under the existing zoning in those areas, so as not to encourage too much development and displacement of existing
Sorry,
local
we are at
businesses.
time.
That was perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. Okay, I'm next up. First question is, there's 50 projects, I understand, that would be impacted, or 50 applications impacted by pace of change policy. So I'm just wondering what we are doing to determine which of these projects are ready to go and are shovel ready versus who's just kicking tires. How do we determine that?
Thank you for the question. I think the honest answer, it's difficult to be absolutely sure. We can get some clues from the level of detail and the level of resolution in the plans, and to some degree in discussions with the proponents. And we do see a spectrum between very high level sketchy materials provided versus things that look much more like serious imminent projects. But there's no way of being absolutely sure, because the inquiry doesn't require an enormous amount of effort and delivery.
Yeah, and your rough estimation, how many of those 50 within the pace of change policy area are ready to go, shovel ready?
Rough estimate, maybe 20 of the 50 we think are the sort of in the serious imminent category.
Okay, so 30 of them would be probably more speculative.
On the spectrum towards speculative, perhaps.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I was also wondering, are there any other examples of pace of change policies on new rapid transit infrastructure in the Lower Mainland? Has it been done before in Burnaby, Coquitlam, Surrey, for example?
Thanks for the question. We aren't aware of any other ones outside of the city of Vancouver. There is, of course, a pace of change policy in the Grandview Woodland Plan area, which includes the Broadway Station. And yeah, I think that's really our only similar policy to this.
Thank you. And also, I just want to clarify around the TRPP. Am I correct that before redevelopment, breaking ground can actually begin, the tenants that are to be relocated, a unit has to be already identified for them to relocate to? Is that correct?
Under the current policy, yes, that would be correct. Under the protections that are in place in Broadway, because there is a requirement here to either give tenants the compensations or to essentially find them alternative accommodation with rent top-ups. So that would be yes.
Okay, so no construction or actual, quote, demoviction could happen. Like there'd have to be a unit assigned to that particular tenant before any construction could begin. Is that correct?
There would have to be an offer of additional units, certainly, or of an alternative unit, yes.
Okay, that's great. And then on the views, what evidence do we have that people are using views of City Hall for wayfinding in our digital world where everyone has a cell phone in their pocket?
John Grottenberg, Broadway Plan Team. Thanks, Councillor, for the question. So we don't have specific evidence, and I think what you're alluding to, most people are probably navigating on their phone looking at Google Maps. But what we did hear consistently through our multiple rounds of public engagement is that City Hall, Art Deco building, it's part of the Uptown Civic District, does contribute to the character of the area. So it's partly about wayfinding, but it's also about the significance of City Hall to this part of the city.
Okay, thank you. And last on the views, I understand that these views, the 9 that were referenced, were notionally adopted in 1976. So have we been enforcing them, but they haven't been formally codified for, trying to think how old I am versus 1976, like 50 years? Is that, and why? I'm just wondering, why would we be enforcing views or view cones for 50 years, but they haven't been codified?
Thanks for the question, Chair Meisner. Kevin Span, Senior Development Planner, Urban Design Development Planning, Metro Core. So it's important to distinguish the difference between this notion of codified views, sort of the protected public views, which are in the list in the guidelines, versus something that was baked into C3A. They are both official, or they are all official. They were all approved by council, and they're all governed and, administered by staff. It's just that in one case, we've got an official list where all the work was done up front to identify viewpoints, identify developments that comply and how a development complies, et cetera. In the case of C3A, when C3A was developed, both formal development pressures and market pressures at the time meant that views to City Hall could be relatively easily achieved without having to go through the more rigorous process. It offloads that process.
Thank you. I got to cut myself off. Thanks very much. Okay, Councillor Fry.
Round 2. All right. Thanks, Chair. Back on pace of change. I just want to go back to this sort of general assumption we're talking about. There is in potentially inquiries on 30 potential developments that could deliver 6,300 units of housing with no displacement right now. I think that's what I heard you say. And yeah.
Outside of RM areas, yes.
Outside of the pace of, yeah, so not affected by pace of change. And I think I also heard you reply to Councillor Boyle's question that if the development, say if there was no pace of change and the development was to come forward, that the permits would be held until the TRPP could be met, which obviously we don't have the capacity to do. So in many respects, what I'm getting at is that this pace of change is also protecting developers potentially who might find themselves underwater waiting for tenant relocations that they can't possibly commit to, and then we hold up their permits and interest rates and construction, whatever happens over the course of that holdup.
I mean, I think I see the point you're making is that there's more development interest than there is capacity to manage it right now, and that could create challenges, including implementing the TRPP program. And I think that's the case. So the TRP or the pace of change approach that's been proposed is partly designed to deal with that issue. I think, as again, a number of councillors have suggested, if there was no annual cap and there was another way to give staff direction to prioritize, that could be another way to deal with that. But I do think it is correct that some direction around how to manage the amount of interest in development in the area is also helpful to the development community.
Right, like an air traffic controller, you don't want planes in the air burning fuel and, yeah, okay. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. That's exactly where I was really trying to go. I'm going to totally shift gears now, and you've answered my questions on pace of change, and thank you very much for your recommendations on that. I really appreciate it. Industrial amenity share. On the industrial piece, are we contemplating where do arts and art studios come into that industrial land policy? Is there like an inclusionary zoning component that we can see? Because we are talking about a significant amount of arts and culture spaces. They're at risk with industrial redevelopment, and do we have a strategy coming out of this?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Hale Jones Cox. I'm one of the project planners with the Special Projects Office on the Broadway Plan, particularly focused on the industrial changes that we're doing. I think you've quite rightly identified the fact that our industrial areas really are home to a lot of arts and culture uses in those areas. So we are cognizant of some of those challenges. As these redevelopments come forward, we are looking for opportunities to find ways to replace those spaces if they are redeveloped. And one of those ways that we're looking to do is through our capturing an amenity share. That's one way we're doing it. Another thing we're looking to do is actually adding a small density bonus, about 10% of the area. So for these areas where we're looking to go from 3 to 4.5 FSR, we are working with our arts and culture staff to identify a way that we can add potentially another 10% bonus up to about 5 FSR for projects that would deliver arts and culture spaces, particularly artist studio Class B.
Love to hear it. Inclusionary zoning for arts and culture, love it. Last question from me then, and this is on the fixed rate CACs. When do we review and update these? I mean, appreciate we're putting them forward now. Will there be opportunities to, how long is the runway for a fixed rate CAC?
Great. Thanks for the question, Chris Ma with the Broadway Plan team. So yes, if we were to put in place new fixed rate CACs, those are reviewed periodically by our finance and growth team in PDS. Which happens about every 4 years. So we'll go through the economic testing again and make sure that the rates are right. On top of that, there are annual inflationary updates as well that just happen as due course.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Chair. That's it for me.
Thank you both. Councillor Fry. Or sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young. Apologies.
Can I get you a coffee, Chair?
Pardon?
I'll get you another coffee.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, I know it's going to be a long day. Okay, can staff remind me, this is probably a good question for Dan, I think these metrics are pretty top of mind for you. How many new residents do we have coming in to Vancouver specifically, or the metro region, with the new federal targets for immigration?
Yeah, there's a very significant number. In fact, the province of British Columbia's population increased by 125,000 people last year, and we do see a very significant proportion of that coming to Metro Vancouver with the new federal immigration targets.
The numbers 50,000, 37,000 have been thrown
Yeah,
around.
in the order, I think it's actually anticipated coming to Metro Vancouver is more like 60 to 65,000
For
annually.
every year. Okay.
With
and
the
we're-
increased immigration targets that the federal government has recently set.
Okay, are we building 50,000 new homes, or 25,000 if two people are living together?
I think our assessment would be that across the region, a significant increased housing supply will be required to accommodate the growth.
Okay, so while we debate 6,300 net new units or otherwise, it's not going to measure up to how many people we have to house that are coming here.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly anticipate the Broadway Plan to make a significant contribution to the housing supply we need, but it isn't the sort of whole picture for sure.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you to comment politically, but I'll ask you to comment from a staff perspective in terms of the importance of our partnerships or relations with province and senior government federals around expectations for housing delivery for cities, and some of those conversations you're having. how do you feel that our relationship will be impacted if we are incredibly conservative or stifle or have a very gentle approach to housing delivery? Choose your words.
I mean, I will say the provincial government through this process has made it very clear that they expect the city to deliver on housing supply in response to the transit infrastructure amendments. So that's been clear. The federal government recently released a program framework for a new housing accelerator fund where they're looking to work with municipalities to increase housing supply. So both other levels of government are very interested in what municipalities, including the City of Vancouver, are doing to increase housing supply.
Okay, is it also a possibility that while we're looking at this broadly, that council should keep in mind that not moving to sort of try to really combat the needed housing could impact future transit investment, like the Broadway X extension to UBC or other transit priorities? If we, Vancouver, are getting 2.8 billion, but we're not maximizing housing near that subway line?
I mean, again, I would say it is clear that the other levels of government that are funding transit infrastructure projects have made it clear to us that they would like to see a commensurate response at the local level in terms of increasing housing supply in response to that, and that is going to be a consideration going forward when they make transit infrastructure investments.
Okay. And back on the pace of change piece, and following up on my earlier question I'd asked around, we could still prioritize sort of desired types of housing, the co-op, social, strata infill, et cetera. Have you done any math around if we did that, but didn't have a pace of change limit and recognizing the city's capacity to process a limited number of applications per year, how quickly could we shift and what would we be shifting that vacancy rate to from the current 0.5%?
Yeah, that's a really good question. The hard part about doing math, we've tried to do math on projections around vacancy rates, and the hard part on it is that the demand side of the equation is always moving and generally increasing. And so we think that we're going to see it is going to be hard to move that vacancy rate number without a really significant increase in supply.
So put another way, even if we're more aggressive with housing, it may be challenging to move the rate because we just have more people coming in.
Yeah, that's correct. I think in this area, one of the great opportunities we have is the below market rental policies that council approved, because the rents in those new units are going to be more commensurate with the rents in the older existing stock, and so we're going to be able to accommodate, I think, people in those new below market units. But overall, we do need a significant increase in supply.
And our
in response
vacancy
to the
rate
demand.
could actually dip if we don't try to tackle this more robustly.
Yeah, the demand is certainly coming, and we saw over
See a graph that goes like this, right?
Yeah, and we saw over 2022, the new CMHC report that came out on the rental market, we actually did see a pretty significant drop in vacancy rates, and primarily due to a really significant increase in demand, right, from immigration and other things.
Okay, we are at time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yep, thank you. I'd like to just switch to a couple of topics that aren't housing, although that's the primary focus here. In the beginning, in the introduction, I think, Matt, you suggested that this is a very bold plan with significant impacts in terms of delivering housing, but also on climate emergency. I'm wondering if you could outline, or someone could outline, what this plan is intended to achieve in terms of implementing our climate emergency action plan.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Doug Smith, Deputy General Manager, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability. With respect to the Climate Action Plan, this Broadway plan delivers on a number of items. The first one would be density. Creating complete communities allows for us for people to live and work where they and also attend school, do other issues like that without having to commute as often by car and move more often by transit, obviously. It also allows us to replace older, less efficient buildings with newer, more efficient buildings. The public realm changes will improve the transportation for pedestrians, especially on the Broadway area. So overall, it will be an improvement that way. I should also note it will also improve from a seismic perspective, because there's a lot of vulnerable buildings on the Broadway corridor as well.
Great, thank you. That's a good start. Second question, I was concerned, not concerned, but I had a curiosity when you talked about the procedures that are going to happen around the Falls Creek Flats area. And I'm wondering if there's any concerns regarding that in terms of the continued protection of our industrial activities within the Falls Creek Flats, given that we don't have too much industrial land within the city.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chris Ma with the Broadway Plan team. So yes, that's definitely front of mind for us as well, and continuing to protect industrial land for the Falls Creek Flats area. The changes that were introduced in the Broadway Plan are really mostly more targeted around intensity near the new subway. So there still are those protections in place to retain industrial land as industrial and job space. The only couple of changes that we made were to consider residential uses in that area. Were directly adjacent to the new rapid transit stations, which is a recent change in the regional growth strategy to consider residential uses within 200 meters of rapid transit. Also to note there, we would still be requiring the same amount of job space on the site. It's just residential in addition to that.
I know there's a lot of concern amongst the owners of industrial operations within the Falls Creek Flats that enabling housing close to industrial use may create social conflict, basically. So how are we paying attention to that?
Yeah, I think we're definitely we're acutely aware of that, and I think in the areas where we have or we would consider residential uses, these are typically quite large sites, and there would be appropriate measures and urban design measures that we could take to make sure that those conflicts wouldn't come up.
And it's a limited amount of the land area.
Very limited, yes.
Very limited.
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Happy to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just have one more housing question in a follow-up to Councillor Meisner's. Just wanting to confirm, because we sometimes hear around the tenant protection policies that what people are getting is just an email with some Craigslist postings. And so I'm just wanting to confirm that our expectation is that there's an offer and acceptance of a new place the tenants are actually moving into.
Thank you. Yeah, we do hear that too and try to work with applicants to ensure that they're more robustly complying with the policies. But the difference here is that the Broadway tenant relocation and protection policies are enhanced significantly in terms of offering a unit in the interim and the right of first refusal to return. And so that's where we will expect those offers, both of alternative accommodation and the right of first refusal, to be real.
Okay, that's what I'm just hoping to clarify for us and for the public, that because of the enhanced Broadway Plan protections, those permits would be actually held until offers are accepted and people have places they're really moving into, not just a sort of slew of possible listings.
That's right.
Great. Okay, that's all. Thanks for that.
Thanks for that clarification. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And just a couple more questions for me. One, just with respect to the Broadway planning, we've talked a lot about housing, but in the context of some other planning areas, we've been talking about the gray infrastructure and whether we're adequately prepared for growth and added density. And I'm wondering if staff could just comment on that in the context. I get it's a very large corridor, but if you could comment on that at a high level, our preparedness I'm talking about sewer infrastructure, water infrastructure.
Yes, thank you. And at a high level, a lot of lessons learned from the Canby Corridor Plan, and we built in a very robust public benefit strategy, directed a significant amount of funding towards infrastructure, basic infrastructure required to enable development to happen of exactly the kind you've described. So that's built into the public benefit strategy towards utilities and infrastructure. And yeah, we've very much thought ahead about that in this plan.
Okay. And tangentially related to that, are we also going to be looking at we just talked about the rainwater strategy recently, is ensuring that we're looking at natural green infrastructure as well to deal with additional rain, flood prevention as well, and to take some of that water out of our gray system. Is that going to be part of the public realm planning?
Yes, very much so. And so I'd say at one level, there's a strong one water strategy in the plan as a whole, and the public realm plan is where some of that acts itself out in the public realm with showing and delivering on sustainable stormwater conveyance and management.
Okay, fantastic. And then my last question is, there's been much discussion around, aside from the pace of change, around the prioritization of housing and the topology within Broadway. I'm curious if there is a means to prioritize workforce housing. And I can't recall when we adopted the Broadway plan whether we actually named that, articulated that, just in light of growing pressures to keep and retain frontline workers, that'd be first responders, people in the health sector, early childhood educators, and affordability being a key factor for them, and whether they stay in the city or they go elsewhere. So I'm just curious if that was identified and named, or if it's something that we could somehow articulate as a prioritization.
Councillor, I don't think we specifically called out policies to sort of target or give priority access to households in those sort of income categories. But certainly the overall policy approach we did look at those incomes of those kinds of professions and are trying to target the below market rental to be generally the kind of housing that would be affordable to those households. So if council did want us to look at ways going forward to try to do more around that or be more specific, that's something we could take away.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate all the fulsome answers today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, thanks everybody. Again, I will reiterate, definitely appreciate all the answers to all of our questions on this super important topic. So we will now hear from registered speakers on this item. Our first speaker is Derek Stephen in person. Good morning, Derek. So Derek, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you everybody for having me here today. My name is Derek Stephen. I'm from Vancouver. This is my hometown, born and raised. And in fact, I actually lived downtown Vancouver for 12 years in the same 800 square foot apartment. Because in 2009, that's all me and my roommate could afford. And we lived there for 7 years. And then he moved out, and my girlfriend at the time, now wife, moved in for the next 5 years. So I've lived in 12 years in the same 800 square feet downtown Vancouver because that's like all I could afford. So I'm intimately familiar with the product we're talking about today. I'm going to talk about 4 key topics in opposition of pace of change. 1, the housing crisis. 2, the infrastructure investment. 3, the Broadway plan, the good, and Broadway plan, the scarcity. So I'll start with the housing crisis. When I moved into that apartment in about 2009, the population in Metro Van was 600,000. It's increased 60,000 over that period of time. The rental supply has only increased 5,000 units. And what's happened to rent? 47% increase. So we clearly have an outstripping of demand and not enough supply. Then just in the last year alone, almost the amount of time that since the Broadway plan was approved, we've had 1 million new organic growth to Canada in population, and BC's welcomed 150,000 residents. Where is everybody going to live? Second point, infrastructure investment. The Broadway SkyTrain, that's a $2.83 billion SkyTrain line, and it lends itself perfectly to rental development. Broadway plan, the good. What the Broadway plan has done, it has moved, the policy has moved developers away from condo and to purpose-built rental, which is excellent. This is what Vancouver needs. So I commend the Broadway plan for that. And then something we've talked about a lot here today, within the Broadway plan, we have the TRPP. And I'm quite happy to hear how council has grasped that and how great it is for the existing tenants. Option 1, a tenant can take a cash payment. At the end of my 12 years in that 800 square foot apartment, my wife and I would have loved a cash payment to start our family. Or option 2, and this is incredible, is the right of first refusal, where the developer will top up the tenant Only once they've found construction can start. Only once they've found their new unit can construction start. They'll get topped up and they'll move back in. And in our case specifically, there's cases where tenants will get a deeper level of affordability than they have today. I want to reiterate that. A new project, tenants can come back in, they will get a deeper level of affordability than they have today. The pace of change threatens this. Broadway planned the scarcity. Currently, we already have a 2-tower per block limit, which is creating a gamesmanship. By now adding a focus on net displacement, we are only adding to this artificial scarcity, which creates less viable projects. And in some cases, projects submitting for LV responses, 30, I think they're more, have no intention of creating supply, but rather protect development value. Staff will spend resources and time on projects that don't move ahead while viable projects sit idle in queue. My recommendation, we need immediate housing supply to combat this housing crisis, not scarcity. Thank you for your time. Council, please elect option 4.
Thanks very much, Derek. Our next speaker is speaker number 2 is actually withdrawn. So we will move on to speaker number 3, John Stovall. John, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. John Stovall. I'm president of Reliance Properties, and we're a developer in the city. I'm also chair of the Urban Development Institute. I'm not speaking on UDI's behalf today. I believe they have a registered speaker. The Broadway plan was approved in June 2022, already 2 or 3 years late, and well after the transit work commenced. And then no applications were permitted until September 2022. Now it's March 2023, almost a year later. Instead of council looking at actual applications, we're remarkably looking at a policy to slow down the applications. And in both cases, when the plan was approved, there was a housing crisis, and now there's a housing crisis that's even worse. Staff talks about 100 applications and inquiries, yet a tenant cannot live in an inquiry or an application. Many of these applications, as the previous speaker mentioned, are either not serious or not viable. Our company has 5 projects in the Broadway plant area with almost no tenants across the 5 projects. And even those projects are extremely economically challenging in the current climate. So the idea that these 50 applications, that there's going to be a flood of these applications in the ARM areas moving ahead is a misinformed idea. Many of them don't work, particularly because of the very, very high cost of tenant relocation that were put in place by the previous council. And as been mentioned, this is in itself a governing effect on the rate of change. So basically, if you govern these projects to 5 a year, and many that were not really serious may be sitting in those 5 and might get processed and not proceed, and others that are viable and have a willing and ready and able developer, will be arbitrarily waiting in the queue. And it just doesn't make any sense to me at all in this housing crisis that we're in, that we would be further creating friction that's already established through the tenant relocation policies, which are laudable and will govern the pace of development, and the very gradual process of getting permits approved, and the strong headwinds in the market from interest rates, construction cost financing, that we would then further seek to slow down development. And I think if council approves this recommendation from staff today, it will have serious implications on the way the province and the federal government look at supporting the City of Vancouver with future infrastructure funding, particularly around transit. So I would strongly urge council to reject this rate of change policy or select the option presented by staff, which is to have no rate of change. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, thanks, John. You do have questions from Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, John. And just a point of correction, I don't think staff are recommending no rate of change. Staff are recommending 5 rate of change. But I'm just curious, because you mentioned you have 5 projects, potentially 5 holdings. And in the event that there was no pace of change policy, and that all the projects that came forward were obliged to do a tenant relocation protection policy, as we've outlined, and we've heard from staff that they would actually sort of hold permits until there was that vacancy to support tenants who would otherwise be dem-evicted. How would you manage that situation? as one of many developers, landholders in the area, what do you anticipate would be the outcome if we were holding up those applications for, tenant relocation with no vacancies to put people in?
Well, Councillor Fry, I think it's up to the individual owners and applicants if they want to go down the road of spending the money and time on an application and taking on their obligations under rate of change. And it'll be up to them, whether or not they can deal with that or not. For our own part, as I mentioned, across those 5 projects, I think we only have less than 15 tenants, and are looking at in excess of 700 new units. So, that to us would be manageable, particularly, and as many of these owners will have, maybe not all, but many, will have existing portfolios of rental properties where it makes it easier for them to manage and find replacement housing for those tenants.
So, sorry, John, so you're saying you've got 5 holdings in RM with only 15 tenants to relocate?
No, only two of them are in RM.
Okay, I see. Okay, well, that's an interesting concept. I mean, I think what I'm getting at is this potential for sort of like a Hunger Games kind of scenario where we have a bunch of developers who can't possibly relocate their tenants, and we've got a bunch of stressed tenants because they can't be relocated. And, some of the maybe smaller developers are underwater trying to wait for relocation that can't possibly happen. Is that a scenario? I mean, you've got a lot of experience in this biz and with the UDI. You know what the potential for this kind of thing is, and we saw what happened with other, even bigger companies that kind of found themselves underwater waiting for permits or whatever. Is that a risk to the industry?
Well, again, I don't think we, appreciate that those are issues that developers will have to face, and I believe it's up to them to measure the risks of those, published requirements that they have to meet. I don't think we need council further making a layering complexity of oversight and micromanagement of this process. I think we've heard senior government talk about the fact that we're in a housing crisis and we need to unleash the power and the capacity of the private sector, who's going to build 90% of whatever gets built. Anyway, that's just the way our system is currently set up.
Sorry, John, I got to cut you off. We are at time, but you have more questions. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, John. So one question for you, and just kind of picking up a little bit on some of Councillor Fry's questions, and I don't know if you heard all the earlier discussion, but do you feel, just to be clear, that the current capacity of staff and the time it takes to process rezonings is effectively a pace of change?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, and that's an answer that applies to the whole city and everything that gets built in the city. It's in spite of all the best efforts over the years and all the panels I've sat on trying to improve processes, that the end result is that each year every type of application takes longer than it used to, with all the various policies and eyes on these projects. So yes, that is a pace of change. The market factors are a pace of change. The ability of individual applicants to execute, even though they might be at the front of the list, is a pace of change. So, in my view, we just don't need this arbitrary number of projects per year, which as the previous speaker had alluded to, may pick winners that are actually projects that are not going to go ahead. So they're just going to block up, the approvals of the projects that might be number 6 or number 7 in the process. So, I just think it's a very complicated process that we just don't need right now with all the other governors on pace of change.
Thanks for that. Do you have any comments from an industry perspective around how to, or the feasibility of prioritizing shovel-ready projects that are ready to go versus inquiries that may not be?
Well, I don't understand the question or the answer, because you can't be shovel-ready until you've gone through the inquiry process and then the rezoning process and then the development permit process and then the building permit process. So what does shovel-ready mean in that case? Are all 100 applications that are in the queue right now shovel-ready, albeit for the fact that they've been sitting in the inquiry process for over 10 months? We don't know. How can staff assess or council assess which projects are shovel-ready?
Okay, that's helpful. So I guess the last question is, you think one of the best things that we can do is try to actually speed up our permitting processes and regulations? Less complexity?
Yeah, what I'd really like to be seeing today, Councillor, is a staff report giving council ideas on how to accelerate the 100 applications that are sitting around waiting 3 years late and then 10 months since the plan came in. It's remarkable to me that you're not actually looking at some applications today to approve instead of looking at a process to make sure that you're not looking at applications.
Yep, point taken. Thank you.
Thanks, John, for calling in today.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is speaker number 4, Cassandra Smith on the phone. Cassandra, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. And just need to ask, are you a resident of Vancouver?
No, I'm not a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, thanks so much. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Meisner and Council, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Cassandra Smith. I'm the Policy and Research Director for the Urban Development Institute. UDI represents thousands of members of the development industry across BC, and today I'm speaking on one aspect of the Broadway Plan Implementation Report, the proposed pace of change policy. I'd like to actually start by recognizing the hard work by staff that went into not just this report, but also the creation of the Broadway Plan. However, UDI strongly believes that the city should not adopt a pace of change policy and instead open up more, not less, opportunities to build the rental homes that are desperately needed. As it stands, and we've heard this morning, there are already measures built into the Broadway Plan intended to moderate the pace of development in apartment zones. When the plan was approved last year, limits on the amount of density allowed in these zones were intentionally set low so that redevelopment would be slowed on many sites. The enhanced tenant protections in place in the Broadway area are some of the most robust in the region and far beyond that. Renters are fully protected during the redevelopment process, and when redevelopment is complete, tenants have first right of refusal to move back into a new building at the same rents. These measures reflect the need to protect people, not buildings. We do recognize the volume of interest received so far is large, but restrictions are really what's driving this issue. Given the economics of development in these zones, it's possible that not all applications will be able to advance right away, but staff are seeing this high level of interest now for a couple of reasons. First, there have been restrictions on new rezoning applications during the planning process, which took several years. And second, limitations in the plan restrict how many sites on a block could be redeveloped into towers, specifically 1 or 2 towers per block in a number of areas. If there are multiple sites per block that could be redeveloped as a tower, development opportunities are decided based on which application was submitted first. This creates a perception of scarcity and a strong incentive for builders and landowners who may want to redevelop at any time in the future to submit their interest now, rather than wait until they are ready to develop. The pace of change policy being recommended doesn't address these underlying causes. As proposed, the policy would create further uncertainty for any project that does not make the cut for the initial 5. If new projects come forward, it means that projects that have already expressed interest could be pushed further down the queue indefinitely. The policy also fails to distinguish between projects that could move forward immediately and those that are not yet ready. This is not the most efficient way to get new rental housing built faster. So what's the alternative? Instead of adopting a pace of change policy that will limit new rental housing, there are 3 main changes that Council could make that would address the concerns around the number of applications in the Broadway Plan area and provide certainty to builders so that new rental homes could be built sooner. First, eliminate the perceived scarcity of redevelopment opportunities by amending the Broadway Area Plan to remove the 1 and 2 tower per block restriction while maintaining an 80-foot tower separation requirement. The 80-foot tower separation is already an established city policy, similar to what's allowed in the West End plan. Second, to address the large volume of interest that has already been expressed, the city could create a fast track for applications that are viable and ready to move forward now. We agree with staff's assessment in the report that if Council does not adopt a pace of change policy for apartment zones, there would need to be an adjusted approach to managing the volume of rezoning interest. A fast-track mechanism could require higher fees, but with a rebate for those projects that proceed to building permit without delay. And lastly, we would encourage Council to consider removing some of the other limitations in the Broadway Area Plan. When the plan was passed last year, we were hopeful that challenges like the more onerous shuttering restrictions, tower floor plate sizes, and minimum frontages could be addressed through implementation. But we would encourage Council to consider providing that direction to amend these items in a manner that would increase housing delivery, not just in apartment zones, but throughout the plan. As I wrap up today, I'd like to reiterate EDI's request that Council not adopt a pace of change policy for the Broadway plan, and instead, we encourage Council to take the necessary steps to allow more, not less, new rental housing as soon as possible in this transit-oriented corridor. Thank you.
Thanks, Cassandra. You do have questions from Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And hi, Cassandra. Just one question. Sorry, I was just having difficulty hearing you. I suspect you might have a bit of a cold. Can you just recap what the third point was for me? I couldn't quite get all of it.
Sure. My apologies. I do. I'm just getting over a bit of a cold. So the last point is really asking Council to consider removing some of the restrictions that were put in place or limitations that were put in place when the Broadway plan was passed last year. So these would include sort of the expanded solar protection requirements, some of the tower floor plate size maximums, or minimum frontages. These were aspects that we hoped could be addressed through some flexibility and implementation, but if there's an opportunity for Council to clarify some of these items, which, if changed, could allow for more new housing to be added in the area, then we would be very supportive of that.
Okay, thank you. I won't make you talk anymore, but thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Cassandra. I hope you feel better.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll now go to speaker number 5. Bobo Irish. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Bobo, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Yeah, a pretty close attempt for a very interestingly spelled last name. Yes, to Mayor and Council, thanks for hearing from me. My name is Bobo Irish. As our previous callers have mentioned, I'm speaking in opposition to the staff recommendation about a pace of change limitation on rental housing redevelopment in RM zones that are part of the Broadway plan. As staff had mentioned, the recommendation to limit the number of rental buildings was to reduce the number of residents who will be impacted, in part because there's a rental shortage, and so rehousing these tenants is going to be difficult in finding suitable places to live. Thanks to the previous council, the Broadway plan includes enhanced rental protections that already require developers to find similar housing and to relocate the renters during the construction of for the duration of construction, and offer these residents the first right of refusal at a similar unit at the same rate that they were paying in the new building. So this is all done at the cost to the developer. And when applying for a development permit from the city, as we've already heard, the developer would have to show that they've met these criteria in order to get their development permit. And without having done that, the development can't go ahead and these renters would not be affected. Given this, I don't really know what the pace of change policy is supposed to achieve. The best case scenario is that it won't affect development because the acute rental shortage is going to limit redevelopment in RM zones anyway. But the worst case scenario is that it adds further roadblocks to the construction of rental housing and continues to exacerbate the rental shortage that we're already experiencing. If staff and councillors, and Councillor Fry, I saw your tweet thread about this topic yesterday, are concerned about the impact as part of these redevelopments, the solution should be to improve the rental protections and making sure that those can actually be implemented, as opposed to setting an arbitrary limit on the number of rental buildings that can be redeveloped. Every report on housing, not just in Vancouver, but across the country, has pointed out that we need to increase the pace of housing construction to meet current and future demand. This pace of change policy specifically tries to limit housing construction in a half-hearted effort to limit the impact on current renters who are already covered by rental protections. I'm asking that you reject staff's recommendation for any arbitrary limit on rate of change development within RM zones, and try to get as many new homes built as possible to try and alleviate this shortage. Many Vancouver residents already feel trapped in their current housing situations, even as their housing needs change, simply because we don't have a high enough vacancy rate to give renters the choice in where they want to live, and are squeezed for price if they have to re-enter the market. This applies to renters within the Broadway plan too. This rate of change policy adds an unnecessary limit to rental housing construction, and I hope you'll choose to reject it. I appreciated Councillor Joe's point about FSR increases to increase the economic viability of projects to help cover the rental relocation requirements. And I think the points that have been made both by Councillor, I think Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Boyle have both made the point that if there are staff limits on the amount of housing that can be built, because we can't process enough applications, we need to find ways of tackling that so that the city is not limiting the amount of housing, because we need to have a lot more of it. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling in, Bobo. Appreciate that. Okay, let's move to speaker number 6, Alexander Wright. Alexander, can you hear us?
Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. We'll circle back to that speaker. Speaker number 7 is in person, Colin Hickey. Is Colin here?
No, Speaker 7 is not in the chamber nor in the foyer.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 8, Jean Swanson. Jean, are you on the phone?
Speaker 8 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 9, Tony Quatrin. Is Tony on the phone?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Tony. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm the vice chair of National Investment Team at CB Richard Ellis. A big part of our job, for background, is assisting some of the developers that you heard today and others like them in raising equity, securing financing, transacting sites, and making sure that these projects that are contemplated by the Broadway Plan get built, funded, and provide the much needed housing council is after. We were looking at this plan very closely as it was being developed, watched its implementation, and have watched it completely unravel and deteriorate in the time since it was announced last September. I think this last part of the Broadway Plan, Rate the Change, is really, I agree with everything that has been said by a couple of the earlier speakers, that the idea of restricting or slowing down the pace of change to protect the relocation of tenants or the time and commitment of staff to approve these projects is really just a misdirection or a head fake. There's so many restrictions already, tenant relocation issues, the time it takes planning I think we've all heard over and over and over again how long it takes to get the permits and planning through the city of Vancouver, creates its own pace of change. I think that the plan is so flawed, and I'm going to suggest or offer to any members of council or planning that would like to attend a symposium with developers at our offices here at CBRE and take you through a real economic development pro forma, what these look like and how drastically these have changed since the plan was conceived, and not to any fault of anyone's per se. I mean, interest rates have gone up, cap rates have decompressed, what these things are worth at the end have changed. John Savell was quite right this morning when he said it's going to be lucky if any of these projects make any sense and any are going to get built. The concept of slowing down the pace of change, staff is spooked, I guess, because there's 75 or 100 applications. Most are not going to go ahead. Most are not well funded. They're worrying about limiting the amount of new rental projects that are going to come to fruition under this plan with the restrictions that have been imposed is like worrying about how to get more sand into the Sahara Desert. I mean, it is not going to be an issue. Your issue should be how do we incentivize, motivate, and promote more development in the corridor to bring the much-needed housing that this plan was designed to accommodate. So the invitation is there, real live or real time, real money that make these projects work to show you what the problems are, and we have a lot of really good ideas on how to move this forward if they want to discuss those as well. So we're basically what we're saying is we're inside the pro formas developers that are speaking here today, across the board of Vancouver, and have seen upwards of 50 or 60 of these that are just not going to work. Making it harder just seems to be pointless. So that's it.
Okay, thanks very much, Tony, for calling in. We'll now move to speaker number 10, Robert Moore. Hi, Robert. Good morning. So you have up to 5 minutes, Robert. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I've been a resident in Vancouver for 40 years. I work in commercial real estate. I work in residential real estate. I've done that for 20 years. I've got a broad client base. And I also work in the not-for-profit housing sector, and I work with not-for-profit real estate developers. So I touch many aspects of the industry. I'm here to oppose the pace of change policy, and my intent is to present two options which the city could explore to help alleviate the low vacancy rate problem. It seems like the staff recommendation for the low pace of change is directly tied to our vacancy rate. So a vacancy rate of 1%. Vacancy rate and the pace of change are two sides of the same coin, but they can be decoupled. They need not be interrelated. So rather than having another layer of policy on top of what already exists, I suggest some solutions. No doubt there are many long-term tenants in the Broadway Plan area. I think many have signed their, I know for a fact, because I do business with these people, they've lived there for 10, 20, 30, even 40 years, and they have terrific deals on rent. So great for them, but there's a lot of long-term renters. The Broadway Plan is supposed to be about the future. It's supposed to be about planning for the future and guiding the future, yet it seems to me that with the pace of change policy, it's really about protecting the past. We do have a chicken and egg problem here. There's no doubt about that. That 0.6 vacancy rate problem is staring us right in the face. There's nothing we can do to change that. Focusing on that by having a pace of change policy is the wrong approach. It doesn't address the problem. So the chicken and egg policy is unsolvable. So solutions. It's been suggested in the development community that the city look at using city-owned buildings or province-owned buildings to house tenants who are being displaced as interim housing. Likely, many of those buildings are fully occupied. That leads to the next question is, probably means you need to redevelop those buildings in order to create new density to provide, as they call it, swing housing for tenants under displacement. However, I'm willing to wager a bet that that would not happen quick enough. And so it seems like that, while that's a good idea, although it would create new units, new housing to help displaced tenants, I think it just can't happen fast enough to increase the supply. But the idea to use those buildings to seed the market with units and buildings that can accommodate houses or tenants during displacement is a great idea. I think the Vancouver Affordable Housing Association can comment further on that. A second option to really seed the market with greater number of units is just a simple amendment to the plan. Building to 20 stories, I think, was the biggest mistake that the Broadway Plan made. It's a good plan, it's a good policy, but simply increasing the number of floors in these towers right now is probably, with one stroke of the pen, the smartest thing that council can do. It adds more units. It helps tenants find a home in their neighborhood, gives them a better chance of remaining where they already live. As developers are completing a new building and tenanting a new building, having additional floors and additional units allows them to help other developers with their tenant needs. So, the plan can be amended. On Monday, the federal government amended the foreign buyer plan. It's now changed. It was that fast. Just took a short little while with feedback from the industry. Canadian real estate developers who have foreign shareholders can, as of Monday, purchase residential property for the purposes of redevelopment, purchase vacant land for the purposes of redevelopment, and purchase mixed-use sites. So this just happened on Monday. I don't even know if the legislation's been viewed yet by anybody, but the federal government If they can amend the plan, so can the city of Vancouver.
Sorry, Robert, you are at time, but
Am I out?
you are at time. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know I was that slow.
That's
Thank you.
okay. Appreciate you coming in today.
Any questions?
Seeing no questions from council, but thanks again for coming in. Next speaker is speaker number 11, Nazia Ibrahim. Hope I'm pronouncing that right.
You're very close.
Okay, great. You have up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully you can all hear me okay. I've got a bit of an echo over here.
Sound
Thanks
okay
for
in here.
giving. Okay, great. Thanks to everybody for the opportunity to speak. So I will say, firstly, it's been interesting listening to the debate on the rate of change. Not being in the housing industry whatsoever, I can understand that it's a delicate balance between rate of change in context of the housing crisis, and having more rental units in the market would probably lower prices eventually. But in the meantime, as a tenant myself, I can see how there would also be a real risk of tenant displacement. That's all I'll say on that. There's a lot of more experienced people who are better equipped to deal with those issues. I'm going to take a slightly different tack. I was just going to say that I support most of the line items in this in the agenda item for implementation, particularly the zero emissions building standards, new schools, community centers, etc. I am concerned about the one discussing removing the minimum parking requirements because I think it might sort of run into conflict with the way that things work in the city, despite our best intentions. I have some more detailed reasons, which I'll cover on agenda item 2 whenever it gets here. But for the moment, I thought I would keep it high level and try and address, focus on the influence of climate change on our policies. And I guess I would say that while, we all need to do our part, we also have a situation where we have like 3 lanes of single occupant traffic going through the Massey Tunnel every day. Similar issues on Highway 1, etc., going through Second Narrows. It's pretty bad. So I know regional transit is not within the city's Vancouver scope, but what I'm trying to say is that actions we take on Broadway transportation is going to have a very small impact on emissions compared to the other issues. Buildings probably have a much bigger impact. So that's kind of just what I wanted to focus in on. I guess I'll have some more specific stuff to say a bit later, but I think in terms of framing the approach of the plan, I think, like I said, it's a good approach to take to try and address climate change, but we should also keep in mind that there are bigger fish to fry in the scope of what we can do within the city. Hope that makes sense.
Thank you for your comments, and thanks for calling in today. Speaker number 12 is Chris Stockwell. Chris, are you on the phone?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Chris Stockwell, I am a Senior Government Partnerships Manager from Bird Scooters. I am not a Vancouver resident, though an occasional enthusiastic visitor and tourist of the city. We are in support of the Broadway Plan implementation recommendations. As a member of the micromobility industry, Bird has seen firsthand the benefits of a more robust and walkable downtown. When built within a framework like the Broadway Plan, a micromobility program can create better access for the city.
Hey, Chris, sorry to interrupt you, but this is on the Broadway housing aspect, the pace of change, not the mobility aspect of it. That's the next report.
Okay, then I think I am just waiting for the next report. Then my apologies.
So, and actually, the order of that has been switched. So. We are actually going to we passed a motion this morning to hear the West End rezoning policy based on staff availability. So that will come after that. Yes,
okay, noted.
Yeah,
Sorry about the confusion.
Point of procedure before
no worries.
Before we lose the speaker, because I know the sign-up deadline has passed. I just want to confirm if he's on the list for the other
We'll
item.
check into that just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, he is on the list, but good flag, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. Next speaker is Evan Allegretto. Evan, are you on the phone?
I am.
Great, and Evan, just because you didn't state it, are you a resident of Vancouver?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, Chair and Council. Thank you for having me. As stated, I'm Evan Allegretto. I'm the president of Intracorp Homes. we've been building homes in Vancouver for over 45 years, and obviously thrilled to continue to do that. I'm speaking today in opposition of the pace of change policy as drafted. As some of the speakers have spoken about before, there is already an effective pace of change policy embedded in the process. Adding an extra layer of bureaucracy and kind of restricting development in a situation where we have a housing crisis is in my view, not the right approach. And when you layer on, the concern about where would tenants be displaced during the construction phase, we have ample experience doing it. We just did it with 125 residents at our 57 residents at our Ashley Mar Co-op. It was done successfully, and there is housing out there for low-income individuals. It just needs to it takes time, and you have to have the right people working with you to do it. And so, I understand council's concern for displacing tenants, but, it's really the developer's problem. And I think the development industry here is sophisticated enough and, works within the rules. They will be able to comply to the current tenant policies. So, in my view, is we should be encouraging, we should be creating acceleration pace of change policies, increase the amount of housing, increase the amount of housing, because it does protect tenants. Like when tenants move into the new homes, it's really renewing the housing stock that they can then stay for another 20, 25 years. So those are my really simple two views. I also wanted to speak on the policy that limits the amount of towers per block. Again, I think that's kind of silly policy to limit the amount of housing in the Broadway plan. If you just remove that policy, you just double the amount of housing that can be put in the Broadway plan. I think it's projected at 30,000 homes. Why not 60? And in some blocks you can actually get 3 towers on the block with the 80-foot tower separation, and then maybe that's 75,000 homes in the Broadway plan. And I think with the embedded investment that the province and the city are doing with the subway plan, I really think maximizing the number of housing in this neighborhood is the best policy. And, over time, and if you create these policies that encourage housing, I always say, we work in Seattle, we've seen it in Seattle. Once there's a housing boom, rents do go down. And you need velocity for that to happen. And right now at City Hall, there isn't the velocity to have the approvals to get done. And so, and I'm not poo-pooing on staff. Staff actually responded to the old council really well. This policy was drafted by the old council, and they did what was asked of them. If the amount of hours that they spent on this pace of change policy was focused on ways to speed up housing, maybe that was a better use of their time the last kind of 6 months. But I mean, that's all I really wanted to say. I could go on and on, but I'm a big advocate of increasing housing, and because we're increasing housing, and maybe as some of the other speakers said, removing floor plate maximums, removing the shadowing restrictions on retail streets. This will all increase housing, and will also increase non-market housing. The policies are, if you get more market housing, get more non-market housing. So I'm, again, not in support of the current drafted policy, and hope council will also make a motion to amend the single tower per block policy restriction within the current plan. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Evan, for calling in today. We will move to our last speaker before lunch, Cameron Thorne. Cameron, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Cameron Thorne. I'm Vice President Development with Strand, and pleased to be able to speak today. For context, we don't have any sites in this area that would be in the areas that would be affected by this proposed rate of change. So I'm speaking strictly from a policy perspective. And I'm appreciate there's a lot of good things in this overall report, but I am speaking in opposition to the pace of change policy as it's currently drafted. Again, in the brevity of time, not to repeat a lot of the same things that the previous speaker made, because I agree with those same comments. I think the things that I would add, again, we know that we're in a housing crisis, so it seems like we've got one foot on the gas pedal and one foot on the brake at the same time as it relates to us trying to build more housing in a quicker way to deal with the crisis, and at the same time putting the brakes on actually allowing that to proceed. From a developer's perspective, it also creates a great amount of uncertainty because you're underwriting the land based on the idea that you're redeveloping it within a certain amount of time and taking into account the holding costs, etc. But then you find yourselves in this uncertain scenario whether you're holding it for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. I mean, it's uncertainty. So that does not send the right signal to the partners. I think of the development community as partners in building housing. So it sends a negative signal to the development community. I think it also creates uncertainty for renters because they don't know whether the place that they're living in is going to, what the time frame is for possible redevelopment of that site. I think also when I think about the vibrant economy that we're trying to build in this city, and companies, both whether located here in our province or in Canada or globally, are looking to. We know that it's a very livable city. People want to be here. Businesses want to establish themselves here. But if we are all at the same time sending a signal out that we're not really taking the kind of measures we should be to solving our housing shortage, that I think that's going to be a distraction to attracting businesses. Again, this is not a slight on staff either. I know that I know there is some concerns raised in the report about just processing things. So have a great amount of respect for staff, and just wanted to make that point clear in my comments. I also would like to echo the comments from the previous speaker about the horizontal separation of 80 feet between towers. I think that's what that's the metric that we use in other parts of the city. Certainly, some of the stuff that we're working on in the West End. Very livable to have that kind of space between towers, and I think that same principle should be applied here. I do know from talking to some of the senior staff that I think there is some efforts to look at simplifying and streamlining regulations for towers across the city. Right now we have quite a patchwork of policies that apply in different areas. So to me, simplifying the separation or setting a standard separation of 80 feet between towers would be a logical approach as well. So anyhow, thank you for the time, taking the time to allow me to speak, and thank you for all the work of council and staff on giving consideration to this report.
Great. Thanks for calling in, Cameron.
Thank you.
Okay, we are at lunch break time, so we will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Olivia, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Welcome back. We are going to continue with our speakers list. Next speaker is speaker number 15, Richard Campbell. Richard, are you on the line?
Speaker 15 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have speaker 16 on the line? Adam Hawk.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So Adam, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council, today for taking the time to listen to our concerns. I just wanted to, I am a resident of the Broadway corridor. I believe I'm the first resident of the corridor to speak today, noting that all the previous speakers have been from the real estate industry, development, or proponents or entrepreneurs or finance for real estate. I think in the interest of all those who spoke earlier, they'd probably like to have all restrictions removed. Probably have in the interest of capitalism and maximizing their returns, they'd obviously want no restrictions. As a resident of the Broadway corridor, I think that we need the pace of change protections in place. So I ask that council do accept the recommendation to keep those pace of change policy in place. I think it's sad that the economy has changed and it's more difficult for proponents and developers, but that's business. They're assuming risk for massive profit. So when the situation will change again in the economy and things will normalize. So I don't think that council should concern themselves too much with the current economic situation, because things change and they change quickly. But what I do want council to take note of is livability. I was actually opposed to the Broadway plan because I believe it'll diminish livability based on just too much density and creating the Yale townification of the city. This is a dark city with a lot of rain. Putting all those towers up, just it creates these wind tunnels of darkness. And so while I believe we need more density, I believe we need gentler density. I believe the whole city should be rezoned for 4 stories, and higher at major intersections. But I do think that we do need to limit the number of towers. And I think, the 80-foot setback between buildings is a minimum. So, that is just speaking from someone who lives here, in this corridor. And the other thing that I would say is that, we need minimum apartment sizes. Developers will happily build, 300 square foot studios and 100-floor towers all day. That is the best return. We need housing for families. I'm a single dad. I'm lucky enough to live in this neighborhood and have a reasonable sized apartment. But if I ever lost it, there'd be nothing comparable. Yes, I'd find another, 2-bedroom place, but that 2-bedroom apartment would probably be, nowhere close to the 1,200 square foot apartment that I live in today. So, so anyway, that's kind of what I have to say today. I don't know if there's any comments or questions.
Yes, you have questions from Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Adam, for calling in. I really appreciate that. I'm just wondering if I asked some questions earlier of staff. If you were to be one of the tenants that would have to move because of redevelopment on your site, do you have a preference or do you feel? I'm sorry, there's a bit of. Maybe that's your child.
Hey, Adam, there's just a bit of background noise there.
Sorry.
That's okay. Kids are kids. If you would want to ensure you could stay within the neighborhood, like how important would that be to you to find
So yes, no, of course I would like to stay in the neighborhood. I have, my mom lives in the Ukrainian community center. They've got some protected seniors housing there, so she lives nearby up at Cambie and 16th. My child's other grandma lives down in the Falls Creek flat or Falls Creek co-op area. So she's down in that neighborhood. My child goes to Falls Creek Elementary. So yeah, no, I'd like to stay in the community. But that did remind me of another point. Falls Creek Elementary is full. Where are children going to go when you add these 70,000 units on the Cambie on this Broadway plan? 10 years for supposed to catch up. So if we build all this build right now, So it takes the school 10 years to
Right.
build a school or
I
catch up.
do have a few other questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
One of the things that staff talked about was conversion of about 11% of the plan area streets into sort of non-car streets. I'm wondering how involved you might want to be in terms of providing public input onto what you would want to see if we converted streets into non-car uses. What kinds of things yeah, first of all, if you would like to be involved and would be
Oh,
participating in that.
yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I have all kinds of ideas, but I do believe that, with the climate crisis and the climate change and the massive amounts of, atmospheric rivers and all kinds of changes that we're having, I believe that we need to rip up some of that asphalt and let the ground soak up some of this water. So I think, the city has done some interesting things. Like I've seen in East Van off of First Ave, there's, it's a bike lane instead of a road. And it's got, space for drainage on either side, So I believe we need these green spaces, and we need to plant
Sorry,
more
Adam.
trees. I mean,
Apologies, Adam. We got to cut you off. You're at time, but thanks again for calling in today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, next speaker is speaker number 17, Bryce Margetts. Is Bryce on the line?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor, and Council. My name is Bryce Margetts. I represent our company, Canderel. We are a national home builder of real estate projects across the country. I lead our team in Western Canada. I'm based in Vancouver, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, as well as born and raised. We have 6 applications in the Broadway plan, 4 of which are in the RM areas, and 2 are in the centers. I'm strongly against all the recommendations regarding the pace of change, but I'm especially against the ratio analysis to prioritize projects. And I'll talk a lot more about that during the next 5 minutes or 4 minutes. The reason is we simply can't afford to put any roadblocks in place that do anything whatsoever to impede all applications. I sympathize with staff and council capacities or lack thereof, but applying the ratio analysis does not mean that the project you end up choosing will actually get built. I do agree that some form of priority to sift through what is real and what is not is needed, but I do not think that the ratio analysis should be one of those priorities. The headwinds from a national perspective, I just want to touch on that for 2 seconds. Our company is involved in purpose-built rental projects trying to get off the ground in Ottawa, Toronto, Quebec, Montreal, throughout the Montreal region, Calgary, and here in Vancouver with these applications. Some of the earlier speakers alluded to, the serious headwinds of the access to capital from the institutional market is basically non-existent. We are seeing our biggest threat of costs. We don't see them going down. In fact, most people are estimating costs increasing by 5 to 10% this year. All the supply and labor problems that we talked about earlier. So my view is that council should consider the amount of shovel-ready projects you have in the pipe out of these 100 applications as 0. Until these projects get entitled and until the risk-adjusted return of those credit committees approve those projects at that point, the fundamentals are not necessarily working right now, or if they are, they're hanging on by a thread. Furthermore, we are directly involved with or have insight into the status of 22 additional applications of those 50 applications in the RM zone. And in our view, the Broadway plan created a false sense of market supply. The combination of the 2-tower limit street to street, including the lane in the RM areas, together with the deadline for applications submitted on September 1st, meant that many landowners just submitted the applications to secure their place in line. These are not development applications. These are value preservation or value enhancement applications. And until they're either partnered with a real developer, in my view, most of these applications are not real. And I think staff alluded to it earlier when they said that they considered only 20 of the 50 applications to be in a real form. So, the real conclusion for me is I think it's ludicrous that we are talking about a rate of change when none of us have any idea what the change is actually going to be. If there's more tenant displacement and disruption in 2 or 3 years, maybe we look at something like that. But I think we need to do everything we can to have every application move forward with all of the tenant protections that are in place. We've analyzed it to death. We understand it. We will abide by it. One thing that we are doing, and I am pretty sure that almost every other developer will do, is hire, specialists in this area. There are tenant relocation specialists. They work for the tenant. They're paid by us, but it is tenant first. It's interviewing. It's anything from a mental health point of view to a relocation point of view. You, as alluded to earlier, a report must be submitted before you can get past certain approvals. So the tenants will know their rights. They will either accept a cash payment and go elsewhere if their life, if they so choose to, or they'll be allowed to move back in. But I just think it's a bit crazy to anticipate that will be so much of a problem when there are so many natural barriers to development, and we will deal with the tenant relocation as per the plan. So that is the bulk of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bryce. Question for you from myself. You mentioned all those other markets that your company works in. Have you worked in one of these pace of change policies before? Have you seen a pace of change policy before in any of the cities that you mentioned?
No, we have not seen it. This is the first.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, in terms of the process, in terms of getting shovels in the ground, how does Vancouver compare to those other cities you referenced?
We're having challenges in every market, to tell you the truth. I mean, we're, as the caller alluded to earlier, don't focus on the economics in this day and age. I mean, look, there's some truth to that. We're in a very difficult period where nobody knows where end values are going to be. There is a tremendous amount of interest rate uncertainty both on the long-term bond end and on the short-term as it affects construction costs. But, that means that it's hard to peg where cap rates are going to be, and that's causing difficulty in every market, whether it be Edmonton, Ottawa, or Toronto. In terms of your direct question about Vancouver, I mean, Vancouver is a great market. It's one of the best in North America for rental. But we need supply. We have all these people coming in. All we're doing is exacerbating rents by all of these additional layers of bureaucracy. I mean, we're heading towards, over $5 rents for a new product right now in this city, and it's going over $6. Like, supply is the only way that's going to change things. Sure, we have 4 sites we're going to displace, 30 units, but we're going to replace 36 units, and we're going to add 150 market rental units, and all of those people will get looked after, all within a major $2.5 billion SkyTrain line. All around VGH Hospital, which our sites are, all where we need rental housing. So, and let me be clear, we also have a 28-story rental tower on Broadway. That there's no, you cannot consider that the 50 projects in the center are magically all going to go. So you can only do 5 in the RM neighborhoods. Those are all in just as a precarious spot as the RM. You can't assume they're all going to go. The one that we have is far from being able to go. We have to assemble land. We have to finish a agreement with a landowner. Like, these are not shovel ready in the centers, in my opinion.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks, Bryce. Appreciate you calling in today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, speaker number 18 withdrew. So we'll move to speaker number 19, Melissa Bernstein. Good afternoon, Melissa.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. My name is Melissa. I'm 24 years old. I've been a Vancouver resident for about 5.5 years now. I'm studying at UBC, doing my undergraduate degree in computer science, and I've dabbled in a handful of geography courses, which has kind of got me here, I guess. I also knew about the Jericho plans 3 years ago, so I kind of know what's up. In the 5.5 years that I've moved here, I've moved 7 times. which is a lot. I live in a bunch of different housing situations, and currently I preside in the Broadway corridor that's being discussed today. In my current place, I am going through a fun time with my landlord, where I have had to threaten my landlord multiple times with residential tenancy board that I'm going to go there if he doesn't fix something. So I'm familiar with landlords being negligent, and I'm sure that this is why this case is important. Overall, I guess I'm probably the only person here who maybe is in favor of the pace of change policy. I think it's very important that we don't displace people if we don't need to quite yet. I think that there's an obvious need for more housing, especially affordable housing. Coming from a student background, things are expensive here, and you can barely find a job with living wage, even in the city of Vancouver, and for staff as well, which is unfortunate. So yeah, with the pace of change policy, from my understanding, is that, if we can kind of slow development a little bit in terms of not displacing people and kind of prioritizing projects that don't have people living in them, that seems like a good thing. So yeah, like I'm pretty sure that this seems like it could be a very obvious case of gentrification, especially in a relatively affluent area, which is kind of an interesting case. This would obviously target elderly people, families, immigrants, busy people, students, myself. I mean, this area is in a great location between UBC and downtown. It's a very convenient location to live if you want to work, live in the city, and go to school. Additionally, with the lack of the renter's office, which this council seemed to have gotten rid of, which is unfortunate, there's even less support for people in the city to get support for housing. So let's say I live in this area and my landlord who owns the building is like, okay, well, you got to go. Like they have to, it seems like there's policies in place along in the Broadway plan seem great, I'm going to get support for moving and I'm going to be able to come back in like 3-ish years and I'm going to get 20% off my rent. Wonderful. But is that going to be enforced? I don't think so. So what I'm calling for today is the councilors to kind of, listen to the other side. And in addition to supporting the pace of change policy, even a compromise state, maybe not full, like not like the option A, maybe like option B or C, but also to increase the staff who go through these applications. It was talked about earlier from the staff behind here that it seemed like there's a bit of a shortage of staff going through applications. A lot of the business men, mainly men, are going through saying things are slow, things are not going well. Maybe if we have more staff, this can kind of reach a compromise of more development, but also trying to help people who live here, long-term residents, people that can't necessarily advocate for themselves when these developers come in and try to change things. I'm done. Ready for questions?
Yeah, you have questions from Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for joining us. And so I've heard your type of concerns from folks speaking privately, but obviously not a lot of folks are showing up to speak to us today. Why are you here speaking about this, and why aren't there more people joining you?
Well, probably not because it's really well known. I really came today because I was alerted about the second item, which I guess is now the third item with the bike lanes on Broadway. I'll see if I get to number 39 later before it's midnight. But I really, came for that item in particular. But then I was looking through this item and I was like, this actually seems like very, very important. So I was able to kind of come up with some points and do some research and go through the Broadway plan a little bit. And I guess that's kind of why I'm here. And I thought if I'm here, I might as well do this as well.
So we've heard from staff that even with the modest pace of change, that would probably see estimates like a displacement of about 70 households based on their reckoning.
Mhm.
If you were one of those households, where would you go?
It's a good question. I mean, I've had to be really competitive in my search for housing, and the reason I've only got my place is because I offered more money. And that is not the case for everybody. I think I would try to live as close to where I currently live as possible because of the convenience to downtown, the convenience to UBC. But with the housing market, I think I would just kind of go wherever I got. And if the roommates were good, if the landlords seemed like they were decently caring, I talked about my landlords not being great. So I would try to live somewhere nearby, but that's because I have the agency and the money to do so. But I think I'm very lucky in that way.
Thank you for coming and joining us today. I know it takes time to hang out and do this, so thank you.
It's okay, I don't have class today.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much for coming to speak to us and for doing that research too. That's great. I noticed that you did mention the renter's office, I mean, there's a concern that if people are left without a place to move to, that who do they turn to, or what resources do they turn to for help? Do you know anybody that has used that renter's office that is no longer in existence but was funded by the city?
I do not. I didn't actually know about it. I only learned about it because of the presentations earlier today and some research I've done. I knew about the residential tenancy board, and I have threatened my landlord to go there, but I really didn't want to go through that process because I think there's a payment that I really didn't want to have to pay if I could just threaten my landlords. So having more awareness of the resident or the rentals office would have been great, and just something that's there that you could say, hey, what I think you're doing is wrong. Can I go here? So unfortunately, I don't know anyone, but I probably would have used it if I knew.
Great. Okay. Thank you. That's good information. Appreciate you coming again.
Hey, thanks for coming in, Melissa, and for your comments.
Thank you.
We'll now move to speaker number 20, Hannah Hermanek. Hannah, are you on the phone?
I am.
Great.
Can you hear me?
We can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my call and for listening to all the speakers ahead of me. I am just speaking as a resident of Vancouver, and I've lived here for the last 10 years and noticed a lot of change to the city, of course. And I'm a teacher, so I kind of echo what Adam Hawk was saying earlier about where all these kids are going to go to school with this pace of change. But I am in favor of the pace of change, which allows residents to stay. And I think it is really important that there is affordable housing in the city. There are office buildings downtown that I've heard that are empty, and I'm wondering if those could also be used for housing. And I haven't had much time to actually look at the Broadway plan in too much detail, but I just wanted to voice some of my thoughts around this.
Okay, thank you for calling in, and thanks for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
We'll now go to speaker number 21, Steve Barmash. Steve, are you on the phone?
Speaker 21 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. So speaker 22 and speaker 23 both withdrew. So we're going to go back through the speakers list to some of the people that we missed earlier this morning. Do we have speaker number 6 on the line, Alexander Wright?
Not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 7, Colin Hickey. Do we have Colin on the line?
No, not on the line.
And speaker number 8, Jean Swanson. Is Jean on the line?
Not on the line.
Okay, thank you. And speaker 15, Richard Campbell.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Richard. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, Chair and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. So I've been a long time renter in Vancouver, and fortunately I have a place I like, but it's always a challenge because one never knows how long that would last for. And it's, as you're aware of, it's so hard to find a new place in Vancouver, especially in a really great location. So I'm certainly not an expert on the rate of change or anything like that. So it's going to be a tough call. My main comments will kind of lie outside with that in relation to the Broadway plan, and just take all other measures to massively increase the amount of especially affordable housing, rental housing that can be built in areas or on sites where there is no displacement. And specifically the areas along Broadway and Main, and I guess it's 2nd Avenue. I always forget what the street is called at that point.
So I think there are already plans for rather tall buildings there. But, the difference between, adding a few more floors, especially if that can be used to create, more revenue or a better model for the site, and you can include more affordable rental housing, I think that's a really good direction to take, especially that housing is so short and it always takes a lot of staff and other time to develop these proposals. So, and quite frankly, for people nearby, the height of the building, once you get it that tall, it really doesn't matter on the street or even close by, for shading or, blocking the view. So the impacts of people living nearby are nothing or negligible. And, regarding any concerns, about shading, I think it now, especially in a climate crisis where we've had a heat wave that killed over 600 people, we need to be more concerned about things that actually harm people, like heat and sun exposure. So these buildings actually provide sun protection. So I really think we need to start taking it from that point of view. So make sure that the streets remain cool, and then people can walk safely on there at all times of the year, even extreme heat, and also to protect the people that who jobs depend on them being outside along the street, like postal workers and delivery workers and couriers and city crews and police, quite frankly, for that matter. So I think we need to take that perspective. Now, the other issue, though, is a lot of these sites are on really busy streets like Broadway, Main, West 2nd. And so I think there's actually an ideal opportunity, and I've brought this up before, is to move some or all of the arterial traffic off these streets where lots of people are living into the industrial area where there's not people living. And I think both from an equity and a fairness point of view, that's essential. You could also get more revenue from these sites on the arterials, which could be used to further fund, social or affordable housing or other amenities that the city, that people in the city want and need. So I would encourage you to strongly, look at those possibilities. And now I know there's a sense of urgency around the Broadway subway, but I think outside of that, and a lot of these streets aren't impacted anyway, but I think there can be overall transportation and livability improvements about looking at the whole arterial street network there and see what we can do to get some or all of the traffic on that in areas, the streets where no one or few people are living, like the industrial areas. And finally, I think there's another opportunity. One issue. I mean, it's great there's not much car parking, and it's great there's going to be, hundreds of bike parking spaces with these buildings, but, all the parking is currently underground. So I think there's an opportunity to both lower the cost and decrease the number of trucks needed to haul dirt away to build this parking by allowing some of the bike parking to be built, above ground, and that would involve increasing the height of the building. But there you have a trade-off. You have improved road safety, fewer emissions, lower costs, but then you might have, 2 or 3 more floors on a building. So I think those kinds of options seriously need to be looked at, for safety, climate, and affordability. Plus, above ground bike storage with windows is a far more friendly place than some, dark garage where, there can be some security, issues and things like that. And it's not necessarily the most pleasant, place to be. So,
Richard, sorry to interrupt you. You are at time, but you do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Okay.
Councillor Carr, go ahead.
Great. Yeah. Thanks so much, Richard. Really appreciate you coming in to talk to us about this. I know you're on the next list as well, the next around the Broadway cycling. But regarding this, I'm not sure if you listened to staff talking earlier about the fact that this plan does talk about reallocating 11% of streets within the plan area to non-car uses. I'm sure that you have some interest in that, but did you realize that there is this opportunity to become involved in the discussions around that?
Oh, yeah, that would certainly be fantastic, and I certainly have ideas in that direction. And again, I guess prioritizing the streets where people are actually living on for reducing the amount of asphalt and vehicles along there, both for noise and safety and general livability improvements would be my general response to that. But obviously, it's a a complicated issue involving lots of people and stakeholders, and I think we also need to involve the people that would like to live there as well in the process, not
Great.
just the people that are
Good.
currently
Well,
living there.
I hope that you keep following on our website the opportunities to get involved as this proceeds over the next few years.
Fantastic.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both, and thanks for calling in, Richard.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Just one more speaker remaining on the list. Going back, Steve Barmash. Do we have Steve on the phone?
Speaker 21 is not on the line.
Thank you. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks again, everybody who took the time to speak to council today. Would someone like to move a motion? Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconder. Oh, don't need a seconder. Apologies. In committee. So, council, is there any discussion? I see a few people on the queue. So, Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I actually have, before we get into discussion, I have an amendment that I'd like to propose, which I've emailed in to everyone.
Okay, I'll just move us to the amendment queue. Just one moment. And do you mind? I'll add you. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I'm a bit distracted by this bright sunlight here, although it's very nice. The amendment really is, I think, we've had a lot of discussion and dialogue today, and I'll try to keep this short because I know we've got lots of full agenda ahead. With respects to the aspirations around the plan, which are really well outlined in terms of 2/3 being the rental as well.
Yes, Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I don't have that amendment in my inbox.
I sent it to council meeting amendments.
I actually don't have the email yet either. There might be a slight delay.
I did email it to council meeting amendments. I can try it one more time.
Dude, what time?
Can you stop my clock? While
Yep, I'll just stop your clock. Yeah, let's just, could I get a 1 minute? Okay. Oh, just let's take a minute recess or two here just so our colleagues can review it.
No.
So we're just going to take a minute recess here.
Sarah, I noticed my clock's been running the whole time.
We'll get the clerk to deal with
I
that.
got it from David. David, if you could look under David's name.
Pam's.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to take a recess for 5 minutes and then pick back up.
Something is definitely wrong with our emails.
I know.
Okay, thanks for your patience. Councillor Kirby-Young, please continue.
Thanks, Chair. Can we reset my time?
Yes, here we go.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'm moving an amendment which I think is going to be fairly straightforward and to kick us off. And I think that what we've heard is the importance that there's a lot of impediments already to delivering the type of housing that we want, but I think that Council wants to keep a line of sight with respects to progress and how we are doing. The plan itself articulates the desired housing mix and in fact what is intended and enabled and permitted within that plan with sort of the highest proportion of 2/3 being focused on delivering rental and social housing and only a third at strata. But I think what we're hearing is that while we had, for example, 96 rezoning applications, inquiries, that we've only had 4 proceed to application at this stage in over 6, almost 7 months now, which is about 4%. And those will still take years to get built. So I think what this amendment does is ask for reports back on a regular basis to council so that we can have a line of sight into which applications are proceeding, how quickly they're proceeding, and at what stage they are. So we're not in the theoretical, but we're actually starting to look at what are we actually getting built and delivered for those very significant housing demands that we have with the record low vacancy rate of 0.5%, which has been dropping, but with...
Would it be fair to say, though, that that you will continue, though, to advance rezoning applications based on the key directions that were outlined in the Broadway plan and approved? And I'm just referencing one here, which was increasing the supply of secured rental housing, including non-market options and a new below-market rental housing option. Those would continue to be, those directions that were set by the council would be addressed, and we would see that in terms of rezoning applications that are advanced?
That's right, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. And then could you also just speak to, because we know there is a diversity of applications, the 96 or 100 that we've received to date, that some are more speculative in nature, some are actually in a state of readiness in terms of they have land where there's no displacement, they have the financing in place. Can staff give us an indication that projects like that would be prioritized, that we're not going to hold a project back because it came in after another one if it's in that state of readiness and ready to go and has met its policy compliant and all, it checks the box? This is what I'm saying.
Yes, that's right. I mean, we do take a first come, first serve approach to our inquiries and applications, but compliance with the plan makes it easier for us to move those forward more quickly. And compliance with the plan generally means delivering on the plan's objectives, obviously, which are particularly skewed towards and focused on affordable and rental housing.
Right, okay, so those would be prioritized in terms of compliance with the policy and the Broadway plan and the aligning with the directions we gave around rental, below market rental and social and supportive.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. And I'll just speak just briefly that I support the additional letter and direction. I think it's important, like I said, from a governance standpoint, that we are monitoring and getting that information back so that if there's a course correction necessary, we have a line of sight and we can give that direction, or staff can come back to us and say, hey, we're looking at this information and we need to make a change and go in a different way. So thank you. And thank you to Councillor Kirby-Young for that amendment.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, if you could please move us to the voting panel, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, so motion carries. Yes, motion carries with Councillor Bly absent. Do I need to say the call? Apologies. And Mayor Sim in conflict, or declared conflict. Okay, we'll now go back to the main queue, and Councillor Kirby-Young, we're going to reset your timer here.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to take this opportunity, and thanks to Council for the support on that. I think it's really important to monitor a plan in such a significant area of our city with 500 blocks and during a housing crisis. I want to appreciate all the work the staff have done on this. And I want to be very clear that I am not going to support a pace of change policy in this plan and as proposed by staff. And I'm going to outline the reasons why for that. We are in a housing crisis. We have a $2.8 billion investment by senior levels of government with a lot of effort, advocacy, and also commitment by the City of Vancouver. And that includes building complete communities that are walkable communities, which means housing close to that transit. We have an unprecedented amount of immigration expected, with 50,000 people annually coming into the region. We have a dropping and historically low vacancy rate of 0.5%, which, even if we continue to advance housing at a significant rate, is going to be very difficult to reverse. I think that this report, I asked the questions earlier, does not daylight as clearly as I would like to have seen the opportunity cost of implementing a pace of change. It's critically important that we are concerned with existing renters. I think that that's why Council supported wholeheartedly around the TRPP that we have. But what we're hearing is that we naturally have a pace of change, both from the economic factors and the challenges in terms of with inflation, the difficulty of building the desired type of housing that this plan clearly articulates in terms of rental and social being where the prioritization is. And we have our own natural pace of change at the City of Vancouver based on what we heard from staff, that they can only process a handful of applications every year. And our processes and timelines to deliver are very slow at this point, and they do need to become a lot quicker. If you look at it, we are years away from getting a lot of this housing built. I think that there is a big difference between a plan and the delivery. We need to be guiding for and looking to the future. People need housing. They are lined up, in some cases, dozens or hundreds deep in order to get units. And it would be, I think, send a huge signal that this council, if we implement yet one more restriction and put in a pace of change policy, that we are not taking the housing crisis seriously, and our commitments to our partners to deliver housing along the rapid transit lines. I actually think that it's still going to be difficult to advance. As I think staff described it, the meticulously crafted, we just heard that, meticulously skewed to affordable housing plan that is already here. I want to be clear, I did ask questions earlier as to whether or not it would make sense for council to direct the type of prioritization in housing that we wanted to see. And based on the answers from staff that we've heard, as well as the plan itself, I think that that's redundant because it's already inherently contained in the plan in terms of what the aspirations are around affordable housing. And in fact, council will recall that we had a very robust discussion when we adopted the Broadway plan around the fact that that choice to prioritize deeply affordable housing, to move away from prioritizing strata, to prioritize rental, social, co-op, rental projects with below market units, came at the cost of leaving community amenities on the table that we could have secured if we had done a different housing mix. So council has already consciously chosen to really give this very clear, unequivocal direction around what kind of housing that we want here. Our challenge is how we make up the community amenities to ensure that we have the parks, and I know we'll have that discussion a bit later on, parklets, patios, public space and for people to move, community center capacity, all of schools, all of those things in the neighborhood. But we've already sent a signal with this plan that housing was the priority in the plan. The type of affordable housing was the priority in the plan. And I think that that's pretty clear. So I think what we need to send a signal today is that we've prioritized housing last term. We're prepared to follow through on that commitment of prioritization to getting housing delivered. We know that there are impediments to doing it. We don't want to put any more barriers to doing so. And we are maintaining our commitment to some of the most robust tenant protections in North America. And so I think that pretty much sums it up for me. In terms of that, I appreciate the work the staff have done to investigate this moving forward. But that's why I will be voting against recommendation D. And then put the fourth that amendment so that recommendation B, I should say, against a pace of change policy. And that's why I also put in the other amendment because I think it's really important that council keep a line of sight on this. And as staff have said, we adapt as we need to as conditions may change, but we've got a long way to go yet. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, thanks very much to staff and all the work that they've done to get this in front of us and put forward all of the working considerations and for us to finally get the Broadway plan really going full steam ahead. We heard today from quite a few number of speakers who really told us to step on the gas and get the process going, trying to get more housing built. That really has become a clear priority. I note that we've got the provincial government and who are very eager to see us get housing on stream in this corridor, given the multi-billion-dollar investment with the new rapid transit line. We're going to have 7 stations that are going to dot the area in question, and it's really important that the city does its part to make sure that that housing and construction is in place to meet that new fantastic amenity. Of course, the federal government as well has put forward dollars and has also been very clear. So I think Victoria and Ottawa are looking very closely at what the City of Vancouver does today. So we have a responsibility to answer them, but making sure that we are making the development of this corridor a priority. I want to just also outline that we also heard from some people who are concerned about the risk of displacement, and those are absolutely important things to consider. We're not going to charge ahead in here and start losing existing affordable housing. If we don't have a strong process in place that makes sure that those tenants are protected, then we would have a different story. But the fact is that we do have our tenant relocation placement policy that is, as described as many, is the most robust in North America. This will, in fact itself, provide a pace on the viability of projects. It's going to take time for people who want to come forward with proposals and looking to do the development to make sure that they are able to meet the obligations of the TRPP. We also know that the process alone is still being worked out in terms of how we can speed up the approving and permitting in projects, and so that's work that's ongoing. It has also been indicated as a priority for this council. We heard that the engineering needs of projects that are also going to limit the completion, but provided to make sure that we have the right amount of infrastructure in place to meet this this new housing demand. And then, of course, we heard from John Stavell earlier, who talked about those economic factors that overarch this whole process, the cost of labor, the rate of inflation, and the availability of financing. All of these things are going to mitigate the pace of change in this corridor. So these are the prevailing conditions. There are many other factors that are actually going to dictate how fast this process moves. I think we have a responsibility to do everything that we can do on our end to make sure that we are removing barriers and make sure that the process is moving as quickly as possible. And so I also will be not supporting a pace of change set policy, and hope that we can rise to the challenge and respond to the senior levels of government who've invested in this community, invested into this corridor, and make sure that we have strong protections in place for people, put together great projects, make this a great community by making sure that we get housing built. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Meisner. I circulated an amendment.
Yep, I'll just move us to the amendment queue and add you back on there at the top. There you go, Councillor Boyle. Please go ahead.
Great, thanks. So I can appreciate that through the Broadway plan, in discussions from the last council, there was quite a bit of discussion already about prioritizing non-market housing, prioritizing new rental and below market rental. We've seen in a number of cases that it is important that the new council reiterate that direction. And I heard from staff in discussion earlier that giving direction around this prioritization is helpful for them. So what I'm proposing in the amendment is a striking of the pace of change policy, but instead giving clear direction to staff in those areas that would have been covered by the pace of change policy, that within the capacity of staff to manage applications, that they have clear direction from council to prioritize social, supportive, and co-op housing, projects with a high ratio of proposed below market housing and minimal displacement. This to me is one of the benefits that was in the pace of change policy, was that however we set those boundaries, it gave a container within which to do that prioritization. I don't think we need the pace of change policy, but I think that clear direction around prioritization is helpful, having heard very clearly that there are more applications than we're likely able to process. So for us to make sure we're clear what should go first is, I think, very valuable, and I'll leave it there.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. Can I get my time reset since we're in a new amendment?
Yeah, this seems to be a
There's some gremlins today.
reoccurring problem.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate this from Councillor Boyle. I actually had the same language prepared earlier today with the same concerns, and I think I spoke to it with the last amendment that we've heard from staff, that the direction and the prioritization of this type of housing in the plan is already there. And if folks are ready to go, they will move them through the process. So I think it's unnecessary because it's already contained. I totally agree with Councillor Boyle. It's important that this council affirm its commitment, and we are doing that 100% by staying with the plan, like literally. With the Broadway plan, we're not tinkering with it. We are not changing the tenure type. We are trying to take roadblocks out of the way to move some of this housing forward faster. Applications that come forward have to be compliant with the plan, and that includes the tenure type. So this is, I think, redundant in the sense that we've had the conversation. If I had thought that it was needed, I would have moved it earlier, as I said, because I had prepared it, but we heard from staff that it's clearly contained in the plan, and they understand that and they know how to move this forward. So that's my comments.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, through you, Chair, I can ask a question of staff on the interpretation of this. Obviously, we're just seeing this amendment right now, but aren't staff already processing rezonings in RM and CD1 to prioritize social, supportive, and cooperative housing projects? I mean, I'm not really sure what the intent of this is.
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair. We would certainly be prioritizing social and co-op housing, and I think it is true that the plan does give us really clear direction in terms of prioritizing those applications. Perhaps the one piece that's not as crystal clear in the plan is around ratios of below market to to existing rentals. So that might be a piece of a little bit of refinement that's proposed here, but otherwise, the plan does have, and we would be looking at certainly social and co-op housing as being high priorities.
So, Councillor, maybe I can just expand on this as well, and taking into account some additional information you've received from Teresa O'Donnell. I think, as Matt Shillito had indicated, generally we process applications on first come, first served. That's the general process. I think where we have a high volume of applications that exceeds either our staff capacity or council's capacity to process in a particular period of time, then there potentially is an opportunity for council to give guidance on which of those files you want us to work on first. Otherwise, we will continue to process first come, first served. I'll just defer to make sure I'm not misstating anything, but I think there is materiality here.
Okay, because I'm not seeing it say move these first. I'm just seeing to process rezonings. Maybe I'm missing it in the interpretation.
It does reference prioritizing in processing, so that's how we're reading it.
Okay. So I guess then follow through to that then, this still leaves the door open for no pace of change and upwards of 2,000 dem evictions. And I'm seeing a nod from the city manager, so.
Yeah, there would be no absolute restriction on the number of applications. It would just provide guidance to staff if council is interested to have staff work on, or for council to process applications with these coming ahead of the queue in those areas as defined in the
Okay,
amendment.
thanks. And I won't support this because I think as a strike of the pace of change, this just opens the door for still the same amount of displacement. And I do support prioritizing, a social housing cooperative, those projects. But by striking the pace of change, I think we're just also seeing like a catastrophic impact on renters in the Broadway corridor that are there right now. So I can't support the strike.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'll agree with my colleague, Councillor Fry. It's, to me, would be an interesting addition to just clarify rather than first come, first serve. These would be prioritized, even though I think staff are already cognizant that these are important projects. But I can't support the striking of the pace of change because even if you prioritize these, the development process still could lead, although it says with minimal or no displacement of renters, there certainly are projects that are still very valuable projects, below market housing projects, et cetera, that will lead to some displacement of tenants. So I think it's really important to still focus on where are displaced tenants going to go, and that's what the pace of change. And do we have enough housing to enable them to be housed at an affordable rate within this neighborhood or this local area? And that can't happen unless you have the pace of change.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I just want to add one comment around, we have a 0.5 vacancy rate. So no, we probably don't have enough housing to support folks being relocated, which is actually why we need to advance some of the projects, because advancing some of the projects could provide some of that needed potential swing space to do that. Otherwise, we're in the proverbial catch-22. So I just want to say that there's a kind of multiplicity to looking at that question, is that if you put in a pace of change, and you're not allowing anything to be built, you're not going to have anything for anywhere else for tenants to be relocated to either in the interim. I just wanted to add that comment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Seeing no one else in the queue to speak to this amendment, I'll now call a vote. Clerk, if you could please move us to the voting panel, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, the motion fails with Mayor Sim declaring a conflict. It will now go back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm going to try again with a different amendment.
Okay, I'll just move us to the amendment queue, and we'll add you back on there. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. So this is intended hearing that there are folks who hearing that recommendation B may not pass. This is intended as a new letter, an addition that would be relevant if recommendation B isn't approved. And in light of staff comments that they already have direction to prioritize social supportive and co-op housing, but that without the pace of change, they actually don't have direction to prioritize these highest ratio of below market projects, and that without this direction, they would be simply processing applications on a first come, first served basis in those areas. I think this aligns with what I have heard councillors say is their goal, but which isn't actually yet included in direction if the pace of change policy doesn't pass. Leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I have a point of procedure, Chair, and I wonder through you, perhaps the clerks can advise. I don't believe procedurally that we can have an amendment that is predicated on how council might vote on a piece that in future we haven't actually done or considered yet. I know that this is a procedural conundrum that's come up before, but can we get some guidance from that on the chair that we can have something that presupposes how we may or may not vote when we haven't yet?
Yep. We'll just take a couple minutes for recess while I confer with the clerks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead. And we're going to turn your mic on.
Thank you. I love the tech today. Yeah, so my question is, if this is permissible, but specifically if this amendment is out of order, because of the point that I had raised about presupposing a future vote, but also that it pursuant to 8.7 G or F, I believe. I think it's frivolous and redundant because it's already, there's already prioritization given in the plan. But I think pursuant to the first point,
Okay.
it's presupposing an outcome or a vote that it's out of order.
Okay, so Councillor, you're saying that you believe it's out of order pursuant to 8.7, is that correct?
Yes, and I'm asking you for a ruling.
8.7 what? Section, exactly?
I don't know that we actually have one for presupposing a future vote. I would look to the clerk for guidance.
Okay. So Councillor Kirby-Young raises a point of order about this potentially being redundant, and I just need a moment to confer with staff.
Out of order on the first piece and then on both levels, but I think we can deal with the first one, that you can't presuppose the first vote, so therefore it'd be out of order.
Yeah, so apologies, I misunderstood your point of order, or your first point. With the proposed amendment, recommendation B must be removed from the amendment to be procedurally correct. Just to clarify.
So therefore,
Mhm.
with the request for a ruling, if this is out of order, are you saying, Chair, this is out of order?
You're out of order. Your request for a point of order is in regards to the procedural error?
I'm asking
or-
for a ruling if this amendment, as it has been submitted, is out of order.
Okay, I just need a moment to confer with the clerk.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, it sounds like two questions, so I'm confused. Me neither. There. So, yes, it is out of order as it's presupposing a decision to be made on B.
Okay, so therefore we're back to the main queue.
Yeah, and now we'll go back to the main queue. Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Yes. What's our motto? That you can't lose if you don't quit. So I'm going to try one, right? I'm going to try one more time.
Okay, let's move to Amendment Q1. And I think we need to clear this queue.
Can I also note my clock's been running the whole
And
time?
your clock's been running, yeah. Okay, Councillor Boyle, I'm going to add you to the queue here, and please go ahead.
My third attempt at this is the same language. I think it's really helpful to hear the last version was out of order for referencing recommendation B, but it's not frivolous or redundant. We heard very clearly staff have direction to prioritize non-market housing, but outside of the pace of change don't have direction to prioritize projects with a higher ratio of proposed below market rental. And I think that that is important direction for us to add here, and also important for us to be thinking about in other areas that include a pace of change, and Grandview Woodland comes to mind there. So I think this is important direction in Broadway and elsewhere, and I have heard it broadly supported by others, and so I hope we won't get into nitpicking here and can support this being added as language in our recommendations today. Maybe as a last thing, I'll just say, we all know there's a lot of anxiety in the Broadway area about rental replacement, and I think it's really important and helpful for us to be speaking to that real anxiety and reassuring renters that our priority here is to, as much as possible, protect existing rental housing and be building new rental housing that that is more affordable and that provides more public benefit, more housing, minimizing displacement and maximizing new housing is the goal here. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this, and I'm appreciative of Councillor Boyle sort of modifying this to make it work. You know, we do, if we have any hope of trying to meet our TRPP aspirations at this point, I would call them, we need to have that affordable swing space housing. We you know, so it should be a priority. It would be almost an assumption, but it's not actually articulated really. So I think that this is an important piece to actually put in there to actually, you know, prioritize the processing of rezoning applications to support that affordable housing that we're going to desperately need if we really do, you know, regardless of this pace of change, if it doesn't pass, we're going to need that housing, that swing space housing. So I think this is an important addition. So thanks to Councillor Boyle.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Chair. I actually have a material, not a nitpicking, but a material issue with this one, and that is that it's only rental. So this means if we're prioritizing the new below market rental, we're not prioritizing co-op, social, nonprofit, which are equally important, I think, in terms of affordable housing projects. And I think they're also contained as aspirational housing tenure types in the majority of the plan. And so we are cherry picking one of those over some other really valid and important housing tenure types. So for that reason, this is a no for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to offer brief comments here because I will be speaking more fulsomely to the full report. But just with respect to this particular amendment, I just want to note again, I asked a number of questions to staff around the fact that we did develop and approve and endorse the Broadway plan, which has some very specific directions already within it around what type of housing will be delivered and to what proportion along Broadway. And that includes rental, below market rental, social, supportive, and co-op housing. And I know from experience over the last term that one of the directors of within our city purview is the director of planning is significantly empowered to make decisions and drive that direction. And so I have confidence in our staff to take the Broadway plan, the strategic direction that was set out there in terms of the type of housing that we want to see delivered, and to ensure that the projects that are compliant, that are meritorious, that align with our strategic direction and goals will be advanced in a timely manner to council for approval. And so for those reasons, I won't be supporting this additional direction. I look forward to speaking more fully on the full report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have two quick questions of clarification to staff, if you'll let me.
Please go ahead.
In my limited time, I'm hoping to hear from staff. There, as we heard, is previous direction to prioritize non-market housing. Would staff take this as a replacement to that direction or existing alongside that direction in the larger plan?
Yeah, thank you for the clarifying question through the chair. I would say we would take this because to Councillor Kirby-Young's point, the plan is so clear about direction around nonprofit and co-op housing. I think we would see this as additional direction around how to prioritize the market rental with below market projects.
Great. My second question is, we heard a comment that staff the Director of Planning has discretion around prioritization from Councillor Dominato a second ago, but I actually heard that without this direction, the policy would be a first come, first served basis. Can we just get clarification on that? Would this prioritization happen if there's not direction to do it?
Thank you for the question, Council. Staff will be coming back to council in May, actually, with respect to the volume of work that's in the system today, irrespective of the Broadway plan, and seeking council's direction on prioritizing that volume. Notwithstanding that conversation, as staff have indicated, there is language in the plan that brings social housing and below market and co-op to the forefront in terms of processing exercises. And the director of planning does have discretion in terms of just managing our workload around how to apply that relative to the volume that they're working with. But we will be seeking your confirmation and your direction in May with respect to the overall volume within the rezoning center.
Okay, specifically this piece about the ratio that is new in this project, is there direction for that if the pace of change policy doesn't pass?
No, there isn't. That language was specific to the draft pace of change plan policy. Yeah.
Okay. I just have 30 seconds more, so I'll just say it's unclear to me why there seems to be an unwillingness to support this when we've heard clearly that without pace of change it wouldn't happen, and it seems to be theoretically supported by folks. I don't know what the politics of that are, but I really hope folks can support including this language as important additional direction to be adding in and to be reassuring tenants in the area, well, like I said, maximizing new housing and minimizing displacement.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, if you could please move us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, the motion fails with Councillor Meisner in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim with a declared conflict, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Did I say that? And Councillor Bly absent. Okay, we'll now go back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle.
I'm going to go back on at the end. Thanks.
Councillor Klassen, can I cede the chair to you? Thank you very much. So, pace of change. I think we all realize the situation we're in here. We're in a housing crisis. We need bold action to deliver more housing. And we need to capitalize on this major significant investment made by the province in terms of the Broadway line, $2.5 billion. And I know the province is watching closely what we're doing here, and they're expecting us to take action on clearing roadblocks to deliver more housing. And to me, the pace of change policy with the very strong tenant protection and relocation program that we have in place, strongest in North America, is reassuring me that tenants are going to be taken care of, and we are also still going to be able to make significant progress on delivering more housing units in a city with record low vacancy rates, with 50,000 new immigrants expected in the Lower Mainland every year. And if we don't make movement on this, if we don't make some of these bold moves while taking care of people, we're going to be in an even worse situation than we already are. So I want us to get out of the way, and I want us to make significant progress towards addressing our housing crisis. I think most people would agree that this is one of the most significant issues, if not the most significant issue facing Vancouver. And I'm looking forward to seeing this move forward. Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Chair back, right?
Okay. Yeah. Chair back to Councillor Klassen.
No.
Apologies, thought that was implied, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So I think I understand the reason behind this pace of change policy. I think the reason here is the concern of what happened in other municipalities, where there were a lot of redevelopments on the older low-rise rental building replaced by the high-rise and high-end apartment. I understand that, but that being said, I think this pace of change policy does not solve the fundamental root cause of this housing crisis, which is supply. So I think what this policy really does is to control the demand, which to me is really moving backwards, that creating so many unnecessary limitation of the new development. So I think as a council, our job is not to add more restriction in a process that is already complicated and restrictive. So I think like other councillors said, rather than putting more red tape and barriers, we should really focus on building more housing and faster. Approval the rezoning application, permitting process, review the Viewcom policy, adjusting density bonus fees to allow more units to be built. I think that's the direction we should go. So in terms of the renter protection, as we all know, Broadway has the enhanced renter protection policy already. It is for sure the harshest in the province for developers. So if the product is not economically viable to build, the developer will just not build anything in Vancouver. They will just simply go somewhere else. So that would be a big disaster for the city. So if we want to build more units with the enhanced renter protection at the same time, sure, it has to go hand in hand with the hedge and the floor space ratio. So, using the pace of change policy to limit development in order to protect renters, it doesn't make sense to me. And when we desperately need more housings in Vancouver, and the policy is to slow down more housing, it doesn't make sense to me either. So with that, I'm not going to support this pace of change policy. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate the extensive questions that have been asked by councillors today with staff reporting back on implementation of the Broadway plan. I'll start, given that it has been the primary focus of discussion today around the pace of change proposal, and just reflecting back to the last term is that when staff brought forward the Broadway plan for consideration with the strengthened tenant relocation and protection services, they did not recommend a pace of change policy at that time. And I think that what we have heard since the release of this public report is a consistent message that pace of change will potentially do more harm than good in terms of delivering new housing. And I think we need to recognize that one of the issues that surfaced, and it came through a number of questions that councillors asked, was, is there a natural pace of change in this city? And indeed, we did hear that. And it is both linked to the development sector, a whole variety of reasons, whether it be labor supply, goods supply, financing, but also capacity within the city of Vancouver as well to administer and process rezoning applications. And so from my perspective, we don't need this right now. We always have the opportunity to course correct, which is why the amendment that was brought forward to have regular updates and monitoring of how things are going in terms of development, I think is crucial. And that is a key governance role for this council. But I want to speak more broadly to the issue of housing and recognizing that throughout this, I think that staff have been trying to balance the issue of, we know we need to add supply. We're also trying to balance displacement of existing renters. But we continue to hear, as Councillor Zhou pointed out, is that we are not advancing housing quickly enough, and we need to be paying attention to what the other levels of government are talking about. We've had the federal budget that come out this week. There are critics bemoaning that there's not enough being invested in affordable housing. We have the provincial government that is looking at other provincial levers to set targets and advance housing throughout municipalities. And I note that we also have new immigration targets for this country. Typically, BC absorbs roughly 20% of immigrants coming to Canada. A significant portion will be coming to Metro Vancouver and to Vancouver. So we need to ensure not only that we have housing for residents who are living here or coming from other parts of the country, but to new immigrants and refugees that come to our country. And so we have to consider that. We also need to consider that in roughly 3 years' time, we are going to have a Broadway subway line out to our views that is open and operating. And part of our commitment and accepting funding and support for adding that very crucial public transit in our city is to have added density in this area. And I continue, and it's now been 5 years since running in 2018 for council. It continues to be the top issue for many people is housing, and it's housing affordability, it's housing attainability, it's housing options and choice. And what fundamentally I hear is that people want to live close to where they work. And I've said this before, my mother commuted over an hour each way to be able to come into the city of Vancouver and she was a single income earner in our household. My dad didn't work. And there's a generational shift. People want to have a different quality of life. And part of that is being able to live in the city where they work. And so I think there's a whole variety of reasons why we need to be accelerating this work and accelerating housing in this area and not slowing it down. And I know there's a number of other pieces related to this that we talked about. Public realm, they're also very critical as we advance work in the area of Broadway, including it was noted earlier, park space, public space, and green space. But I'll close out my comments there, Chair, because I've probably used up most of my 5 minutes.
About
Thank you.
25 seconds left. Thanks,
Thank
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I'm just going to outline why I am supporting all of the staff recommendations, including the pace of change policy. Now, our city is in the middle of a housing crisis, specifically for renters. 25%, staff said, of our city's purpose-built rental housing is in the Broadway Plan area, much of it very affordable, and even though it's older. My ABC councillor colleagues have said we need to add supply. Staff have said there will be added supply. 30 sites, up to 6,300 new households that won't lead to displacement. The TRPP will not affect those applications. There is lots coming on stream. However, they have identified that there is an area where renters are most vulnerable, in the older, most affordable areas. And that is what the TRPP is aimed to protect tenants in, that more specific area within this plan. The TRPP is exemplary in North America. ABC colleagues, you have said that TRPP protection, you believe in it, you love the fact that it's exemplary, but our staff are saying it will not work if you don't have swing housing where people can move into. That is what the pace of change policy addresses. That disconnect between applications coming into an area and no housing for people to move into, which means you cannot implement the TRPP effectively. Or if you do, it's going to lead to a lot of unhappy developers who are trying to find housing to meet the obligations of the TRPP. And I'm hopeful that you would want to support that, meeting the obligations of the TRPP so people will not get reno-evicted. Not voting for pace of change is really voting to make the TRPP unworkable. And so I'm hoping that some of you will reconsider your vote. Staff have said that this will affect up to 2,000 households if you don't. The other reasons, however, I'm voting for this, for the staff recommendations in this policy. I'm super happy to hear that we are working closely with First Nations in the whole implementation of the Broadway Plan. Incorporation of their language, their history, their art, working in a collaborative way, I think is something I'm unbelievably proud that the city is doing. Continued protection of our industrial lands and enhancement of those industrial lands. I love the addition of arts and culture space. I think that's something that Vancouverites generally love. We don't have enough of, we hear about this all the time. Reallocation of 11% of our streets. I think a visionary policy which came out of last term is embedded in this plan. Staff outlined for us, it will involve residents, and some of it's going to get done this term, which I'm super happy about. The climate emergency. This plan does in fact, support our climate emergency. Zero emission building standards are incorporated, increasing density, compact neighborhoods, the complete neighborhoods compact neighborhoods, but the complete neighborhoods that people are yearning for. I mean, it's wonderful to live in the West End where you can literally walk to absolutely meet every need that you have. That should be the case throughout our city. So in this case, the Broadway plan is also setting that as an objective. So I'm extremely pleased with the work that staff has done to bring these policies forward to us as the specific implementation starts of the Broadway plan.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. So again, I commend staff for putting together this information, this report, and thank my colleagues here for, I think, an important discussion around the guiding principles that belie the Broadway plan and the important things that we need to recognize. And so, first of all, it has to be said for those who are sort of coming in and listening to this discussion today, the Broadway plan is an extraordinarily robust work. It's worth sitting down and taking a look at. It's about 500 pages, so it's not light reading, but it certainly has an enormous amount of clear direction in it with regard to how we are going to build within this corridor. That includes a very strong mix of social, affordable, not-for-profit, and co-op housing. So those questions around the availability of below-market housing being in this plan are already laid out there. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to respond to the loud and clear message from the public and from senior levels of government to address the housing crisis. The Broadway plan, again, we have to remind ourselves, is a generational document. It's really a vision for the second largest economic corridor in Vancouver. It's one of the most important job creating centers in British Columbia. And it's a 30-year process. And we have to get this process moving right now. I use probably not the most wonderful maritime analogy, but we have to get out of dry dock and get this boat out to sea. We really do need to get to work on this. And so on the whole subject of displacement, which again, I think is really important and is at the heart of the pace of change discussion, we have the former mayor of Burnaby to thank for showing us how not to respond to the need for affordable housing. The loss of apartments in Metrotown just a few years ago was roundly criticized by the public, and voters in Burnaby responded accordingly by voting someone in who promised to protect renters. So through the TRPP process, we will be protecting renters. And part of the challenge will be to address the additional displacement with swing housing, as has been mentioned. But in order to have that swing housing, we need to start building. We need to actually start getting new buildings opened and built. So with that, I would like to support this plan, but I do think that I will not be supporting the parts around the pace of change. Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. As I have said a couple times already, my goal in the Broadway corridor, as in the whole city, is that we be maximizing new housing and minimizing displacement. I think we get at that decently well here. I was really appreciative of hearing more from staff about the strength of our tenant protections, including the plan that we would actually be withholding permits until those tenant protections are in place, until displaced renters have a confirmed new place to be, not, as we sometimes hear and as tenants certainly legitimately worry about, not just an email with some options, but a clear option for housing. I think these tenant protections are an important new precedent for us to be setting. It was great to hear more of how they will be upheld from staff, and I have confidence in that. And as we have heard, the strength of these tenant protections will function to discourage development where there is a lot of displacement and encourage new rental where there aren't current tenants. And that is the balance I think we need to be getting at. Again, maximizing new housing and minimizing displacement. I was disappointed, despite all of my efforts, that council couldn't support specific direction that clarifies that. I think that would have been helpful and reassuring, and I continue to not understand why people couldn't support that. But I certainly am committed to continuing to push that language be clear. I think the metric staff came up with around that ratio of new non-market or new below market housing to existing rental housing is an important metric, and I hope that comes back to us more broadly in how we prioritize new buildings and in pace of change policies where they exist elsewhere. So I will keep pushing on that. I will certainly be keeping a close eye on our ability to enforce those tenant protections, particularly considering the low vacancy rate. And in the meantime, like some others, will be asking that B be severed out as a separate vote. And I won't be supporting the limit of 5 buildings in the pace of change in the balance of things. I think I'm just going to be a broken record in saying I think we do need to hold these two pieces of maximizing new housing and minimizing displacement, and I will continue to push for that everywhere that in every decision that we're making. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of quick summing up comments, and I listening intently to the comments from my colleagues around the chamber, and I would say this: you are not. I think if you vote for a change of pace policy, that says that you're not serious about housing. And to my Green colleague, we are prepared to be bold on housing. And I think that's a really important message that residents of the city need to hear. It was one of the most important things that is top of mind for people. And we hear that consistently. And if you are lining up and you are constantly trying to find a place, I think that story sort of speaks for itself. It's a $2.8 billion subway. We've talked about it before. We have desperately needed new housing. All those pieces that sit there, and we have an inherent pace of change. So what this says to me, and let me be clear, because I don't usually use party identifiers in the chambers, but my colleague, Councillor Carr, has, and so I want to be very clear to everybody here, is that ABC councillors, and I'm hearing this from my colleagues around the chamber, are prepared to be bold on housing. We are taking the housing crisis seriously, and we also are incredibly committed to the TRPP, stringent tenant protections, and both of those are priorities. And those projects just practically cannot move forward if somebody wants to redevelop an older building unless they have the responsibility to relocate the tenants, and they have to have somewhere to put them. Can't put them somewhere if there isn't space to do that. And putting a pace of change on that will just simply limit any housing starts. So you will not see changes and materially new housing stock coming forward in any significant way to tackle the magnitude of this crisis if a pace of change policy was put in place. And that is not what residents of Vancouver need. It's not what generations of people need. It's not what workers who are struggling to stay in the city need. It's not what people who don't want to commute back and forth to the suburbs need. It's not what people who need healthcare workers and first responders to live in the city and teachers and service workers need to make our city. And everybody needs to find a place. And that means delivering more housing, period. Bottom line. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Very supportive of this work by staff, fixed rate CACs, the inclusionary zoning for the arts. I'm coining that as the term, even though I know that's not the term, and the pace of change. And I thank you for all the work that's gone into this. I've heard all of our colleagues across the chambers today talk about we're in a housing crisis, and it's definitely true. We are in a housing crisis. However, we need to look at not just the needs of future residents, but the people who are living here right now. We also heard today from staff that we have 30 inquiries that could deliver 6,300 housing units without displacing any tenants. And that would give us the swing space to relocate tenants. That's not limiting housing starts, that's just prioritizing housing starts to do less harm. We've heard very clear recommendations from our staff that we need a pace of change, that the absence of a pace of change policy could see the displacement of 2,000 households a year in the Broadway corridor. If we think we're in a housing crisis now, what's it going to look like if we have 2,000 of our Vancouver neighbors a year displaced from the Broadway corridor? That's why, with very clear and unequivocal intent, I am supporting the recommendations and very specifically staff's recommended pace of change. I appreciate that we've talked about the strength of our tenant relocation and protection policy, and it's the strongest in North America. But I actually lack confidence that the TRPP is going to protect those tenants because first and foremost, there is nowhere to relocate those tenants. There's nowhere for those people to go. And by those people, I'm talking about the students, the seniors on fixed incomes, just regular working people in our city. We heard plenty from the landowners and the development industry and interest today that all want to see the pace of change eliminated. And we heard that it'll get in the way of delivering new housing. But we also heard from staff that without a pace of change, the deluge of redevelopment permits will be held up by our TRPP policies. And first off, this creates a really disastrous scenario for developers. So will there be future pressures on this council to eliminate the TRPP? Who's to say? I didn't anticipate the elimination of a renter's office either, but here we are. What is the future of the TRPP if this council finds that developers are finding themselves underwater with holding costs on older apartment buildings that they can't clear because there's no confirmed replacement housing? There will be a real significant reckoning for this council and a lot of pressure to come if we find ourselves in that scenario. And that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of financial pressure on the developer. It's a lot of financial pressure that is going to come to us in the form of a policy ask. I don't even, I don't know how this ends, and I don't have a crystal ball. But is this the kind of scenario where we could see buildings renovated down to the stud under a building permit, which allows the displacement of the tenants, and then a brand new renovated building with no tenants and no tenant protections is then put up for a redevelopment or rezoning? I wouldn't have thought that was possible yet, and not supposing that it's the same scenario, but just last month we saw a brand new renovated building demolished to make way for a new building, and the lacking tenant protections that went with that. So I think this pace of change is a solid recommendation, and I just want to highlight that we are talking about clearly identified 6,300 potential housing units that could provide us with that swing space to protect the tenants that we are right now about to contemplate displacing if this pace of change doesn't go through. So supportive of all the staff recommendations and very specifically the pace of change recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Klass, I'm going to cede the chair to you. So for me, the reckoning is going to be if our housing crisis continues to get worse. That's what the real reckoning is going to be, because I can't imagine that. We are record low vacancy rates, under 1%. And the TRPP, I do have faith in staff that it's going to be reinforced. It's extremely rigorous. I'm confident that it'll be reinforced, especially because nothing is going to be built if the TRPP is not followed. We heard from staff today very clearly that if units are not identified for existing tenants and the TRPP is not followed, shovels are not going to hit the ground. So to me, that is a pace of change policy. And I really don't think we need to layer on yet another policy when we're in such a significant and serious housing crisis in this city. And I know everyone here would agree that that's where we are. As for the renter's office, it's been brought up a couple times today. We actually provided more funding to TRAC, to an organization that has expertise in doing this, gave them a free office downtown, renovated it for them, and gave them more funding. And they are the experts in providing these services to tenants. I've used them myself, so I feel really confident about that decision. So this is why I will not be supporting a pace of change policy for a Broadway plan. Thank you. And Councillor Klass, I'm going to cede, no, you're going to cede the chair back to me. Okay, so seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. And clerk, could you please take us? Oh no, we're going to sever B. Apologies. So we received a request from Councillor Boyle to sever B. So we are going to vote on B separately. In just a moment while we get this up on the screen. Okay, thanks for your patience there. So we are going to vote on A, C, D, E, F, G, and H first, as we've severed B. And that's up on your screen. So clerk, you'll take us to the voting panel. Perfect. We're voting on A, C, D, E, F, G, and H. Just for clarification. And the motion passes with Councillor Bly absent and Mayor Sim declaring conflict. Now we'll vote on B. Okay, thank you, Clerk. Council, if you could please register your votes. And this is voting on B. Motion fails for B, pace of change. Councillor Meisner in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Bly absent, Councillor Boyle in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim declared conflict, and Councillor Joe in opposition. And that concludes item 1 on the agenda. Thank you. Thanks, staff. If you'll recall, this morning we had a request to vary the agenda, so we're now going to go to item 3 on the agenda as opposed to item 2. So the third item on the agenda is the West End rezoning policy, secured rental housing options in the Burrard corridor. Does any member wish to declare? Oh, sure. Yeah. Let's take a recess for 5 minutes. Sorry, got excited. So we'll take a recess for 5 minutes and reconvene. Thanks. Again. As I mentioned, we did vary the agenda, so we're going to move to item 3. This is West End rezoning policy, secured rental housing option in the Burrard corridor. So does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none. We do have staff here in the, apologies, there's the presentation. No, we have staff here in the chamber to present this item. So good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Chair, Council. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. My name is Neil Rashoe. I'm the Director of Community Planning and PDS. So today, we are bringing forward for your consideration updates to the West End rezoning policy and the West End plan that will continue to allow rezoning applications for secured market rental and below market rental housing in the Burrard corridor. Council has received a memo from the General Manager with a proposed motion to amend Recommendation A to strike language having to do with the shadow policy. And staff are here to answer any further questions or more specifics at your discretion. The proposed updates to the plan and rezoning policy are in response to market changes and emerging demand from the development community to build rental housing. The proposed updates will also bring the West End plan and rezoning policy into alignment with our current policies, including Vancouver Housing Vancouver, the Vancouver plan, and related council priorities. The uptake in response to the pilot policy that was approved by council in 2020 has been very positive and has resulted in several rezonings moving forward. Therefore, we expect these updates will continue to result in additional projects with secured market rental with below market rental units in the future. Now I'm going to turn it over to Lee Wen Su, who is the planner in charge and providing the presentation for you today. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Wen Su, and I'm a planner working in Planning, Urban Design, and the Sustainability Department. This is our presentation to you regarding the recommendation on amending the rezoning policy for the West End for secured rental housing option in the Burrard corridor. I wanted to bring up an overview of what I'll be presenting today. I'll start by providing the staff recommendation and some of the rationale, which includes background information on the area as well as some policy context. That's followed by an overview of some of the outcomes of the time-limited option, which includes some engagement highlights. Staff are bringing forward 2 recommendations for Council's consideration. The first is to make amendments to the rezoning policy for the West End to continue to allow 100% secure market rental with 20% below market rental applications to be considered in areas D and E of the Burrard corridor. The second recommendation is to make any consequential amendments to the West End community plan. These recommendations enable the city to be responsive to the changing industry and evolving housing demand of Vancouver. This is an opportunity for staff to update our policy documents to align with current citywide policies, including Housing Vancouver and Vancouver Plan, helping the city deliver more purpose-built rental and moderate income housing. To provide some context, starting in 2013, the West End Community Plan provides policies to guide growth in a neighborhood that's largely centered around corridors. It includes housing targets, improvements to the transportation and utility networks, heritage, community amenities, parks and open space, and a public benefit strategy. Next, the rezoning policy for the West End was also approved at the same time to implement the plan. The rezoning policy applies to specific locations for market developments that would generate a community amenity contribution for delivery of amenities that include social housing through an inclusionary housing policy. 4 years afterward, the Housing Vancouver strategy introduced the city's current approach to housing, with a shift to delivering the right supply, including targets for social and purpose-built rental housing. In 2020, Council approved the time-limited option that establishes the criteria for staff to consider rezoning applications for 100% secure market rental developments with 20% below market rental in the Burrard corridor. below-market rental housing was not in the original public benefit strategy for the West End. This slide will show you how the West End Community Plan is structured around 3 key sub-areas, which are corridors, neighborhoods, and villages. New growth is concentrated in corridors. They include Burrard and Georgia corridors, which are in light blue, as well as portions of Robson and Davie in orange. These were identified as suitable locations for additional housing and job space to support growth. The neighborhoods, which are residential areas in purple, provide modest and incremental change, focused on renewing and replacing the existing affordable rental stock. Villages that include Robson, Denman, and Davie are to be retained as low-rise commercial and neighborhood hubs. The Burrard corridor includes our highlighted yellow study area. This area was initially identified within the rezoning policy for additional density to deliver social housing as a CAC to help deliver the public benefit strategy. In November 2020, City Council adopted a time-limited option, which had the rezoning criteria to consider applications that were proposing 100% secured rental and a 20% below-market housing component in areas D and E, that's highlighted in yellow. This enabled an alternative option to build rental in addition to building market strata with social housing, specifically in this area. While new developments in other parts of the West End would provide cash CACs to support off-site public benefits. This helped align the West End Community Plan with Council's direction to support the housing continuum for more purpose-built rental housing. This option was a pilot with a 2-year time limit expiring on December 31st, 2022. This provides staff the time to monitor whether the take-up was successful and evaluate whether this was effective in progressing stalled applications, leading to today. After 2 years, staff evaluated the implementation of the time-limited option and found the response to be successful, with several applicants who have taken the opportunity to proceed with secured market rental and below-market rental housing as an alternative. During this period, we received 7 applications, which are shown in purple. These applications have included market rental, below-market rental, and social housing as well. 2 out of these applications have been approved in principle at public hearing, securing 462 secured market rental units, as well as 113 below-market rental units. So far, all the applications have proposed the same affordability mix for below-market rental units, which aligns with what we've seen from other projects around the city. Based on the uptake of this option, staff are recommending to formally adopt this option by amending the rezoning policy with a set of requirements that were initially presented in 2020 during the time-limited option. Here are some of the requirements to highlight, which are generally consistent with what was presented during the time-limit option with a few additions. First, these requirements are for rezoning applications that are for 100% secured market rental with a minimum of 20% as below-market rental, or 1-for-1 replacement of existing rental units with below-market rental units, whichever is greater. Building on the time-limited option, another requirement is that starting rents for the below-market rental units should be at minimum 20% discounted to the CMHC average market rents in the area. Staff will work with applicants to recognize a deeper affordability for below-market rental units with up to 50% discount to the CMHC area's market rents. With that, the secure market rental and below-market rental components would include at least 35% family-sized units. Tenant relocation and protection policy would apply if there are existing rental buildings. This opportunity would allow applicants up to 20% additional floor area beyond existing policy. But applications would still need to be assessed to ensure livability of the units and the overall urban design and built form meets the plan's directions, which may not result in a maximum 20% increase of the floor area. Through this opportunity, we can continue to allow more families who want to rent to live in a community. In our evaluation, staff conducted online engagement from January 23rd to February 12th on Shaper City. We sent out 650 new e-newsletters to the West End Plan mailing list and notified the Urban Development Institute of the proposal to make this option permanent. During this time, we received 19 responses, of which the comments generally provided support for increased rental housing as a permanent option as it aligns growth set out in the plan and as well is compatible with areas' existing housing, shops, and transportation. The concerns were centered around neighborhood impacts on school capacity, community facilities, nearby parks, and increased traffic. The delivery of the West End public benefits continues to meet the needs of the community and is on track with many projects underway around the neighborhood. In conclusion, staff are seeking approval on the recommendation to make the amendments to the rezoning policy for the West End. to continue to allow applications to be considered for 100% secure market rental with 20% below market rental housing in areas D and E of the Burrard Corridor, as well as any consequential amendments to the West End Community Plan. Council, thank you so much for your time. Staff will be available to answer any questions.
Great. Thanks very much for the presentation. And Council, you'll have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members, and I see questions on the queue. So Councillor Carr, let's start with you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks for this report. In the past, I've noticed that some of the delivery of rental housing, sorry, not rental, but social housing within some of the market buildings has come at a very high cost, i.e. the price per unit is quite high in those buildings. Will the inclusion, or sorry, will this ability to include the below market housing in rental buildings mean that the cost of producing that housing might come down?
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Carr. If I could ask Housing to Dan Garrison to give you a response. Thank you.
Hi, Councillor. Dan Garrison, Housing Policy. I think it's a really different construct of delivering housing in terms of the cost construct. Like in the inclusionary model, you're essentially building condos, which is generating land lift or value that we then use to more or less purchase the housing that's being built as social housing from the applicant. And so that construct is that, the construction costs, as you said, are high, and we need to pay for those with that, what would otherwise be a community amenity contribution, right? In this model, it's more about creating a financially viable rental project and securing the affordability through a below market project. So it's kind of hard to compare the costs of those two things because it's such a different sort of model of housing delivery and a different financial construct. Yeah.
I understand that, but I just remember specifically being really aware of it the first time around the Butterfly Project.
Yeah.
And the price, I know that was a number of years ago, it's almost completed now, but the cost per unit was well over $750,000 a unit. Now, at that time, that just was a big amount, not so much these days, but back then it was.
That's correct.
And so I would remember thinking to myself, was it better to retain the money and just use that CAC money to get housing in a rental housing project that's below market? So I guess that's really what the kind of question I'm asking. Is it, do we get more bang for the buck, so to speak, with the rental, including below market in a rental building versus social housing and a market condo?
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways, and part of it is related to the other 80% of the building, which is rental now. So it's more likely now the rents will be high, particularly at the higher parts of the building.
Right.
But for much of that building, the rents would be affordable to sort of normal households in the normal market, making sort of normal incomes, as opposed to a strata social combination where you are paying a relatively high price for the strata. For the social housing, and the strata units would be affordable only to very high income households, right?
Will it deliver more CACs in cash from the market strata?
That's a good question. I mean, the way that the West End public benefit strategy is designed to create a balance in a public benefit strategy. So in these areas where we are enabling the redevelopment of existing rental housing. The idea is that we would secure the public benefit would primarily be replacement affordable housing. In the areas where we aren't doing that, in the downtown districts, in the Georgia corridor, for example, those are the areas of the West End plan where the public benefit strategy speaks to delivering significant cash CACs to deliver things like, aquatic centers and libraries and the other things the community needs.
Yeah. No, I get that. And Alberni and Georgia have been, the place where we do get those cash CACs, which we are in desperate need of in terms of the West End plan. So I guess another way to frame my question is, will we, if there's no inclusionary social housing in a strata development in the Burrard corridor, will it mean that we will not have strata development in that corridor. It was always originally destined to be just rental, right?
Yeah, and we will still, there is still an option. We aren't removing the option here for an applicant to decide to do a strata and inclusionary mix. We're just
okay.
permanently including the option of a 100% rental with below market. So that you will still likely see, depending on market conditions and the choice of sort of business decisions of applicants, you could still see strata and social mixed projects in this corridor.
Okay, that answers my question. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I had some questions as well. Just around the shadow aspect of recommendation A that we were being asked to strike potentially. Just wondering what the reasoning is behind that. Is it to do more engagement, or is there another reason?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Yes, it's to allow some more engagement. The language that was put forward already exists in a publicly accessible document, and it's been in place since 2017. And so, for example, the 11 rezonings that have come through, been approved and secured, have all come in compliance with that bulletin. And so it wasn't new language, it was just a shift from one policy document to another document, and we shouldn't have made that shift without the public consultation prior to it. So our recommendation is to strip that from the Appendix A and to allow staff to have that conversation on the movement from one policy document to the other, and to do that in a transparent way.
Okay, and is there, what has been the feedback on that, those guidelines around shadows? Has there been concern raised, or?
Again, I can just say that of the 11 rezonings that have been secured, they've all come in compliance. I think in terms of what the full stream of applications, I have Yardley McNeil here to speak more specifically to the rezonings more generally.
Council, thank you for the question. Yardley McNeil, Director of the Rezoning Center. The majority of the projects that we have that have come in the system are compliant with respect to those shadowing conditions. We certainly do have a couple of projects with property owners that are pushing those boundaries and constantly asking us to reassess, are we willing to change it? But at this point, I would say we're probably closer to 80% compliance.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, seeing no more questions from council, we'll now hear registered speakers on the item. And our first speaker is speaker number 1, Evan Allegretto. Do we have Evan on the phone?
Hi again, I'm here.
Great, Evan. So you have up to 5 minutes, and please go ahead.
Hi, Chair and Council again today. I'm speaking in support of the policy move to the optionality, I guess you can say, from going from a condo option to a rental option permanent now. I spoke in support of the policy, the interim policy 2 years ago, and I'm in support of it today. The one thing that I would want to make a comment on is, while the policy is great, it would you just spoke to about the shadowing. Most of the applications that gone through currently were in locations that did not have impacts on shadowing, or very minimal to Davie Street or Robson Street. All the remaining sites, I would say, are less easy or would be affected by shadowing. So the shadow bulletin would impact a lot of the housings, particularly in the G section in the Burrard corridor, because most of the projects were have been approved on like Harwood Street or below Harwood Street, closer to the beach. So I would just, while I support the policy, I think the economics of being able to provide more of these buildings closer to Robson Street or closer to Davie Street will be much harder, because of the density will be much lower because of the shadowing restrictions on those in the bulletin. So I guess I just heard that staff will be doing some consultation on the shadow bulletin, But while I support the policy, I just think the economics will be really hard to achieve closer once you overlay the two policies.
Okay, thanks very much, Evan. Question for you: do you have any real world examples of how that shadow policy would affect a project in terms of what can be delivered?
Yeah, yes. I think I'm one of the applicants that have a couple shadow issues. So I have a project on Thurlow and Burnaby Street. It was approved as a condo project years ago. We're working with staff to meet the old shadow line, which actually isn't compliant with the new shadow line. But that project is being affected because of the shadow line, and so the art economics is harder on that. The next kind of like when you cross the lane or cross the street closer to Davie Street, the economics don't work because you can't achieve the density because the shadow line's very call it sharp. And then I also have a project on Haro Street, which is outside of this policy framework slightly, or it actually is. It's in Corridor E. It is affected by the shadow line as well to achieve the density to make the economics work. Where the OCP calls for 550 feet, and I think we're achieving like kind of on one like the policy compliance height would be more around like 200 feet. So make the economics, the shadow bulletin makes the economics really hard, and then the incremental shadowing. There's a lot, depending on where you are. Some projects would add a couple minutes a day. Other projects add a substantial amount of shadowing per day. But right now the policy is just thou shalt not shadow at all. And so, our view is kind of, we think council should be able to make that decision. And then they will be able to judge what's impactful, especially with feedback from the BIAs when making those decisions.
Okay, thanks very much, Evan. Appreciate the context there. And thanks for speaking today. Speaker number 2 is withdrawn. So that is the end of our speakers list. And would someone like to move a motion? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. And Council, is there any discussion? Any discussion, Council? Don't see anyone in the queue, but I just want to make sure we're not having a technical issue again like we were before. Oh, Councillor Joe, I see you.
Staff recommend we made a change for the shadowing that part, right? So I wonder how we're going to do with that. It's a point of information.
Councillor Joe, just to clarify, you're just wondering how to proceed given we were provided a possible amendment? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
so do we need an amendment from the council to do that, or what is the best way? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so I understand we would need an amendment from council in order to do that.
So I guess we have to coordinate within ourselves for that.
The amendment's written first.
Okay, but who is going to
The
propose
question
that
is,
amendment?
did you want to move that amendment?
Okay, sure, I can move that amendment.
Okay. Do we need a brief recess?
Yeah, I got to have that. Here.
Yep.
So I'll send this to the.
Thanks, Councillor Joe.
I have a quick-
Councillor Kirby-Yung, yep.
Yeah, I have a quick point of privilege. Our email box is very, very full today.
Yes.
If there's a specific email that is being referenced, can that be recirculated to council so it's top of the inbox?
Yeah, the email's from staff. So Councillor Joe will forward it to the amendment mailing list, and then we'll have it. So maybe we'll just take a.
Well, perhaps the staff email could just be re-forwarded, or can you just tell me which one it's from? I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I can take a look.
I can refer forward to everyone.
Thanks, Councillor Cho. Yeah, so the
we-
amendment should be in your inbox.
Yeah, that's the email from the city.
Yeah, so everyone should have that in their inbox. So Councillor Joe, I have you on the queue here, but did you have any comment on it?
No, I think as staff mentioned, there's some further engagement they need to do in terms of this shadowing policy. So nothing else to be discussed. Just put that forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, I'm now going to call the vote. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Young, I'll go to you.
Yeah, I have a point of information, and again, thank you for bearing with me, just due to overloaded emails, but can staff explain to me in simple terms what this means in terms of real experience? Because I don't feel I have enough information to vote on this.
Yeah, that would be great.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Kirby-Young. So in Appendix A, this text is included in the rezoning policy, the update to the rezoning policy. And so this motion would strike it from that update to the rezoning policy. So it would no longer be in the rezoning policy that you're voting on.
Okay, I guess I'm sorry, I'm asking in layman's terms, not procedurally, but what does this mean? We're eliminating,
So the bulletin, the 2017 bulletin, builds on the policy in the West End plan that says to maximize sunlight on shopping streets. And it provides clarity for staff and the development community of how to operationalize that. And that's the bulletin we've been, it has been in practice since. This is the language from that bulletin, and the proposed, what had been proposed under Appendix A was to include it not just in the bulletin, but in the rezoning policy. And so it's not new language. This is the language that is in the current bulletin.
sorry, can I ask the question a different way? Because
Sorry.
in layman's terms, what is going to happen? Is there more or less shadowing for people that are on the street in this area? Like, I'm just not clear in the way this language is written and what it actually means in practical terms, because it says to eliminate shadows. It doesn't say that we're going to be tolerating more shadows in order to gain increased density. I'm reading this as eliminate shadows on the north sidewalk between 10 and 4.
So
What is it currently, and what will it be changed to, and how will it be different? This is the question.
that the practice would be the staff would use the same language from the bulletin to review rezoning applications in the future.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm not sure, Chair, if I can't get.
No change.
then I'm
No,
not-
no, it'd have no material change on the shadow or the performance of the buildings from before this vote to after this vote.
So if it's no change, why are we doing this? What does this mean? I must admit, I'm very perplexed by the last minute emails back and forth and language that, because I'm hearing from some speakers there's a need for change. I'm hearing from staff that this is no change. I'm hearing it's procedural. I'm hearing from some counselors that they think this is going to make a change and a material difference. Is it going to increase density? I admit I'm thoroughly confused.
So to provide as much clarity as I possibly can, it will not affect the design of buildings. It is a procedural move from one policy document, the bulletin that has the design guidelines in them, to the rezoning policy. And it was the intent of the move by staff was just to provide a more transparent and upfront place for where it's more accessible. This policy is more accessible, given it has been a topic of conversation in the public. And
May I reflect that back to you, just to make sure I'm clear then? It would be fair to say this is an administrative change, but it's not going to change the current shadowing, the application of the current shadowing policy or open up new density.
correct,
So it's just administrative.
correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, so, sorry, Chair. I just want to clarify as well, along with my colleague, Councillor Kirby-Young. So it's administrative, and if I heard you right, we're striking it out of here because it's already somewhere else. Is that, it's a duplication?
And that's correct. And the move from the bulletin to the rezoning policy, even though it is administrative, the planning department agrees that should have been something that we should have broadcast, even though it does not impact the practice of our rezoning planners. Just for transparency and good governance, we agree we should have brought that forward to the community for conversation.
Okay, so but it's in essence a duplication is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a further clarification point of information. Can you confirm to me, does this actually make the shattering requirement more stringent because it is now contained in the policy, whereas before it's previously a guideline that staff use discretion to apply? Does this actually codify it and make it more stringent?
I would have to defer to our zoning planners for the application of that distinction. One moment, please.
Thanks, Councillor. Teen Fan, Senior Rezoning Planner. By striking this out, it doesn't make it more stringent. In fact, by striking it out, it echoes what already exists in policy. And so what already exists is 10 to 4 or 10 to 3. So it just repeats
And to
what
be
we've already
clear,
been doing.
it's policy, like was it adopted by council or was it a guideline that staff used?
The plan was adopted by council.
Was
The
the
rezoning
shattering
policy was adopted
policy
by
adopted?
council.
Was the shattering policy specifically approved by council?
The bulletin that has this clear language was not approved by council, similar to other bulletins.
But if we approve this now, then council is approving it, versus if we do not approve this, then council has not approved it, it's just a bulletin.
Yeah, the bulletin remains as a bulletin that council has not approved. So striking this out is keeping with.
So, thank you very much. So hearing that, Chair, I'm not prepared to support this at this point because I feel that we need a more fulsome dive into shadowing. I don't want to codify something that is more stringent.
Okay, we are at
than we
time,
already have.
Councillor Kirby-Young,
Thanks.
sorry. Mayor Sim.
Yes, or just along these lines, like in layman's terms, is this going to help us build more housing faster, or is it going to slow the process down?
It will have no impact on that. The bulletin remains, and so to strike it, just to clarify for Councillor Kirby-Young, to strike it would put us back to where we already are today in terms of the policy structure. So it won't, what will happen going forward after today will be the same as what's been happening for the past 5-6 years. And so the sort of the more cautious approach that would allow for more consultation and discussion and deeper dive would be to strike it and to keep the status quo. Yeah.
Okay, maybe looking at this a different way, once again, in very layman's terms, like if we approve this and for whatever reason we want to,
Unless more participants join, this conference will end.
I have that effect on people, I guess, eh? Does it make us harder for us to change things on the fly? Like, are we gonna have to go through administrative hell 6 months or 6 years from now if we want to change it? Like, does this restrict us? Because right now it seems like it's almost like it's a nothing thing, but it could be a material thing.
So striking this will not make it more difficult. So to approve the motion as put forward will not make it more difficult to achieve the housing goals of council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm hoping to follow up with a point of order question. Just to clarify, does not striking this do anything? I hear staff are requesting that we strike this. It's an administrative piece. It provides some clarity. It doesn't make a change. Does not striking it create more confusion than already exists?
Maybe I'll ask my director to respond to that.
Hi, thank you for the question. As the rezoning director, our staff that implement council's policy, we see this phrase already in the existing bulletin that's been widely circulated for the last 5 or 7 years. We won't change the way we review these projects because that is part of the review process. That bulletin is in a document that wasn't council adopted, but as staff indicated, we have a number of urban design bulletins that help inform policy. This is one of them. So there's no change from our perspective in terms of the regulator of this as to how we would see these projects needing to meet these shadowing conditions, which essentially allows sunlight onto public shopping spaces. between certain periods of the day. Taking it out of the rezoning policy, which staff had suggested to put it in, doesn't really change the review. It may be seen, though, by some members of the public as being less of an authority on these areas. But the Director of Planning has the jurisdiction to apply policy or guidelines that help inform policy, and this is one of those things.
Okay, so staff are asking that it's administratively clearer to pass this amendment with the rest of the report. I heard the response to the mayor's question that it doesn't slow down any of our housing goals, and I assume conversation about shadowing as it relates to sort of the larger question of priorities for achieving our housing goals isn't impacted here. That's still a conversation that can and will happen.
That's true. I think the feeling was that they're having this in the report today without having it transparently declared to the public could be conceived as maybe not the right way to do that. So take it out. And if we want to attack or go through a conversation around shadowing in these areas, let's have that in a public forum in a way, and consult with the community and the BIAs first, and get them to weigh in on are these things that are still important to them or not, and then move forward that way. So what this does by removing it is just keep the status quo that we have today.
Okay. I appreciate that and feel mostly clear about where we're going here, and am comfortable supporting it, and appreciate that that is an important conversation that we will be having, but not in this moment.
Councillor, sorry, I'm looming over your shoulder
That's
here.
I
Maybe I
see
can,
looming.
I know this is a little bit complicated, and I'll try and take a cut at this as well, just supplementing the information provided by staff. So what exists today is a guideline that was produced by staff, their staff that are administering. It was never approved by council, so it's not council endorsed. The original report that you got recommended that it become a council endorsed policy. We haven't actually discussed that with council. It wasn't specifically referenced in the report. It wasn't subject to public consultation. That's what we're suggesting shouldn't happen. So by taking it out of this report, it remains a staff guideline. That discussion about what council wants to do as policy would come back as a separate piece.
Okay.
Hopefully that helps.
Yes. More and more clear every moment. Thanks. So again, happy to support this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, so also I need some clarification here. I was very confused when I was asked to put this motion forward. So I just want to make sure, so this amendment will not become a barrier in the future if we want to change this shadowing policy.
That's correct. In fact,
Okay.
it's preserving flexibility for council to do that.
Okay, thanks for the confirmation. Yeah, that's all my question.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Mayor Sim.
All right, just to beat a dead horse here, because I think we're all struggling with it. So maybe asking it a final way. So are you saying right now our shadow policy isn't really codified anywhere? Is that right? In this area, like on Denman and Robson, or Sir Davy and Robson Street?
Thank you. It's currently in a bulletin around the West End policy to help inform the West End plan.
Yeah, but sorry, and like I'm still I feel like I'm still new here. So when it's in a bulletin, does it mean it's like hey, this is what we kind of feel that you should follow, but you really don't have to follow it? Or is it, no, you have to follow it at between 10 and 4 o'clock on the equinoxes. There can't be shadows on the street.
Yes, it would be fair to say it's not a regulation, but it's certainly one of the, it's similar to a guideline that says that the urban design aspirations of this area really are best delivered by adhering to this. So the Director of Planning directs us to apply that.
It's not 100% definitive that there shall be no shadows at that corner. It's a guideline, but you can follow it 99% of the time, and it's not codified right now. And it hasn't been approved. Like, this hasn't been written into, some kind of law by a previous council.
But we apply it as it's written.
Okay, but that's just that's been our practice, but it's not codified anywhere. Like,
That's correct.
okay. And so by having this amendment, does it now codify it?
As entering it into a policy, it certainly makes it closer towards the regulation, but I don't think it makes it any different, to tell you the truth, because it's not a district schedule, it's not an ODP, it's not in that area of really regulatory frameworks. Even a policy isn't in that area. So we're just moving one step closer, but essentially, we would see it in the same way from a staff perspective.
So,
And-
Mayor,
and-
maybe I can just help with this.
Yeah.
So right now, the report as written proposes that council adopt this as a policy. This amendment would remove that. So it would remain a staff guideline. So this preserves maximum flexibility. This question about what council wants to do, whether as a policy or writing it into a bylaw, that would be a future decision. So this is maintaining full flexibility. Council is essentially not making it, if council adopts this, council wouldn't be making a decision on this today. Staff would continue to apply it in our work, but for council, it would be an open question.
Great. Thank you very much. Sorry for asking the questions. It's just a big decision, so we want to make sure that we understand it. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I get it. So we're actually taking it out because it was put in and council hasn't had a fulsome conversation, yes?
Actually, you're out of time, Councillor Kirby-Young. Apologies, I should have done that. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'll just continue where Councillor Kirby-Young just left off, which is just to clarify, it's not going to be now formally in the policy. It's going to go back to what it was before it was here, and it will still inform discussions between staff and applicants, but it won't be absolutely required, and it will go out for public discussion as to whether or not it should be more formalized.
That's correct. I would say the public consultation, I think we would work with council to make sure that's the priority for the work program. But if council would like to have action on this in the future, then we would take guidance from council to engage in that process. And so by by voting for this amendment, all your other statements are correct.
Great. And already you're having those discussions because we hear from applicants who are, in discussion with you, who say that there are concerns around the shadowing on Robson or on Davie, right? So what's already happening in terms of your discussions with applicants?
It is an active conversation with applicants.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I'm clear.
Okay, thank you. I was on the queue, but I can take myself off as I think I had my questions answered. So seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, I'll now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please move us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. And this is for the amendment. Okay, the motion carries. Oh, we're just waiting for one more vote. Is Councillor Dominato absent? Yeah. So Councillor Dominato absent and Councillor Bly absent. Thank you. And we'll now go back to the main queue. Councillor Joe, do you have
I'm good.
comments?
Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else on the main queue, I will now call the vote. And clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel on the main motion. Oh, maybe just a moment while we put that up on the screen. Good to go? Okay. Okay, it should be up on the screen there. So this is the motion as amended. And clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel. And council, if you could please cast your vote. Okay, motion carries with Councillor Dominato absent and Councillor Bly absent. And that concludes item 3 on the agenda. Thanks. Yes, Councillor Carr.
Yes, Chair, it's personal privilege because I have an LOA for tomorrow, but I'm wanting to know if you in any way can estimate whether or not we will complete item 2, which is the next part of the Broadway plan, tonight, or will need to use the backup date of tomorrow. It's important to me to know that I will be there for the discussion and vote, but I would have to cancel some important appointments to do that.
Yep, that's a good question. And I'll just confer with the clerk to estimate if that's possible, if we think we're going to complete it tonight.
Hard. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. So just a moment, thanks. Hey, Councillor Carr, in response to your question, it's very unlikely we will finish item 2 today by 10 o'clock. No problem, no problem. So given time is of the essence here, we will move to item 2, which is Broadway active transportation lanes, next steps. Does any member wish to declare a conflict on this item? Okay, so we have Lon here this afternoon in the chamber to present the item. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is in response to an amendment that was passed by Council last spring when the Broadway plan was being considered. And it was directing staff to commit to future active transportation lanes on Broadway. Council also directed us to report back with recommended designs and funding sources. The one thing that the motion wasn't clear on, and this is something that we're specifically seeking direction on today, is the when to deliver that. So the team has reviewed designs and options and have recommended an approach that pursues active transportation, development of active transportation lanes after the subway is open and operational. And there is two primary reasons for that. One is that the funding for construction, we don't have funding in this plan. To actually fund it, we would have to reallocate from projects that are actually already planned or in various levels of process, or seek new funding. Also, the designs of the station blocks have been kind of negotiated with the project, and going back to change those could be a bit challenging at this point. But the other bigger reason is, the second reason is related to the timing of the conversation or the engagement that we would have to do on this project. As you know, the Broadway subway is under construction right now, which has impacts on the street and of course has impacts in the commercial areas, and has impacts on the parking availability in order to facilitate that construction project. And when we launch engagements on big projects like this, of course, the team, in fact, the team here at Vancouver is very competent at developing separated bike lanes, but it requires very intensive conversation with all of the affected businesses that these are adjacent to. And this is a very big project. It would be about 4 kilometers in length. That's twice as long as the longest separated bike lane we've ever done. It's active retail across its entire length, which is usually the most challenging parts where we're implementing separated bike lanes. So for those reasons, we think that having the conversation now would actually present more challenges than when the system's open and operating and people are using the system. If council did adopt our recommendation in the next couple of years, of course, we would continue to work on designs, public realm plan, we would do construction, but we would do it in a way that kind of honors the commitment to introduce separated bike lanes or active transportation lanes in the future. So at this point, we are primarily seeking direction on the timing. In particular, do we want to have these built in advance of the subway opening? And should we adopt the recommendation again, we would pursue the implementation at a future date at council's direction, and that option or the future implementation could be option 2 or 3, which you see there, or or a hybrid of those options. Those are all quite possible. So now to give you a little bit more detail on the actual proposed options, turn it over to Paul Storer, Director of Transportation.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As Lon said, I'm Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. And I'm going to walk you through some of the considerations around active transportation lanes on Broadway. Assuming I can get my presentation. Oh, there we go. So Lon talked about this. With the approval of the Broadway plan, Council directed staff to review, analyze, and report back on recommended designs, funding sources for meeting goals of having AAA safe active transportation lanes on Broadway. And that's kind of coming out of the Broadway plan, and a lot of work that the Broadway plan had done around looking at Broadway as a corridor and what we and the public really wanted it to be. So the Broadway plan includes a guiding principle to enhance Broadway as a great street. And that includes making 4 primary elements: making it safe for everyone, making it comfortable for everyone, making it legible for people to get around, and making it a more enjoyable space. Right now, it is not a very enjoyable street to be on. So looking at active transportation lanes on Broadway, or protected bike lanes, there's a lot of potential benefits for including them on a high street. So on a shopping street, they can deliver more equitable access to shops and destinations. They can help us meet our sustainable mode share goals by connecting people to those destinations. They provide that safe, comfortable place for people to bike and use micromobility devices. And because of that, we see very little sidewalk riding after we build active transportation lanes or protected bike lanes. And, you know, with all that, they have the potential to really reduce things like noise and air pollution on our streets, or for people on our streets. There are a number of precedents that we look at. Within Vancouver, outside of the downtown, we don't have a lot of examples of active transportation lanes, protected bike lanes on high streets. But we see others locally. City of North Van just built Esplanade, which is a good local example. Internationally, we look to cities like Amsterdam and Copenhagen, which have a number of these. There's trade-offs with all of them. And, across North America, we're seeing different examples. In Toronto, Bloor Street was a really well-known example of that. And, we see some really positive results of those sometimes. So Bloor Street saw good outcomes for the businesses along Bloor Street, as an example. So when we're talking about Broadway right now, we're kind of looking at two different contexts. So there's the context of the blocks that are being rebuilt with the Broadway subway construction. So that's 7 blocks along the corridor with the 5 stations. And then there's the rest of the corridor that isn't directly being impacted by the subway construction. And you know, we see different constraints on the different areas. So in the station blocks, as Lon mentioned, you know, the designs are complete or essentially complete. A lot of things are set now. So the vent locations and elevations and things like that are set. A lot of the utilities are set. So we have different design constraints on those blocks. They are at the major arterial streets, so we have more need for accommodating high volumes of turns. So we need things like left turn bays at a lot of these locations. And these are where there are major bus stops with people transferring to and from the Broadway subway. Looking at vehicle volumes along the corridor, the graph along the bottom shows west to east the peak hour volumes. So these are the busiest hour of the day along the different parts of the corridor. And the bottom dotted line is the approximate capacity of a single lane of traffic. And the second dotted line is the approximate capacity of 2 lanes of traffic. This is kind of often how we look at our system and what kind of what changes will start to mean to a street. So we can see, particularly in the eastern part of the corridor, so east of Oak and definitely east of Cambie, traffic volumes are kind of at that 2-lane threshold. This is pre-construction. So we're seeing this playing out during construction. Basically, we have 2 lanes in either direction for parts of the corridor, and it's working quite well. So we feel very comfortable about reducing traffic down to 2 lanes in either direction across the corridor, plus turn bays. We think the vehicle volumes will drop by at least 15%. West of Cambie and definitely west of Oak, you're kind of getting to that in-between range between a single lane and 2 lanes. So it's definitely lower traffic volumes there. And we've been seeing this during construction as well. So in the report, we've outlined 3 different options. So I'll just walk council through those. So there are option 1 is essentially moving ahead for now with where possible, widening, reallocating the curb lane, the bus lane to wider sidewalks. So particularly in the station blocks, but then also moving towards that in other blocks where there's an opportunity. You know, what day 1 might look like is we would, you know, once Broadway subway opens, we would restore full-time parking and loading, so not have the bus lanes along the corridor. Some of that space would start to be taken up with curbside patios and parklets and other, you know, uses for curbside space. And then through redevelopment or capital projects, we would start to build out, you know, where it makes sense, that wider sidewalk, more space for patios, public space, and that kind of thing. This requires no change really at the station blocks. Probably some tweaks we'll need to do just to help facilitate those future active transportation lanes, but generally no big changes to the station blocks. And you know, we will also be improving parallel corridors coming out of the Broadway plan and in our short-term active transportation planning. So particularly 10th Avenue, we've been doing improvements along that corridor for a decade. There's still more to do. And then off Broadway and 14th and other parallel corridors, there's some real opportunities to make those better cycling facilities. Option 2 is essentially, or in option 1, we were reallocating the space where possible to wider sidewalks and public space. We would be reallocating the curb lanes to active transportation lanes. This would result in us not really being able to increase space for things like pedestrians, patios, and seating. It would kind of limit parking and loading. We, it would require a change to the design of the station blocks to implement. So that's something we would need to work through with the province to see kind of how feasible that is and what the costs might be for that. This is basically the only feasible option we can see in the station blocks. Because whether or not you're talking about 4 through lanes or 2 through lanes through the rest of the corridor, you know, this is where we have the busy bus stops. You need a turn lane. You need often right turn lanes if you had active transportation lanes. So essentially at the station blocks, we're looking at kind of that 5 vehicle lane cross section. Through the rest of the corridor, if council were to direct us to do this, we can also look at additional road space reallocation beyond the curb lane. So option 3 would reallocate 2 lanes, the current curb lane and middle lane, 2 wider sidewalks in active travel. That would leave a single lane in either direction. This is a very simplified version though. At, you know, intersections where we need to facilitate turns, this would likely also have a 3rd lane for left turns and things like that. And if council were to direct us to move ahead, we would look at, you know, where that made sense and how to best use the space on the street in different areas to be able to meet council's objectives. This would also limit parking, loading, pickup and drop off. Broadway is a really important east-west arterial for goods movement, for transit, and it's part of the major road network and the truck network. Because of both of those, option 3 would require TransLink's approval. Actually, option 1 and 2 also require TransLink's approval. We're just kind of more confident that we would be able to get it for options 1 and 2. So the report has a recommendation and 2 alternatives that we've laid out for council. So the recommendation is that we proceed with option 1, and we would report, which is defer active transportation lanes, design for them to be added later where possible, and to report back to council on the design of the street as part of the Broadway Public Realm Plan. And the reason for this, and Lon laid a bunch of this out already, but it gives us an opportunity to, post-Broadway subway, to kind of see how transportation is working in the corridor, to better understand where there's more potential to reallocate road space and things like that. You know, it allows us to, because the designs of the station block are already complete, it allows us to move ahead with that without a big negotiation with the province on that, and reduces our financial risk around that. We don't currently have budget for that, so it defers us determining when and how to kind of prioritize this in terms of our delivery of active transportation. You know, it eases regional approvals around the MRN and reduces concerns about truck route impacts. And just, it gives us more time to do things like robust engagement. Just because if we were to move ahead with options 2 or 3 in the station blocks, we would be under a lot of pressure to get these designs complete to include in the redesign of the station blocks. This would give us more time once council directs us to move ahead with it to do that more robust analysis and engagement before completing it. I don't know what just happened there. Oh, there we go. The alternatives are that, so alternative B is that staff go out just with option 2, so reallocating those curb lanes to active travel lanes. We would go out and do public and stakeholder engagement on that, work with the province to figure out how to incorporate those into the station blocks. We would, you know, advance interim designs on the rest of the blocks and figure out how we would do those. And then we'd report back to council with the final recommendation, trying to get it in by the end of the year. just so we have an opportunity to modify the station block design. Alternative C would be to advance designs for both options 2 and 3. So same thing, we would go out and engage on those and work with the province on how to implement them in the station blocks and look at what sort of interim treatments we could do along the rest of the corridor. Just walking through a little bit of a comparison of the options, just for clarity. So again, in the station block, option 1 is reallocating that curb lane. So a lot of the station blocks have about 7 lanes, including a left turn lane. Reallocating 3 meters on either side to wider sidewalks, public space. There's some parking and loading we're keeping on some of the station blocks where there are things like accessibility needs or really severe loading needs. But for the most part, it would be reallocated to wider sidewalks in those blocks. In options 2 and 3, we'd probably be looking at no widening of sidewalks, maybe some reductions, and we'd be incorporating active travel lanes instead of those wider sidewalks. In the other blocks, option 1 would be, again, a lot of some parking and loading would return, and we'd be looking for opportunities through development and other things to reprioritize that space for people. Option 2, we would be looking at taking that curb lane and reprioritizing it for active transportation rather than for walking, patios, and public space. And then option 3 would have the bigger impact on the road network. So we'd be taking that down to a lane in either direction. But you would have that opportunity to have both wider sidewalks and active travel lanes. In terms of implementation, so for option 1 in the station blocks, we would be looking at delivering, we will be delivering wider sidewalks as part of the subway construction. And that doesn't have any impact to the project or the designs. In the non-station blocks, as I said, we'd be reallocating road space where it made sense with development or capital projects, kind of depending on that local context. And then we would be doing the work to preserve, to make it easier to install active transportation lanes in the future. With options 2 and 3, in the station blocks, we would be having those discussions with the province to implement active transportation lanes. And we would be figuring out what the financial implications are of that, as well as when that would be incorporated. In the non-station blocks, we'd be looking at how to do an interim active travel lane, which would likely look like something like Smythe, which is the photo up there on the bottom right, or Beach Avenue or something like that. So the public benefit strategy and the capital plan didn't include the costs of active transportation lanes. So we'd be looking at how to fund them. Basically option 1, so the widened sidewalk is part of the reconstruction of the street. It's within the scope of the Broadway subway project. More funding would be required for active transportation lanes. And, as we said in the station blocks, kind of costing them out at what it would take us to build them. It's about $3 million. It's very unclear in terms of the cost of what it would mean to add it on to the current project. In the non-station blocks, and when we look at the whole corridor, option 2 would probably have a price tag increase of about $10 million over option 1. Option 3 would be about $20 million. A lot of this wouldn't be, if we were to deliver it through redevelopment, a lot of this wouldn't be directly borne by the city, but it would be something that would be part of the pro forma of a development. The interim, it looks like we could build something that looked like Smythe between the station blocks for somewhere between $2 and $5 million. We'd also, with all of these, we'd also look at funding opportunities with TransLink and other senior levels of government. So the next steps, if directed to move ahead with option 1, staff would continue to work with TransLink, of course, on how to design the streets. It's MRN, so it's co-managed with TransLink. We'd be continuing to work with the host nations on incorporating values, history, and art into the design. And we'd be advancing those streetscape design concepts. We would be engaging public and stakeholders on the Broadway public realm plan as a whole, and part of that would be the design of the detailed design of Broadway, but not getting into kind of the active transportation and how that would be implemented. We'd refine that concept, and then we'd come back as part of the public realm plan in about a year to council. If directed to move ahead with options 2 or 3, so either of the alternatives, in addition to the work with TransLink and the host nations, we would be getting going with negotiating with the province on the changes to the station blocks. We'd be advancing the streetscape design, and we'd really start going in the next few months with starting to engage the public and stakeholders on the concepts as council directs us to start to get feedback, to start to have those conversations about what the impacts would be of different types of treatments, what the trade-offs would be. This would be a very accelerated process because we would be needing to get back to council fairly quickly, probably by Q4 2023, with for direction on how to proceed, particularly in the station blocks. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Paul, for the presentation. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members, and I see everyone in the queue. So, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a bunch of questions, so can I move for a second round?
Yes, all those in favor of a second round, say yay. Any opposed, nay? Okay, carries. Thank you.
Thanks. I sent some of these questions in advance, but I want to ask them in the public too. I'm wondering if we have an estimated cost of adding active transportation lanes at the station blocks after we've done the resurfacing of those blocks with the province.
So we don't have a detailed estimate of that. We kind of don't have great prices on what it would cost to add it in, because it is part of this, very big project delivered by external designers and an external contractor. So we don't have really great knowledge of either way. There are different ways we could implement it later. Some would cost more and some would cost less. Like if we were looking at grade changes between the active travel lane and the sidewalk, that would be a big capital project, and we'd be looking at drainage and all this kind of thing. We could, if we were to do something more like what we've done in front of Olympic Village Station, where it was just paint, it could be fairly cheap. We also have things that are in between that give some, that we're looking at that can give some physical separation between the sidewalk and the active travel lane, but isn't kind of the level of a little curb. Okay. So it really depends on the detail of the design.
Okay. The direction from council was a little less than a year ago. Have there been any conversations between our staff and the contractor or the province about this direction to add active transportation lanes since that direction last June?
Yeah. As soon as we got the direction from council to start to explore it, we started talking to the province without kind of getting through the process of analyzing and designing them and doing engagements and getting council, kind of a final council direction on it. We haven't been able to land that or even get, super far in terms of what it would cost from a design change perspective and a construction change perspective, because they would need to go back and talk to the contractor who has a civil designer who would need to modify the designs and then figure out.
Really a question of that contractor. This provincial government has been very supportive of active transportation. And my understanding, the question is really the contract there and
And yeah, and the problem is we're already very far in the design process, including things like setting where vents are and things like this. So changing the design can be fairly expensive now.
Okay. It feels like we were less far along last June, but I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to keep going. Do we see an increase in people using active transportation modes when safe infrastructure is built?
Yeah, absolutely. Like when we've built it, all of our active transportation routes are designed for all ages and abilities, all of our new ones, and that opens up active travel to a lot more people.
And do we know in Vancouver through studies if particular demographics are more likely to use active transportation when there's safe separated infrastructure as opposed to being mixed in with cars?
Yeah, absolutely. So we see where we have our all ages and abilities facilities, we see more families, we see better gender balance on our facilities, we see more seniors. We just see that broader spectrum of people who are interested in cycling but don't feel comfortable cycling close to traffic.
Okay, great. And it's our transportation goal and climate goal to get more people into active transportation.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's part of how it's an important part of how we manage our transportation network
Okay.
into the future.
I have a couple questions about e-scooters, so let me see what I can get in. Without active transportation lanes, do we assume that e-scooters will be mostly on the sidewalk or mostly mixed in with cars on Broadway?
So legally, e-kick scooters wouldn't be allowed on either the sidewalk or the street on Broadway. Right now, they're restricted to local streets and protected bike lanes, the active travel lanes we're talking about on Broadway. So legally, they would need to stop kind of at the closest place they're allowed, so on the local street, and walk to their destination. Maybe lock it up there.
I'm out of time.
Sorry,
so I'll
yeah.
come back to that. Thank you.
We'll come back in the second round. Thanks. I'm just noting the time, the number of us on the queue for questions, and the number of speakers that we have on this item. So just wondering if someone wanted to move a motion to finish item 2 today by 10 and refer items 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12 to the council reserve at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
I have a point of procedure, which is I don't
Yes.
think we can extend past 10 for a vote unless it's unanimous. We can extend past 10 to finish speakers, but the decision to extend and vote would need to be unanimous. So I wonder if we can come back to that as we get closer to 10 and see where we are.
Yep. Okay. Sure. Yeah, we can do that. I just wanted to give some certainty to some of the speakers on the other items that are potentially now going to have to wait till tomorrow, but we can perhaps revisit it after dinner break.
Can we?
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. So we'll keep going. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Paul. So am I kind of correct in interpreting that, like, a lot of the trade-off here is, because I think many of us are disappointed not to see active transportations baked into this or recommended, that the trade-off is sort of this great street model versus the accommodating active transportation lanes?
Well, the trade-off is really whether we allocate, like kind of what we're allocating that space to. So between options 1 and 2, it's between allocating it to sidewalks and public space and patios and things like that, kind of more what was envisioned in the Great Street in the Broadway plan versus allocating it to active travel lanes. When looking at option 3, you could potentially get both of those things, but then there's the trade-offs to movement, like to vehicular movement on the street.
Yeah, I mean, not to prejudice where I'm going with this, but I'm a little more kind of into option 2, I think it was. But so is there a lot of pent-up demand for the kind of great street model, like patios? We see a lot of patios and stuff, but we don't currently see that right now. It's kind of bereft of anything.
Yeah, I think one of the key things we heard during the Broadway plan process was people don't like Broadway as a street. People don't want to hang out on Broadway as a street. It's 6 lanes wide. It's lots of, trucks and fast vehicles and things like that. So, and tons of buses with the B lines. So the goal of the Great Street concept was to reallocate more space to sidewalks and patios and things like that partly to tame the streets so that it is a more comfortable place to be.
So build it and they will come. And you know where I'm going with this. induced demand. So do we anticipate, so we're suggesting basically that if with a great street, we would be inducing the demand for people to have patios there or whatever and spend more time on Broadway. Would that same notion apply to giving more access to active transportation or giving more access to vehicular traffic? If we build it, they will come.
Yes, yeah. So like if we're building, whenever we've built active transportation lanes, protected bike lanes, we've seen people using them. There is a network effect, right? So if it's an integral part of the network, we'll see people starting to use it a lot more. We don't have an example like Broadway right now where we've built protected bike lanes on a street purely for access to businesses. So we aren't entirely sure what it would mean in terms of induced demand and people getting there.
But so, I mean, currently vehicular traffic is quite constrained. Obviously, the station box construction has kind of made Broadway a bit of a mess and we're seeing less traffic. Do we know where that traffic's going? I mean, obviously we see a lot here on 12th. Do we anticipate that once Broadway reopens that we will see all the traffic return to Broadway or can we pivot away from the volume of traffic knowing that we're going to have a subway that'll move a lot more people, less buses, yada, yada, yada?
Yeah, absolutely. So we expect with the Broadway subway, we're going to see at least, we've estimated about a 15% reduction from pre-construction traffic. Right now, at times we're kind of up close to what the traffic levels were before construction. There's, when we've done studies of why the traffic is on Broadway, for the most part, people, like the vehicles aren't on Broadway because they want to drive through the area. Usually they're on another street if they want to do that. For the most part, the vehicles on Broadway are accessing Broadway itself, businesses and residences in the Broadway corridor. So if we were to restrict the roadway beyond, we're very comfortable with going down to 2 lanes in either direction. That will reduce the capacity, by a reasonable amount in the peak periods when we have those extra bus lanes. We're comfortable the system will accommodate that. In terms of going beyond that, though, what would happen to that traffic? Some would try to move to other corridors like 12th Avenue. Some of it would shift modes. Some trips wouldn't be taken. It's kind of hard to know.
Seconds. We're anticipating, we mentioned deliveries as an issue. Are
Yep.
we anticipating the loss of lanes that would normally serve as delivery function?
Sorry, pardon me?
Deliveries and supplies. And are we anticipating that we're getting rid of lanes in the Broadway plan that would normally facilitate deliveries and supplies?
So the Broadway plan proposes reducing the width of the road by 2 lanes.
Sorry, we're at time, sorry. Second round coming up, though. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. What are the future of buses in this corridor?
Yeah, so with the opening of the Broadway subway, you wouldn't have the 99B line anymore, which is one of our busiest bus routes in the city. So you'd have less transit on Broadway, but we still would expect to have a bus service that looks like the number 9, so local service, serving all those locations between the stations. There's a number of routes that use Broadway for part of their routes. And some of those are busy bus routes. So it kind of depends on where you are in the corridor, but we still expect Broadway to be an important transit street above ground.
Thanks very much. You commented on the fact that people don't want to really be on Broadway. I know what you mean by that. Not that it's not an important street for the businesses and people who work and live around there, but in terms of an actual destination, we don't have many east-west streets in Vancouver that have that kind of high street feel, correct?
Not a lot of our high streets are north-south.
Yeah. If this option 1 goes through, are we going to see potentially a reduction in traffic congestion?
So if option 1 goes through?
Yeah.
Relative to pre-Broadway subway, I don't know if we'd see a big reduction, but we wouldn't be expecting an increase.
Is the growth that's happening around the Jericho land and UBC being factored in terms of our east-west transportation corridors? And where does Broadway play in that?
So Broadway is a really important east-west arterial major road network, truck route street. It is kind of one of those key ways for trucks and other vehicles to get out to UBC and, you know, western Vancouver. In terms of growth there, we really need a lot of that growth, most of that growth, to be accommodated on walking, cycling, and transit. So in terms of reducing the lanes on Broadway by a lane in either direction, we don't really have concerns about being able to accommodate that growth, particularly with the subway extending further west, hopefully. But you know, we're always considering growth as we're looking at things like this.
So you're strongly hinting that that adapting the corridor at a later time than, I guess, the actual development of the SkyTrain station blocks could be factored into how the street is built in the short term. Is there I'm always curious about how you're going to use that space. So will we actually have areas that would conceivably turned over to active transportation routes that would just be sidewalk space or some other usage in the short term?
So right now, the really critical part is the station blocks. So we'd be mostly designing for wider sidewalks. You know, there'd be those areas of loading and pickup and drop off and things like that. In the other blocks, it kind of depends on where you are in the corridor. Option one kind of takes us towards prioritizing sidewalk widening, where we have an opportunity to reallocate lanes through redevelopment or something like that. But as we look, particularly on the western part of the corridor, vehicle volumes are a lot lower. And post-Broadway subway, we'll have a way better sense of how traffic has adapted to the Broadway subway being in place. So we might see more opportunities in different parts of the corridor to make some connections along Broadway.
I'm going to go for a second round, but I'll ask one more question. Just in terms of, I realize that we have limited resources. Would this plan, if we went to option 2 or 3, put at risk anything like the Granville connector, for example, just because of the sheer cost and the amount of infrastructure on that?
So the Granville connector is funded. It's funded out of the last capital plan or the first phase of the Granville connector. If we were to reallocate funding from our active transportation corridors budget to this project, you know, we'd need to look at all our other projects like that we're working on, like Portside Greenway and Butte Greenway.
Sorry, we are at time.
Okay.
Apologies. I'm up next. Okay, kind of continuing on that, Councillor Klassen's question. Would you consider this corridor as being a gap in the network right now, in the cycling network?
I wouldn't call it a gap in the cycling network right now. You know, normally when we've been looking at how to, at the cycling network overall, we're looking at a minimum density of high quality, all ages and abilities cycling facility to get people close to their destinations. We haven't been designing that network to get everyone right to the destinations. We do have improvements that we want to do that we've been doing a lot of work on places like 10th Avenue to improve those for everyone. But I wouldn't say Broadway. Normally, wouldn't say Broadway itself was a gap in the network.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, what corridor in Vancouver do you think is a top priority that is a gap currently?
So one of the key gaps, well, there's a number of gaps, and we're going to be bringing our active transportation plan to council in the next few months. in terms of what those priority corridors are. But there are some key gaps, like where we're about to start engagement on the Portside Greenway, so right along the north part of Vancouver. There are places like getting out to the Lionsgate Bridge. That's a gap for all ages and ability cycling. East-west, kind of along the Fraser River, we have gaps. So there's a lot of gaps in the network still.
Okay, so this is not one of those top priority gaps. Question around traffic signals, because I know there's a lot of traffic signals on Broadway. What is the cost for one of those bike signals that we see downtown that is specifically for bikes to move through the intersection? For each one of those signals, how much does that cost?
That's a difficult question. So it kind of depends on how much signal upgrades we need to do to get there. A new signal is often $500,000. If all we're doing is adding the head, it can be pretty inexpensive, but sometimes we need new controllers and other hardware, need to replace poles and conduits. So it totally depends on the location.
Okay, I understand. Cambie Street, I know it's not a part of the major road network, I don't believe, as Broadway is. But what sort of reduction did we see in traffic volumes when the Canada line opened on Cambie? Did we see a reduction in traffic volumes?
I think Steve Brown can answer that one.
Hi, Steve Brown, Manager, Traffic, Transit Integration and Projects Group. So as part of one of the past Mayor's Council plans, we wanted to actually highlight the impact of the Canada Line, and we looked at a couple factors, the bridge traffic volumes, because we have permanent counters on that. We saw a reduction in about 30% in traffic volumes across that, and then we also verified that looking at all the transit volumes across the north-south corridors, which increased by about that much as well. So it was about a 30% increase in transit and a 30% reduction in traffic volume.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Gosh, I'm just looking here. So if we were to go with option one, for example, and look at adding the lanes in the future, once the road has reopened, once the transit line is in service, is that a difficult process in terms of reallocating some of that wider sidewalk to a future separated bike lane? Is that what does that look like? Is that more expensive than doing it now, essentially, is what I'm asking?
It's hard to say in the station blocks right now because we have, because we're so far along in the design process and construction process. In the other blocks, it's probably about the same. Like it depends on how we design it, right? Like I guess on any of these things, before we do major reconstruction on a new part of the street where we haven't already done the design, it's always more helpful to kind of know what's coming. But we also, I think at this point, we'll see post-Broadway subway how traffic reacts and where there's more opportunity to reallocate more space. So we might end up with a very different design in a year or two than we would move ahead with today, not having that info.
Yeah, because you have that data.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm out of time. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Just reflecting a little bit on some of what I've heard, is it fair to say that this is more of a question of pacing as opposed to a dichotomous choice between an additional active transportation lane in addition to the parallel and nearby infrastructure, that we could achieve both? We could have a great street that's pedestrian friendly and we could have active transportation, but it's really more around pacing and kind of the role and the order in terms of building the pedestrian piece first, potentially looking at the traffic volumes, adding both, and trying towards realizing that vision of a great street, as opposed to if we make a choice one way or the other now, we're limiting kind of the overall potential. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're basing the recommendation on, is just that right now we are going to be really crunched for time in terms of things like engagement to get the design done in the station blocks. We don't know what traffic will look like post-Broadway subway opening. We'll just have a lot more room. We'll know a lot more and have a lot more room to explore options. if we're looking at it down the road. So it really is about timing and pace of moving Broadway to a better place.
And we could possibly have a better rationale, because I hear you saying that projections, and again, I know it's difficult when you're putting something of this nature, but projecting potentially that you'd have a 15% reduction, I think was stated, based on the subway opening, potentially another 10%. Based on changing consumer behavior, people are going to work back to the office, but not the same way they did before, that we could see more of an uplift over time, and we might be able to gain more public support and have that truly great street situation.
Yeah, definitely when we can have that deeper conversation with businesses and people along the corridor, we have more info. We can maybe try things out, reallocating more space. That will make the conversation easier and, hopefully get us to a better place in the end.
Okay, Councillor Klassen, I think it was, asked the question around if we have examples of streets that sort of more these directional streets that have the AAA. Do we have an example of a great street in the city that's pedestrian, where we've actually prioritized pedestrians, it's specifically pedestrian focused?
Great. So I guess we have a lot of streets that are very pedestrian focused, like walking is a big part of Vancouver. So we've done things like 800 Robson Plaza. Obviously that's reallocating all that space to people walking and gathering and things like that. We have done a lot of things like curb bulges as we have widened corners out. And with streets like redesign of Pacific, downtown, a lot of the goal of that was for it to be more pedestrian oriented.
So it's sort of tinkering at it, but this is sort of a bolder vision. What does it mean in terms of trees? Concern with climate, we're having increasing heat domes. People are, we lost 600 seniors. People are talking about shade being really important. We know we've got challenges in terms of flash rains, et cetera. And I know part of it said this would allow us to have more sort of green infrastructure and additional trees. Can you talk about that trade-off if we go with the active transportation versus the ability to plant trees, shade cover, cooling, some of that green permeability in terms of dealing with some of that?
Yeah, so all of these options, we would look for lots of opportunities to plant new trees and use the reconstruction of sidewalks to get big tree pits and structural soil for trees and incorporate green infrastructure wherever we can. So I think all of these, wherever we are, rebuilding the sidewalk, reallocating road space, we're going to be looking for all those opportunities to get
Okay,
trees in.
but are we more constrained? Because if our sidewalk is narrow, let's say we go with the AAA infrastructure as that scenario, are we limited to how much of the sidewalk we can keep for large trees versus people and passage? We also have to consider accessibility. So that means trade-offs. We're having less accessibility, we're having less patios, people are just traveling through, the trees are smaller. What does that mean?
Yeah, there's there may be some trade-offs just in terms of how much space we have for like tree grates and things like that. But when we've done projects like Richards downtown, we've been able to incorporate in a active travel lane and get green infrastructure and space for big trees. There's probably more.
Sorry, we're at time. Apologies.
Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Joe.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So again, to follow up the congestion question, so I think this projection shows that we're going to have 15% reduction in the vehicle volume on Broadway. But option 1 and 2, we'll see the capacity will decrease by 33% because from 6 lanes to 4 lanes. So how confident we are, there's no major congestions on Broadway in the future?
So with options 1 and 2, we're quite confident. That's reducing, like we expect the volumes to reduce by, at least 15%. If you remember the graph I put up showing the existing volumes, that takes us below the capacity of 2 lanes. It's only once you reallocate like 2 out of the 3 lanes either way that we start to have more concerns about congestion, particularly on the eastern parts of the corridor.
But mathematically, 15% reduction in demand, 33% reduction in capacity. to me, it's not add up in terms of the numbers.
Yeah, so right now, there's parts of the corridor that aren't at capacity. So basically the vehicles don't fill up the 3 lanes. In the curb lane is parking a lot of the time and a bus lane in the peak periods. So most of the vehicle traffic is already in 2 lanes. It's really the buses that are having that opportunity to bypass other traffic.
Okay, thanks. And also the 10% reduction in the volume after the pandemic because of the behavior change. So do you think that 10% pent-up demand volume will be coming back?
So we're seeing, depending where, like I think we're still seeing about 5 to 10% volume reduction below pre-pandemic volumes. We don't quite know in terms of, how that will return. We're seeing definitely a lot of good things now, like we're seeing transit ridership recovering, more than anywhere else in North America, really. So we're seeing people moving around more. In terms of those peak hour vehicle volumes, we're not entirely sure, what that'll look like.
Okay, so potentially that will be 25% reduction, right? 10% plus 15%. Give us 25% reduction potentially for the vehicle's volume. Is that right, this assumption?
In the peaks, it could be something like that. I
Okay.
think, that 15% is a fairly conservative estimate. Like it's what makes us comfortable going down to 2 lanes in either direction and expecting it to work well. But we may see kind of additional.
Okay, so I'm almost running out of time. So the other question is, I think on this report, it says the top priorities in the early engagement is the walking experience. Do we have that number? How many percentage of people thinking the walking experience is the top priority?
Sorry, Councillor Joe, you are out of time.
Okay, I'll come back to this.
I'm just noting the time, and we have still 3 more councillors on the queue and 10 minutes until dinner break, actually 8 minutes. So just wondering if I get a motion to extend past 5 to complete questions to staff. Thank you, Councillor Carr. All those in favor, say aye or yay. All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carries. So we'll finish hearing questions to staff and then go for dinner break. Councillor Carr, over to you.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Paul. You noted that station blocks are posing a different challenge. So can you explain to me, in those station blocks, what happens to both options 1 and options 2? What happens to a active transportation lane? What happens to pedestrian, sidewalk, expanded use?
Right, so in the station blocks in option 1, right now, most of those station blocks are about 7 lanes wide. So a left turn bay and 3 lanes in either direction. We would be, in option 1, we'd be reallocating the curb lane to wider sidewalks for the most part, more opportunities for public space. Where needed, we would be adding, loading, a few loading bays and things like that. But for the most part, it's that expanded public realm and wider sidewalks. In option 2 or 3, really looking at the station blocks, instead of that extra lane being allocated to wider sidewalks and patios and public space, that extra lane would essentially be allocated to an active travel lane. So we wouldn't get the benefits of kind of widened sidewalks in those places, other than like right at the station where, it's designed to have some additional setback.
Right. Okay. Okay, understand that. You did talk though in option 1, and the pictures are great. They show a much wider sidewalk, but I'm also hearing you say that you want to see increased or restoration in option 1 of parking, delivery space. So I don't understand where that's going to come from. You still want 2 lanes of traffic in each direction in option 1. So if you still have parking and deliveries in that 3rd lane, where's the space for the wider sidewalks?
Yeah, so the idea is over the long term, we would work towards reallocating that curb lane to wider sidewalks. Day 1, when Broadway Subway opens, we would likely put back parking and loading, free up opportunities for things like parklets and curbside patios. And when redevelopment comes in or we're doing a capital project in the area, that's when we'd look at widening the sidewalks in those locations. We're also in the process of doing the Broadway Corridor Public Ground Plan, and that will also help inform what we prioritize in terms of capital projects in the area.
Okay, get that. So it's a bit of each. You noted that that in option 2, that would, that would be a reallocation for active transportation, but you still want 2 lanes of traffic in each direction. So how would that gel with widening the sidewalks? I mean, where are you going to get the space for active transportation if you've already allocated it? In your option 1, it's this active transportation comes later, but where's the space for it to come later?
So if you look at the corridor, particularly the western part of the corridor, it's a lot closer to being able to get down to a single lane of traffic. So one possibility is that council could direct staff to move ahead with all or part of the corridor and reallocate an additional lane of traffic to get down to a single lane in either direction, plus turn bays and things like this. Alternatively, we could be looking at taking some of that. If we don't think that's going to happen and be a viable option, we could look at incorporating active transportation lanes onto some of that widened sidewalk space. That'll kind of depend on what we see, down the road when Broadway Subway opens, and we've seen some growth in the corridor.
Okay. In your consultations, did you talk to businesses about the option 1 allocation of road space for active transportation, and the impact that would have on, well, first of all, the uncertainty it would mean in terms of the shorter term, like who knows when you would want to implement option 2, but the point is it's uncertain in terms of the road space. I know businesses don't tend to like that. Have you talked to them during the consultation on that?
So during the consultation, we didn't consult on active transportation lanes on Broadway. So what we did talk about was, the opportunity for widened sidewalks, more public space, more space for patios, and that kind of thing. And
Sorry, we're at time again.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm going to continue on with a bit of those questions. I'm curious, the proposal to do it later suggests we add parking back in along Broadway and then at some point in the future would remove that parking to add active transportation lanes. I guess I'm wondering if you can speak to past examples in Vancouver where that direct decision to remove all the parking to add active transportation has been contentious. And I guess I'm trying to get to, maybe it's easier to do it now than open up than punt that sort of debate down the road.
so when we were doing our first protected bike lanes in Vancouver, it was very contentious. So Hornby and Dunsmuir were both difficult projects. Over time, as we've seen people kind of understand what protected bike lanes are, and see probably more benefits of those, we haven't had as many issues. It's still a lot of work on the engagement side. When you look at a project like Richards, which removed a bunch of parking in some blocks. When we look at a project like Drake, which did the same thing, we do a lot of work to work through the specific issues on the specific blocks with businesses. But it's a long process. I guess what I'm saying is it's gotten better over time, but any sort of change is always a difficult engagement process.
Is there a different amount of engagement that would need to happen to be removing that parking and adding wider sidewalks, like is proposed in option 1, than to be removing that parking and adding active transportation lanes?
Well, so one way we're thinking about it is where we're able to achieve those wider sidewalks through development, that's where the businesses aren't there anymore, kind of fronting those parking spaces. They're not relying it for loading. The new building will be designed to accommodate their needs, and that's a really great
Piecemeal that.
that's a really great time to start to do things like widen sidewalks. I think, it really depends on the businesses, what's going to resonate more. Probably in a lot of areas, opportunities for patios and business supporting uses will resonate with some businesses more than things like active travel lanes, but it's really going to depend on the business.
Okay, I'm also curious. It seems like the cost to build in those active transportation lanes, we were quoted with, but there wasn't a cost to widening the sidewalks to make that public realm space. How come there's a cost difference there when both are about a redesign of that curb lane?
Oh, sorry, yeah. So the cost of widening the sidewalk was built into the Broadway public benefit strategy.
Okay.
I think it was on the order of $50 million, plus or minus.
So we're
So the option 2, when we looked at, how we would build that from kind of scratch along the whole corridor, that would be about $10 million more. And then the added work of widening the sidewalk and building active travel lanes by reallocating a second lane would be about another $10 million. These are very high level.
Between 1 and 2, we're already proposing spending about $50 million to widen the sidewalks, and it's an incremental cost higher to widen them and add active transportation.
Yes, that's correct.
I have a couple more questions. Back to e-scooters. My observation is that we're seeing an increased number of scooter and bike delivery people, especially on commercial streets. So my question is, how do we keep those folks safe? And additionally, one of the things I've heard is that the grade from Broadway, either up to 10th or down to 8th in a number of places, is quite steep, even for scooters. And then, of course, especially for seniors, families, non-electrified bikes. So happy to hear where we see those delivery workers and the expectations that people go up and down to off-Broadway between each errand stop.
Yeah, so I guess the reality is it's unlikely that many people on a bike or any scooter are going to ride from, say, Broadway and 1 Street up to 10th, over a block or 2 and back down. They're either going to end up on the sidewalk or on the street.
Sorry, we're at time again. Thank you.
That's
okay. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. You cited the example of the Bloor Street and the Esplanade street treatment there. Do either one of those streets have parallel routes in the same way that Broadway does for active transportation, i.e. roadways, bike routes?
I'm trying to think through that. I don't think Bloor had a good alternate connection, which is one of the reasons why Bloor was chosen. I'm not sure about Saint Denis or Esplanade.
I asked just because some of the communication that we hear from some people looking at this is that we have attempted already to try and make sure that there is a rather safe and expedient throughway for mostly cyclists using 10th, 7th, and 8th as well. So, but we don't have those other examples, which I think are worthwhile. They don't have the same experience of having additional capacity outside of the main thoroughfares. Just sort of noting that. This is unfortunately going to become a very binary decision. We're going to have a lot of people who are going to be disappointed, and candidly, I wish we had the ability to push forward. But I feel like there's so many things I don't understand about how this street's going to evolve, and I'm kind of hearing that from you as well. It's a bit like building a house without having the foundation, from what I understand. Like, from, if we were to use just from Main Street alone, where the SkyTrain comes up and go right to Arbutus, is that entire street going to look different, or will it be in stages being done depending on the development that's on those streets?
So in terms of the street redesign on Broadway itself, the station blocks are what we're going to see first.
Yeah.
And then we'll start to see that incremental development and be reacting to that. Pretty quickly, I think after construction, we'll start to see, just to better understand what traffic volumes are looking like and things like that post Broadway subway opening.
Part of me, and if I was to sort of comment generally, I mean, we're seeing a huge transition towards e-bikes, which means these bikes are going to be usually going probably about, on average, 20 kilometers an hour, sometimes a little faster. The scooters are certainly fast, so we're going to have to try and find ways of making sure they're safe. And if they're in close proximity with high pedestrian traffic areas, that's always a risk as well. I just point that out just because we're trying to do a lot with the space that we have that's in there right now. But ideally, we'd be recreating this street in some fashion that could do it all, but we're trying to get trees on there. We're trying to get spaces for people to have leisure space. And then we're also trying to make sure that we're going to have major vehicles, because we have to service the west side of the city in a major way, and there's going to be tons of construction going over the next generation there. So again, I'm trying to frame how we're going to possibly get to do this, but I feel like the missing part of this discussion is how we can really make those
Councillor Klassen,
parallel routes.
sorry to interrupt you, but do you have a question?
I'm just about to do that, Chair.
Thank you.
How we're going to be able to make those parallel routes over the long term a successful part of this active transportation network. I feel like we're only beginning that process.
Yeah, so the Broadway plan looks at the whole network and outlines what streets can be improved to make a really good active transportation grid. We have a lot more work to do. These aren't always easy trade-offs either on these other streets. Often it comes down again to things like parking and vehicle circulation and things like that. But making all of these routes that connect the network safe and comfortable for people of all ages and abilities is really important to the success of our transportation system down the road.
And of course, those other routes too, if your goal is to be able to use a cycle or another or an e-scooter, or rather an e-bike, using those routes, you're going to have fewer stops, of course, as well. So I guess just my sort of final thought is, you're encouraging us to not go into 2 or 3, but is it really boiled down to we can't do everything with this street right now? We need to wait for it to get built before we can actually decide how we're going to be able to add all of that extra capacity. You've got 10 seconds.
So council can tell us to move ahead with further design and engagement work on 2 or 3. We just want to be sure when we're going out and doing all that work that it's potentially something council will
I'm going to have to send you a a card or something, because I keep cutting you off. Apologies. Councillor Joe.
Thanks, Chair. I will be very quick. I don't want to slow down dinner time for everyone. So again, follow up my previous question regarding, people thinking the walking experience is the top priority. Do we have the number? How many people think that?
Sorry, pardon me, I missed.
Oh, so on the report, it says the walking experience was identified as the top priorities by most respondents. Do we have that number? Percentage?
I think someone just looked that up.
Lon Leclerc, GM Engineering. Yeah, we did just check the Broadway plan engagement. Walkability was identified as the top priority from everyone that filled out the survey, and that was by 60% of the people.
Okay, thanks, Long. Another question, I think I asked this as at the briefing already, but I'm going to ask this publicly as well. So have we thought about 3 lanes option, with the middle lane become the turning lane as well as for the emergency vehicle? And is that 3 lanes option feasible?
It's absolutely feasible. Like the two lane option is actually going to be 3 lanes probably in a lot of places. The question, if we were directed by council to move ahead with alternative B or C, we would dig into those design questions in more detail and see where we might need an extra lane, work with emergency services on how they would use the streets, look at whether there's benefit in keeping it consistently 3 lanes or kind of going down to 2 lanes in sections and adding turn bays and others. That's the sort of design detail we'd be getting into in the next phase. But there's definitely a lot of ways to allocate space on Broadway.
Thanks. Okay, last questions. I asked this question as well. I think regarding the Saint Denis Street in Montreal, people talk about this in the community. Do we know when they did their bike lanes? Did they did that with the SkyTrain everything together, or they did the SkyTrain and the patio first, and then they did the bike lane? Do we know that?
I think you knew that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes. So the protected bike lanes were delivered long after.
Long after. Okay. Thank you. That's all my question. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe, and thanks for all for answering all those questions. We're going to break for dinner now and resume at 6 p.m. So thank you. I think 6 p.m.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please consult your Welcome to TELUS Conference.
Olivia, can you hear us?
Good morning.
Great.
Okay, thanks everybody for the recess, the much needed dinner break. We're going to get started with speakers. This is speakers on item 2, Broadway active transportation lanes, next steps. And our first speaker is speaker number 1, Tyrone Siglos, who's here in person. I see him approaching the podium now. Hi, Tyrone, you have up to 5 minutes.
Hi. Good evening, councilors and Mayor Sims. I've worked as a bike courier doing food delivery along the Broadway bench since 2020. And I'm here to recommend that council choose option 2 for Broadway active transportation lanes. In the time I've worked along the Broadway corridor, I've ridden over 40,000 kilometers, 400,000 meters of elevation, and delivered 9,500 meals to people in this area. If the city's goal is to transform Broadway into a great street, prioritizing pedestrians and public space, it must include an active transportation lane. The current state of Broadway and the proposed option 1 will force cyclists, e-scooters, and other mobility devices into two places: the road with traffic or the sidewalk with pedestrians. Based on my experience, most people will choose to mix with pedestrians instead of metal machines that could kill us in the seconds with the smallest driver error or phone notification. Not including an active transportation lane is an oversight and will be a hindrance to pedestrians and the planned public spaces along Broadway. And for those who choose the road, they are now mixed with traffic instead of traffic flowing around them. The reason for traffic congestion along Broadway isn't active mobility users. It's a parking lane and unlimited left turns. Every time someone tries to park or leave a spot, the entire right lane comes to a stop. Anytime someone tries to turn left, the entire left lane comes to a stop. Now, when those lanes come to a stop, everyone tries to switch lanes, and now the problem compounds. Add mobility users into this equation, now it's pretty clear why Vancouver has the second worst traffic in North America, according to Business Insider. Even though 10th and Off-Broadway are parallel bike routes, they present a lot of challenges. 10th Ave bike route is 45 blocks long, and only 10 of those blocks have a protected bike lane. 25 of those blocks put you in a game of chicken with oncoming traffic. Off-Broadway is even worse and has 1 block of protected bike lanes and only 2 intersections of traffic calming. And if you need to get anywhere along Broadway, you have to climb that hill. The average grading of the north-south hills is up to 8%. That's steeper than Seymour Mountain. These routes have street parking on both sides, which puts cyclists at risk of being doored and seriously injured. Now, why wouldn't we just upgrade these routes instead? 2 bike routes that are along residential streets won't bring people to the businesses along Broadway, and we can look at a distance elevation comparison for a clearer picture of why. If we start at Victoria Drive and Broadway and use Grounds Coffee on Alma as our end point because cinnamon buns, taking 10th is 9.25 kilometers with 40 meters of elevation. Off-Broadway, 9.52 kilometers, 60 meters of elevation. Broadway is 8.8 kilometers long and 50 meters of elevation. Now, what if we add 1 stop at Indigo to get a book? 10th is now 9.42 kilometers, 40 meters of elevation. Off-Broadway, 10 kilometers, 70 meters of elevation. Broadway, no change. How about if we want to have our bike looked at, or you want to stop at a bike shop like Mighty Riders or Bicicleta? 10th is 9.68 kilometers now and 50 meters of elevation. Off-Broadway is now 10.9 kilometers and 90 meters of elevation. Broadway, no change. Taking 10th with 1 stop increases the distance by 1.8%, no change in elevation. With 2 stops, a 4.6% increase in distance and 25% more elevation. Off-Broadway with 1 stop increases distance by 5% and 16% in elevation. With 2 stops, it jumps to a 14% increase in distance and 50% increase in elevation. And now congratulations are in order. You just rode the same amount of elevation as riding from Cleveland Dam to the Grouse parking lot. I think we can all agree that this isn't accessible to most people, and certainly not to those with disabilities or mobility challenges. By adding a lane along Broadway, you can make 30 stops and the ride would be the same distance and elevation. By making our businesses along Broadway more accessible, we increase active transportation, reduce the need for private vehicles, and therefore a lower cost of living for people who now have an increased spending budget to use at those businesses. By including an active mobility lane on Broadway, we can give businesses a boost now instead of maybe 10, 20 years down the road. We can provide families, shoppers, workers, and couriers a safe way to access Broadway. By adding a lane, we're removing mobility users from the sidewalks and prioritizing pedestrians and space for future public patios, which will help boost businesses and strengthen the sense of community along the Broadway corridor. Thank you.
Okay, perfectly on time. Thanks, Tyrone. You have questions from Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm wondering, I think you've worked as a courier for a while. Are you seeing an increase in the number of couriers, deliveries, food delivery, et cetera, happening by bike and scooter?
Yeah, the barrier to entry for someone to pick up an e-scooter or electric bike is, I think, under $1,000 for like a serviceable e-bike. So it's very easy for people to pick up one of those and start doing food delivery. So most of the people that do it for a living do it by electric vehicle, and it's also incentivized by Uber Eats as well to use electric versus a car.
Okay. And right now, when you're out working on your bike, do you see people choosing between the sidewalk and the street?
Yeah, you generally will have a mix, but I mean, either choice presents a lot of problems. If they're on the sidewalk, now you have e-bikes and e-scooters that are on the sidewalk, and I think legally are not supposed to be on the sidewalk, but that's where they feel comfortable. And now they're with pedestrians. Whereas if someone is on the road now, they're in that far curbside lane mixed and mingling with traffic.
What does that look like for kind of newer gig workers, delivery workers who maybe aren't as experienced at the rules of the road, who are picking up an inexpensive scooter and some shifts with Uber Eats or whoever, an international student or a young person?
So I think that's a good point. A lot of the people that do the work are international students. It's just, again, a very low barrier to entry. They can do it part-time when they're working, while they're studying. They can, while they're waiting for trips, they can work on other things as well. So that's a big majority. And the way that they operate scooters and mobility devices over there is very different. They'll use the sidewalks. They'll go down the opposite side of the road. It's just, that's how you do it. And that's kind of what we see here. People will take the opposite side of the road to ride down whatever sidewalk they need to get to access the businesses that they have to get to.
My last question is for counselors who maybe don't ride 10th or 7th or 8th very often or haven't in a very long time. Can you just give us a bit more of a sense of why families or seniors are unlikely to use those routes as often?
So off-Broadway has a lot of challenges because of the routing is a little kind of awkward, especially when you're over by the Fraser area. You're going up some very, very steep hills by the Great Northern Way. They're steep, and it sends you down and then immediately sends you like right back up. And then you kind of wind down. So there's a lot of elevation challenges on the off-Broadway route.
Sorry,
And again,
Tyrone, you're at time, but you have more questions. It's okay. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I ride here to City Hall from Strathcona, and I really appreciate you bringing up the elevation issues, and it's something that hasn't really come up, and I think it's totally relevant. How did you come up with the data? Did you map?
I use a commute file, but I also do Strava to record my rides. The mountains in North Van, I'm very familiar with their elevations because I've ridden them a lot. Whereas here, it's easier to kind of just map it out. And even then, most of the times the maps will undersell what the elevation changes because the topography isn't exact.
Yeah, I'd never heard it referred to as the Broadway bench, and just
yeah.
Reflecting on that, that's so valid that, you know, like the off-Broadway bike routes and then getting to Broadway, and like that's a hump no matter how you slice it.
Yukon just over there is like,
yeah.
It's very steep.
No, totally appreciate it, and I really appreciate you bringing that to this conversation because it hasn't been something we've talked about yet, and so that's really great. Any thoughts? You're out there riding all the time and stuff. One of the things that we definitely hear about with the idea of a great street bike route, transit access, pedestrian safety and comfort relative to, and you know, like there's a lot of lousy cyclists, there's a lot of lousy drivers, right? There's lots of people who disrespect pedestrians in a big way. Any thoughts on design that could better kind of respect pedestrian in that public realm for active transportation?
Like, not including an active transportation lane doesn't prioritize pedestrians because half of the people will take the road, the other half will take the sidewalk, right? Or not even half. More people will take the sidewalk because scary cars, right? So including an active transportation lane makes it easier, more accessible. With the current state of it, you could put a very simple barrier like on beach in that far right lane and then just bump the curb out a little bit, and that's a very serviceable bike lane. You don't have blind spots, so drivers can still see you.
So, and just in the limited time, specifically for folks who are accessing buses. So like that interface when you have to cross it to get to a bus.
I think generally having the bus on the inside, it's always going to be how it is, but I prefer crossing on the outside of the bus versus on the inside. If I take the inside, now I'm like playing that game of, is someone going to step off the bus? I'll take my chances on that side of the bus where I can see if someone is coming behind me versus going down there where there's pedestrians and there's a lot of traffic going back and forth. Dunsmuir is a good example of like people just kind of congregate if you put a bus lane or a bus stop on the outside of a bus lane. They're still going to stand in that bike lane.
Yeah. I'm out of time, but thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry, and thanks, Tyrone, for coming in today.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along, speaker number 2 is withdrawn. Speaker number 3 is Lucy Maloney. Do we have Lucy on the phone?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks.
Hi, Lucy. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Please vote to put active mobility lanes on Broadway now. We can adjust active mobility lanes as traffic patterns and the mix of businesses becomes clear, just like we can with sidewalks and general vehicle lanes. They shouldn't be viewed as an optional last priority. Look for extra sources of funding from the provincial or federal government. Don't use other priority active transport projects as an excuse to delay this one. Construction is unlikely to become more affordable, and the city is unlikely to find itself in a better financial position to do this in the future. The off-Broadway cycling routes on 7th and 10th do not provide direct access to businesses and jobs along Broadway, to shops, or the new Broadway subway stations. They're not even AAA cycling routes for more than a few blocks. They're on-street bike routes that are dangerous, even for confident adult cyclists. If I want to cycle with my kid to buy a book at Indigo, to get pancakes at Fufu, and then to pick up takeaway from Peaceful Chinese, I have to walk my bike from 10th down to Granville to Indigo. Then I have to push my bike back up the hill to 10th and ride along 10th to Alder, and then ride down to Broadway and get off and push my bike back along to Fufu. Then I have to walk my bike back to Alder and ride up the hill to 10th again and along to Canby and get off and walk down to Broadway and along to Peaceful Chinese, etc. Or I could just ride along the flat on Broadway directly between those shops in an active mobility lane. And I might see another business that looks interesting and make an extra stop. And all that is even more exhausting and painful if I've got my kids with me. Active mobility lanes are more efficient, pleasant and safe for people on bikes and e-scooters. You can cover more distance more quickly using less effort than walking alone. They encourage more women, children and teenagers to cycle commute. Teenagers want to explore their neighbourhoods independently, but they don't have the same capacity to anticipate the actions of drivers as adults do. Putting active mobility lanes on Broadway now will attract interesting, unique businesses. In last week's Vancouver Sun, Neil Wiles, Executive Director of the Mount Pleasant BIA, said that small businesses both benefit from and encourage the use of bikes and scooters. By encouraging bike and e-scooter users, active mobility lanes will attract and support small businesses. Wiles said that difference is everything. A Broadway corridor filled with smaller local shops creates foot traffic. It creates these complete streets and complete neighbourhoods. It's those little stores that build community. It's also those little stores and sidewalks buffered by a protected active mobility lane that will make Broadway a bustling, vibrant destination street rather than a boring, noisy car sewer full of generic big box retailers. Business people love certainty. If we decide to put active mobility lanes in now, we'll be sending a clear message to small business people with ideas for interesting, unique businesses that we're planning to deliver as many customers to their doors as we possibly can. Study after study has confirmed that active mobility lanes deliver more opportunistic custom to businesses than drivers and pedestrians alone. People travelling on foot or by bike or scooter travel at a speed where they are able to notice businesses and make unplanned stops. It will help more potential customers to shop at multiple businesses along the Broadway route each visit. We will be ensuring that the 50,000 new residents along the Broadway corridor have every possible option available to them to conveniently move between the different businesses along Broadway. We'll be giving new residents the opportunity to safely and conveniently scoot and cycle along their local shopping street between the businesses they want to shop at, the medical facilities and offices, the restaurants and cafes. A wider sidewalk with no active mobility lanes won't be the best option for pedestrians. People cycling and scooting are likely to use the sidewalk to stay safe, all the while feeling like criminals. Active mobility lanes will support the financial viability of the new e-scooter share scheme, the existing bike share program, and support the growth of cargo bike delivery and food delivery businesses. Active mobility lanes should have been designed into the station block reconstruction plans originally. The second best time to do it is right now.
Sorry,
Thank
Lucy,
you.
you're at time. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Perfectly on time. Thanks for calling in. We'll now go to speaker number 4, Cheng Yan Boone. Do we have Cheng Yan on the phone?
Speaker number 4 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 5, Hugh Stimston. Do we have Hugh on the phone?
I am here.
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes, Hugh. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, councillors, for taking my call. I'm Hugh, long-time listener, first-time caller. I'm an environmental consultant. I live in Strathcona and work near Granville and Broadway. And for that reason, for almost a decade now, I have been bike commuting every workday alongside the Broadway corridor. As an environmental consultant, I usually deal in data, but today I bring no data to you. This is purely personal anecdote. 2 reflections coming from my time as a commuter. First, I have heard it said that those adjacent 7th and 8th and 10th Street bike routes are adequate capacity. Now, during my time on those routes, I have used them a great deal to get alongside Broadway, but on reflection, it occurs to me that during those years and years, I have almost literally never shopped or eaten on Broadway. The exception would be No Frills, which has access via the service lane and where I shop actually quite a lot. And that's, obviously because biking on Broadway is anxiety-inducing. You would have to be a crazy person. Or, more realistically, you bike on the sidewalk. So, either a crazy person or a jerk. For someone who spends much of his life 1 or 2 blocks away from Broadway, I can tell you that bike lanes 1 or 2 blocks away from Broadway doesn't solve your lack of mobility lanes on Broadway problem. And additional reflection, somebody mentioned the Bloor bike lane in Toronto. My understanding is that there was pre-existing capacity, both to north and to the south on Davenport and Harbord. And they went ahead with the Bloor Street bike lane anyway, and that pilot program was voted to be made permanent, and it's very popular and uncontentious. Second reflection is that in the last 3-5 years, being on the lanes, I have seen just a crazy increase on the number of things on the bike lane that aren't bikes as we used to understand them. There's obviously more and more types of people on bikes at all because of e-bikes. And there's also many things that I don't know the names of. There's like uni things and hover things. And I see very composed looking people wearing stylish business clothing passing me on scooters, which doesn't seem very Vancouver-like to me, being well-dressed and not doing physical exertion, but there they are. And so it's not just, my meager wallet that is failing to visit Broadway. It's presumably all of these folks. and all these folks that are yet to come. You know, we're planning here, right? We're planning for shoppers and visitors to the attractions and people working at all these jobs that we're anticipating and people living in the residences we're planning. And imagine what those people will be using to get around in like 10 years. You know, I can't. Yes, please tell me. But I can tell you it won't just be drivers and pedestrians. If this is meant to be a generational plan and it's not caught up to the transportation mix of like 3 years ago, that seems like a somewhat shabby failure to plan. And a final bonus reflection, not as a commuter, but as a citizen, as I see my clock ticking down, having, heard some of this discussion with regards to this option of delay. If you think mobility lanes should be part of the mix on a high street, say so now. Direct staff. If you think they are nice, but aren't worth the trade-offs, say so now. Speak clearly. But delay is not leadership. It is very unlikely that in 2 or 4 years we're going to discover that mobility lanes are less valuable than we thought they were in 2023. But I hope that you will direct staff to build them now while it's cheaper, easier, less contentious, and we can start accruing those benefits immediately. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thanks, Hugh, for calling in. We'll now move to speaker number 6, Rhiannon Fox. Do we have Rhiannon on the phone?
I'm here.
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes, Rhiannon. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm speaking today to ask you to support option 2 or 3 in the staff report, or that you direct staff to implement a 3-lane design for Broadway instead with a center turn lane. You've already heard why proposed lanes on Broadway do not duplicate the incomplete and unsafe routes on 10th Avenue and the off-Broadway bike route. As a parent who routinely travels on 10th Avenue with young children, I concur with the points those speakers have made, and I wasn't planning to belabor them tonight. But then I saw the news this morning that just last night, a woman was hit by a driver at the intersection of 1st and Woodland Avenue, which is a designated bikeway very similar to the 10th Avenue and off-Broadway bikeways that some argue are reasonable alternatives to protected lanes on Broadway. She's now fighting for her life. And this woman was the 4th pedestrian to be seriously injured by drivers in the last week alone. There have also been a number of high-profile and tragic cyclist deaths in the region recently. It's horrific, and it's preventable. Between 2016 and 2020, 143 pedestrians were killed by drivers in Metro Van, with over 6,000 seriously injured. In the same time period, there were 114 pedestrian-involved crashes on the stretch of Broadway covered by the Broadway plan. On the off-Broadway bike route, there were 66 cyclist-involved crashes between Vine and Clark. On 10th Avenue, there were 128 cyclist-involved crashes. And these are only the incidents that are reported to ICBC, so we can assume that the real numbers are far higher. This is a public safety crisis. In areas where we expect lots of people to be walking and spending time, we need to put people's lives, health, and safety first. And protected lanes improve safety, not just for cyclists, but for pedestrians and drivers as well. A 2019 study of 12 cities found that protected active lanes dramatically reduced fatalities for all road users. With fewer lanes, pedestrians have shorter distances to cross, reducing the time they spend sharing space with vehicles and intersections. Adding protected lanes reduces overall vehicle speed, which in turn results in lower fatality rates for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers when crashes do occur. And adding a buffer between sidewalks and vehicle traffic reduces the number of pedestrians hit on sidewalks, which is something that happens increasingly often. I also want to address traffic congestion, as that seems to be a concern for some councillors. While it seems counterintuitive, road diets in and of themselves often actually improve traffic flow. Because with fewer lanes, drivers travel at more consistent speeds, which leads to a smoother flow of traffic. And if you consider a 3-lane option, adding a turning lane reduces delays from left-turning vehicles while allowing easier access for emergency vehicles. Creating safe space for people to use scooters, bikes, and other micromobility will reduce the number of vehicles on the road in the first place. Of course, because of the subway extension, people won't need to drive as much in the area at all. Some of you have also expressed that this is simply a matter of timing, that we can always add lanes later once we see how things go. But the time to add lanes is now, while the street is already torn up and people have already adapted their travel habits. Putting it off to some nebulous future date will dramatically increase cost, complication, and disruption to local businesses. A wait-and-see approach is often a mistake because of induced demand. If you build 4 lanes of vehicle traffic, fewer people will switch to transit and active transportation, and you'll have even more of an uphill battle to put in lanes later. And in the meantime, vulnerable road users will continue to die. Cities around the world have shown that reclaiming space from vehicles and giving it back to people is successful by just about every metric. We should be paying attention. We should be a leader in this space. You have an opportunity today to set the tone for how we want our city to grow. Do we want to resign ourselves to decades more of streetscapes dominated by cars with the accompanying traffic violence, noise, and pollution? Or do we want our second downtown to set an example of what a great street could be, with space for all road users to travel safely, with space for public life and community building, people-friendly areas with patios and trees and public fountains, and yes, with space for vehicles for those who still need them? I urge you to dream big, to be ambitious, to think about what kind of city you want Vancouver to be in 10, 20, 30 years, and to choose an option that provides safe space on Broadway for everyone. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Rhiannon. Speaker number 7 is Bobo Irich. Bobo, are you on the phone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thanks, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking today in opposition of staff's recommendation against a mobility lane on Broadway and asking you to adopt either option C or at a minimum option B. When I read the report, staff opposed the creation of the mobility lane along Broadway, in part because Broadway is a regional road. But the question I think they didn't ask is whether it should be, and I don't think so. I think Broadway as it is now, or at least it was sort of before all the construction, and what it would be under option A, and to a lesser extent under option B, is a failure in transportation planning because it doesn't actually succeed at being a vibrant cityscape, and nor does it really succeed as a road. It's a 6-lane regional road for vehicles to and from the west side of Vancouver and to UBC, but it doesn't move vehicles effectively because it's a de facto secondary downtown with employment centers, housing, destinations. But it's full of cars, but it's also full of people trying to cross the street, and so you end up with a whole ton of lights. It is until the subway is built, the busiest bus corridor in North America, but this service is constantly overwhelmed and with demand, and buses are stuck behind either illegally parked cars in the right turning lane, despite the designated bus lane at peak traffic times, or they're stuck in traffic at off-track peak traffic times. The Broadway plan is calling for a ton more housing, a lot more people, and a lot more destinations in this area. And staff's recommendation is failing to prepare for the future by repeating the mistakes of the past. I live on 10th near Clark, and when I transit to work, I catch the westbound buses at Clark and Broadway. And then I get off at Cambie to catch the Canada line. I cross 18 intersections, 14 of which have traffic lights. These controlled crossings are important because, as I mentioned before, it's a 6-lane road. And so without crossings, controlled crossings, you'd either get more injuries and fatalities from people crossing the road, or you'd have a pedestrian desert where people aren't able to get around. And neither of these options are good. And from all the discussions that I heard from this morning and the discussions around Broadway and the idea of creating a great street, I think you all agree that doesn't sound ideal either. And so given these failures of Broadway as a regional road and as sort of the street that it is now, and that it's a far cry from a great street, it seems that the solution is actually moving the regional road away from Broadway, repurposing this extra road space for people and people-friendly places. And that includes things like a mobility lane. One of the concerns raised by staff is the reduced carrying capacity on Broadway if the lanes are repurposed. But even if you go with option C, it's not really a significant reduction in capacity relative to Broadway pre-construction. Even though Broadway has 6 lanes with 3 in each direction, the right-hand lane is either a curb lane or a bus lane. The left-hand lane is often stopped with people trying to turn left across 3 lanes of traffic. And so you're actually reduced down to 1 lane. And so even when you have these multiple lanes, the overall throughput is low because of the necessary number of controlled crossings. So we've got the subway coming in, we've got more housing, we've got more construction coming on Broadway that's going to increase the number of people who are on Broadway and trying to use those crossings, which is going to further reduce throughput on this supposed regional road. The idea for this shouldn't be to therefore try to keep it as a regional road. It's to try and say, where should the cars go and how do people get around? And moving the cars off of this vision for a great street on a future Broadway and off to a different street, and actually making Broadway be the destination that everyone is sort of planning and hoping to create. So I hope you'll move forward with option C or some similarly exciting proposal and realize the goal of a vibrant Broadway. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Bobo. See no questions. We'll move to speaker number 8, Edward Ogmanson. Edward, do we have you on the phone?
I'm here.
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So hi, my name is Ted, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking today on the topic of active mobility lanes on Broadway. In 2021, my uncle was struck and killed by a car in Vancouver on a street not unlike the street that's being recommended by staff in today's report. At about the same time, I was getting to know my wife. She's a lawyer, and her practice at the time was to represent the victims of plane crashes. From watching my wife work, I now know that if my uncle had died in a plane crash, a federal agency would have been called in to investigate. That agency would pore over every second of flight time, the procedures the pilot and air traffic control followed, maintenance reports, aircraft design, and the rules and regulations that contributed to that crash. It would make recommendations about what needs to change in order for a crash like that to be less likely. But because my uncle died in a car crash, there have been no changes to the design of the street or any public reflection on the systems that put him in harm's way. And because these responses are so different, I wanted to understand why. My search for why has led me here. I'm here to remind Mayor and Council that no such oversight exists for the safety of our roads. If the designs of our streets put others in harm's way, there is nobody to hold us accountable. I ask that you recognize your responsibility in this system. The city cannot build an unsafe street without your permission. Before you vote, I urge you to simply ask staff one question. How often will each of these designs contribute to injury and death? For example, can we expect 1 injury a week, 1 injury a month, or can we expect 1 death a year, 1 death every 5 years? This question should be table stakes. It should be included in the report. Staff should know the answer, and if they don't, then they're not being thoughtful about their responsibility and the safety of this system. I'll also add that staff is asking for guidance on timing. If Council adopts the recommendation as a temporary measure to be updated at some later date, staff mentioned a timescale of years for any mobility lane implementation. The answer to that question of will these designs contribute to injury and death are vital. I'm asking you today to be thoughtful and to understand the gravity of the decision you are making. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thanks very much for calling in. On to our next speaker, Nathan Davidowicz. You're in person. Good evening. Good evening, Nathan.
Thank you, Chair and members of Council. Before this meeting started, I proposed to Councillor Kirby-Yang that before hearing 40 delegations, a proper public meeting be held so staff can properly explain the various options and input can be received from the public and the 3 BIAs who are not here tonight. And so you could still do that. You could still table the motions and hold a proper public meeting. This is too much of a thing to do on one night thing, and there's just so much information, and it's the city could hire the top expert in BC, Todd Littman, from the Victoria Transport Policy Institute. And he'll tell you exactly. He's been doing it for 40 years, both in the US and 25 years in Victoria. The city and TransLink already spent about $10 million on the 10th Avenue bike lane or bike route. Some parts of it are okay, where there is only one way for cars, and some are not that easy for cyclists, but that could be fixed. But, the main problem is that former Mayor Greg Robertson signed some bad deals for Vancouver on transit. And this project was way back in 2017, 18. Why didn't Vancouver ask for a bike tunnel? Many cities in the world have bike tunnels. They have express bike routes for commuters, so they don't mix up with slow bikers or families, going out for an outing. So that could have been done. It may be still possible to put a bike tunnel under Broadway while they're doing the Broadway subway. I support Councillor Brian Montague remarks on the radio that we need common sense. I mean, you can't just suddenly change things without providing all the information and everything. And that's why, of course, we need the return of the PT&E committee of City Council that, I don't have to tell Councillor Carr, but that's what every other city council does. It has. They have, transportation committees. And Vancouver, is the only big city that has only standing committees for many, two standing committees. For many years, there used to be 4 standing committees, which 5 members of each council would be on those committees. But the whole governance of council, as you well know, has been changed by vision, and it's up to you as a new council to go back to Sam Sullivan way of governing. I've been a cyclist for many years. However, buses are part of our mass transit system, and they carry way more riders than bikes. The engineering department has been prioritizing bike lanes over buses. Look at the Beach Avenue. They took away the eastbound bus service from Vancouver Aquatic Center, and then they closed the Seaside bike route. So we had 2 bike routes. We had one on Beach Avenue, one on Seaside. They closed the Seaside. So how much money was spent on that? And now, now we don't have bus service on Beach Avenue to go to the Aquatic Center. Who made that decision? I can tell you who made that decision. Wasn't City Council. In every other city council, the city council.
Nathan, let's stay on topic.
Of bad decisions, but that's what happened, and they don't want to do anything, the city engineers. In many corridors, it's possible to have a wider curb lane of 4 meters instead of 3 meters. And then you could have buses and mobility. We call it mobility lane. And I was on Monday with
Sorry, Nathan, you are at time. But
yeah.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, okay, whatever it is. There is a whole bunch of, as I said, there are lots of information that needs to be addressed. And so.
Thanks, Nathan, for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move to speaker 10, Jeff Lay. Jeff or Lee. Are you on the phone, Jeff?
I am.
So Jeff, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I speak today representing Hub Cycling, our thousands of members, and our tens of thousands of supporters. At Hub Cycling, we've been working for 25 years to get more people cycling more often through education, events, programs, research, and advocacy. We oppose the staff recommendation of option 1 included in this report. We are in full support of implementing active transportation lanes on Broadway at the completion of subway station construction, as described by staff in either option 2 or option 3. By now, you will have heard a multitude of reasons for implementing active transportation lanes on Broadway. These reasons start with fulfilling the planning vision of a complete street, a street that meets the needs of all users regardless of what mode of travel they choose. Reasons for living up to our city's commitments in Transportation 2040 and in our Climate Emergency Action Plan, especially around mode shift. Reasons for supporting the BC Clean Transportation Action Plan and other BC government initiatives to promote active transportation. Reasons for improving the safety and comfort of people walking, particularly around subway stations, without people having to compete with micromobility devices, including bikes, on the sidewalks due to a lack of any safe alternative. Reasons for continuing to work towards the goals of Vision Zero with safer streets for all. Reasons for improving equity, understanding that not all of our residents can afford a motor vehicle. Reasons for promoting active transportation options that lead to a happier, healthier population. What I want to speak to now are the reasons for doing this today, though, and not pushing it off to some unspecified future date. Apart from being able to realize all of the benefits sooner, the most compelling reason for acting now are financial. We have a window of opportunity here. By acting while the subway station construction is underway, to finalize the design and put the streets back in a way that will benefit more people sooner, instead of putting them back largely as they were prior to the subway construction. It makes no sense to put them back that way and then rip them out again to implement active transportation lanes. This approach would not be fiscally responsible. It would ignore the business case for the Broadway subway, one where the city adopted guiding principles together with TransLink and the BC government that include multimodal access to all stations. It would ignore potential contributions from other levels of government who are acting now to partner with municipalities, both at the regional level with TransLink and provincially with $100 million just announced for active transportation projects in the most recent BC budget. It would be wasteful of taxpayers' money at a time when tax rates are a concern of many residents. But most importantly, delaying a decision would have an outsized impact on another group, namely the businesses that are located along Broadway. They will have dealt with negative business impacts for years by the time the subway is completed. They do not deserve another hit due to the impacts of further work to rip up the new streets and curbs and then reinstall them. They deserve access to lower cost and ever more popular delivery services that use e-cargo bikes and food delivery services using a wide variety of micromobility devices. Even more, they will require lots of people accessing their businesses as soon as possible. That is best supported with the construction of new, complete, vibrant street that brings people to their doorsteps on opening day of the subway, not years after construction is completed when this is revisited. We support the City of Vancouver advocating with regional, provincial, and federal authorities to partner on this important project. We note TransLink's recent contributions to the cost of the Granville Connector, to the Ontario Greenway, to the Arbutus Greenway crossings, and to the Smythe Street Bikeway. With the involvement of TransLink and the BC government in the Broadway subway, it seems inconceivable that they would not support this important work. Building a great city requires that we act, and not that we simply defer action to some future point in time. That action to build a complete street on Broadway needs to start now. Please support option 2 or option 3 to move us forward today. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jeff. You do have questions from Councillor Boyle. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Jeff. There was a question earlier about whether this was the biggest gap in the city's cycling network, and I know Hub has done quite a bit of work around ungapping the map. I wonder if you can speak to the need for this project, relative or in addition to other gaps that exist.
The Broadway corridor is on our priority gap list in Vancouver, as is the 10th Avenue Bikeway, which has only been retrofitted for a small portion of its length. We have lots of gaps on the list, and as we try and sort through which of them are most important, we use a scoring criteria similar to what the City of Vancouver is using to understand what are the highest impact potential bikeways. And the highest impact potential bikeways, when we talk about where we should invest our money next, City of Vancouver has identified retail high streets as one of the most impactful and is in fact showing the Broadway corridor as the high impact route for its upcoming active mobility plan. So we're together with the city on that. They're recognizing that the Broadway corridor is an important gap.
Okay, really appreciate that. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in tonight, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to speaker number 11, Elliot Hoyt. Do we have Elliot on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for listening to me. I'm here to urge people to support options 2 or 3 and reject options 1 regarding the Broadway Active Transportation Plan. I don't want to endlessly reiterate the excellent points brought up by many of the previous speakers, but I do want to talk about my experience on those parallel routes. I take 10th as a part of my summer morning commute, and the reality is that it's not a bike lane. It doesn't provide access to any shops or amenities, especially not the quality of shops and amenities that are on Broadway, and it's not AAA rated. The reality is that it's unprotected. There's cars that block the entire lane while they're parking or remembering how roundabouts work, and You have to avoid, the door zone. I refuse to get doored by a car, so we need to take up the entire lane. It's not good. Likewise, I'm also familiar with the hill climb, specifically in Ontario, from 12th to Broadway and to the Flats and back, and likewise a few other points, but mostly with the Ontario one. That's an impressive grade, and I'm very active and athletic, and I find it pretty strenuous, and it's not a convenient route for all ages and abilities. It's much more straightforward to just put the protected lane on Broadway where people, for the most part, are going and need to go and are coming from. And if you want to talk about businesses on Broadway, I never detour from my route to patronize business on Broadway because there's no protected way for me to do so. If there's a specific need I have on Broadway, it is a massive inconvenience to try to find the nearest street and then, dismount and walk in clippy paddles all the way over from one street down to down to Bicicleta to pick up bike gear or whatever. It's extremely inconvenient. It would be so much better if we could just be on Broadway like any other part of the city. I do stop at Elysian on Ontario and 7th because it's on the bike route, but again, I'm not going to go to my way on to Broadway. One thing I do want to definitely mention, though, that I am reiterating is the reality of what the stakes are here. The stakes of active transportation and protection for active transportation are life and death. Previous speakers have brought up how many people have died in this city as a result of traffic violence and road violence in the city. It is utterly important that we protect people. Infrastructure is how we protect people. It's how we build safe systems and safe streets. Please support options 2 or 3 and reject option 1. We don't need to wait any longer to do this. That's right. Vancouver should be a leader, not a follower. Thank you.
Thanks, Elliot. Speaker number 12 is Etienne Osak. Do we have Etienne on the phone?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Cool. Thank you. So, hi. Thank you for listening to me speak. My name is Etienne Hossack, and I'm a board member of the Bike Kitchen at the University of British Columbia and its cooperative. So we represent the voices of, almost 60,000 students and other thousands of daily staff and commuters, and further thousands of those people who are using bicycles as their primary or additional modes of transportation for commuting to UBC in Vancouver and as a mode of transport in UBC's greater community. I'm speaking today because we have and continue to endorse the mission of the Vancouver Plan, the Transportation 2040, and the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and feel that there are clear options within the Broadway Plan that support this, namely option 2, which is supported in the recommendation B that we're talking about, and also to a lesser extent, option 3. So we recognize that currently staff are recommending option A, recommendation A, which is option 1. Sorry, I'll try and use the options. To not build active mobility lanes at this time, and feel this would be detrimental to the city's own sustainability goals, transportation goals, and the Broadway subject project itself. So while there's alternatives to such lanes on the off-Broadway streets that we've talked about, 8th and 10th Avenue, which are passing only adjacent to the jobs, residents, and retail present on Broadway, and more importantly, as we're talking about now, the Broadway subway extensions. We believe that connectivity to the new station is of the utmost importance for fully realizing the potential of the new subway line, and goals for connectivity to the active mobility lanes have been emphasized in the city's own principles and strategies of the 2018 Broadway subject project. Safe connectivity and effective multimodal transportation, i.e. a combination of transit and bicycle or scooter or otherwise, can't be achieved without active mobility infrastructure being built on Broadway to and from these stations. I'm focusing on that point because I haven't heard yet anyone address multimodal transportation yet today. And to remind our council and listeners that in times of rising economic cost, like now, many individuals will rely on bicycles, scooters, and other active transportation methods simply because they can't afford alternatives. So given the opportunity now to implement active mobility lanes while the subway stations are being built and the streets adjacent are being restored, there is financial sense we see in completing the construction now compared to retrofit and the impact of that retrofit cost, and to incorporate active mobility lanes in the plan. So I guess to conclude, we support recommendation B, i.e. option 2, and call on the council to direct the staff to complete the work they were tasked with in June 2022. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thanks for calling in. We will move now to speaker 13, Colin Hickey. Is Colin here? It says in person.
Speaker number 13 is not in the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, number 14, Mihai Kirstia. I'm so sorry. I know you from Twitter, but I do not know how to say your name. But are you on the line?
No problem. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the mayor and council for your time. Yeah, my name's Mihai. I'm a resident of Fairview, and I've just completed my PhD at UBC. And I've been cycling to campus along 7th, 8th, or 10th Avenue 3 to 4 times a week for years. One of the arguments I've heard against building active transport lanes on Broadway is that we have redundant cycling infrastructure a block away. I'm here to tell you from my firsthand experience that that's simply not true. Aside from a small stretch of protected space near the hospital, 7th, 8th, and 10th are just normal streets, with a few signs and some faded paint on the road. They're deeply unpleasant and dangerous. You're boxed in by cars the entire time, facing multi-directional car traffic and another lane of parking on each side. There's a constant risk of being hit by a car door at any moment. Impatient drivers pass you with reckless abandon, and intersections have next to no visibility. The entire ride requires constant attention and vigilance just to get to your destination safely. But it's not just my experience. The numbers tell the same story. The east-west corridor between 4th and 16th Avenue sees 1/3 of all collisions between cyclists and drivers in the entire city. 970 cyclists have been hit on this corridor over 5 years. That's 15 cyclists every single month. 10th Avenue has the highest number of cyclist-related crashes out of any individual street in the entire city. It's tempting to think that this is a simple case of more cyclists equals more crashes, but that's not true. Protected spaces like Point Grey Road, the Seawall, and the Arvidas Greenway are packed with cyclists, but have almost zero collisions. Cyclists being hit, injured, or killed by drivers doesn't have to be inevitable. The only reason the number of people injured on this route isn't higher is that many aren't comfortable using it in the first place. I've been doored by a driver and skidded across the pavement, counting myself lucky that an oncoming car didn't run me over. I've had a friend break his collarbone, another one break her wrist, and another get a concussion that kept him away from work for 6 months, all because they were hit by cars while biking to or from work. The latter two don't bike in anymore. I've had multiple friends and colleagues who wanted to bike to campus, tried it for a couple days, and felt so uncomfortable that they gave up. One group I almost never see cycling on this route is children. We know kids love biking. We know how important exercise is for their physical and mental health. Go to the Arvidas Greenway or the Seawall on any sunny day and you'll see hundreds of them enjoying the fresh air. But on 7th and 10th, only the bravest parents put their kids onto the road. When seated on a bike, children are often invisible to drivers of larger vehicles. They deserve to be protected and to feel safe outdoors. And it's not just cyclists. People who use electronic mobility devices can't use these routes either, unless they want to be directly in the road, rolling alongside traffic, and again, often below the sight line of drivers. E-scooters are also forced onto these narrow, dangerous streets. I see more of them on the sidewalk than in the road, and I can't blame them. I'm aware Councillor Kirby Young is championing an e-scooter program in Vancouver, something which I applaud and thank her for. The current bylaw only allows e-scooters on local roads or in protected lanes, meaning right now they're not allowed on Broadway at all. Preventing them from traveling alongside all the shops and restaurants on Broadway would be a huge missed opportunity. Failing to keep them safe would be an even bigger dereliction of duty. The City of Vancouver has a goal to make 2/3 of all trips be by cycling, walking, rolling, or transit by 2040. That's a fantastic goal, but it won't happen by magic. Study after study shows that the biggest reason people don't use active transportation is that they don't feel safe. 7th, 8th, and 10th ask people to put their lives at risk if they're outside a car. Anyone who compares these streets to a protected active transport lane on Broadway simply doesn't understand the area. I mentioned earlier that 15 cyclists are hit each month along this east-west corridor. If nothing changes, that will keep happening every single month. This is a public safety crisis. Do we let it continue or do we put an end to it? That's the choice that Council has to make today. Please rise to the challenge. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for calling in. We will now move to speaker number 15, Michelle Scar. Do we have Michelle on the phone?
Hi.
Hi, Michelle. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear from me today. I'm speaking with you because I strongly believe you should prioritize active transportation lanes on Broadway. I grew up here, went to UBC for my undergrad, and then moved to Ottawa for a few years where I worked for Statistics Canada. Now I'm at a new job on West Broadway, and every single day I look outside and see cyclists, including delivery workers, using the sidewalk because the roads are not safe for them. Traffic violence is an upsettingly common phenomenon, as you've heard from other speakers. I'm sick and tired of infrastructure that treats pedestrians and cyclists as afterthoughts while prioritizing the speed of vehicles at the risk of everyone else's life. It doesn't have to be this way. Adding active transportation lanes makes streets safer for everyone, including drivers. They also decrease traffic, improve public health, grow retail sales, and they make the street look nice. Not to mention, they fight climate change. Personally, I love riding my bike. Even though I'm scared of the constant threat of death and injury from cars, I'm brave and I still find it fun, and I love that I can spend my money on food instead of gas. Back when I moved to Ottawa to work for Stats, I was really excited to use my math degree for public good. But as I was sitting in my cubicle, everyone I love back home was getting pummeled by climate-influenced disasters. Heat waves causing hundreds of deaths, horrific flooding and storms causing billions of dollars worth of damage, and smoky skies stinging eyes and lungs and hurting our most vulnerable. Yet, for some reason, despite an abundance of data and a literal report from the world's climate scientists that tells policymakers exactly what needs to be done, all levels of government seem to move at a snail's pace when it comes to climate action. In Vancouver, we still dedicate 81% of street space primarily to cars and only 1% to dedicated active transportation, therefore prolonging our dependence on fossil fuels, even though separated bike infrastructure is cheap and effective. I actually don't care if you personally drive to work every day in a gas-guzzling vehicle. Your imperative as our leaders is to make it easier and safer for everyone else to make the environmentally friendly choice and to remove any barriers that prevent that option from being chosen. Surveys show that fear of sharing the road with cars is the number one thing preventing would-be cyclists from trying it out. You cannot control the weather, but you can control whether or not a AAA mobility lane is implemented on Broadway. If you build it, people will use it. Look at Paris. Look at Toronto. It's not anything new. The climate crisis is here and now, and I find it disturbing that our elected officials haven't done everything in their power to fight it. The latest IPCC report makes it abundantly clear that we don't have 20 years to maybe someday add a bike lane. We have to take meaningful action now, prioritize active transportation and public transit, and do everything we can to prevent untold suffering and catastrophe. I honestly felt somewhat foolish working at StatCan, gathering more data while watching disasters unfold around the world, when it is so clear to me that we already have solutions to our problems. But we keep electing leaders who ignore data and ignore the advice of scientists. Please prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong by taking action. I'm begging you to implement this active transportation lane and make cycling, rolling, e-scooters, and e-bikes, and whatever other type of sustainable and joyful method of transportation safe and accessible to all. This is climate action, and this is public health and safety. The technology to fight the climate crisis and make safer streets exists. We just need the political will. Now it's up to you, Council. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Speaker number 16, Nazia Ibrahim. Are you online, Nazia?
Yes, I am here. I am.
Great.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Sorry, my phone just switched to Bluetooth. Give me a second to switch it back. Just want to make sure it's still clear. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Thanks for your. Okay, great. Thanks for your time. I would like to speak in support of the recommended option to not add any active transportation lanes to Broadway. In my previous statement earlier today, thank you for your time again, I already covered why the lane will not have any impact on climate change, and so why it's not really a solution for that. I would say transit absolutely is, but I'll get to that later. So I personally used a bike in grad school a lot, everywhere, but then things changed. Why? The first reason, practicality. Cycling only works for a few specific cases. If you're commuting short to medium distances, able-bodied, fit, etc. It's not feasible as soon as you're going long distances, transporting heavy items, if you are carrying injured or elderly or babies, or are any of those groups. If you have family around the city or suburbs, or if you don't have the option to shower and change at work, and so on. So this is probably why all the families that I see that have bikes for their kids also have cars, because they rely on the car to do stuff. So, for example, last week, I had to go from North Van to downtown, then to Jericho, then back downtown. Another day, North Van, Burnaby, back into town. Yesterday, Broadway for physio, and then I had to drop a toast grub into my grandma on the way. And next week, I'll be taking her along Broadway to her doctor's appointment. She's 93. She's going to be in a car. So none of these can be done by bike, unfortunately. That is to say, people are not getting in cars because they want to ruin the environment. They're getting in cars because it's the only realistic way to do something, and I'm ironically not wearing my seatbelt, which I will fix right now. That's not going to change. The number of trips that can realistically be done by bike will always be much, much lower than the number of trips that can't be done by bike, just because of the variety of trips that are generally done by car and which require different facilities, essentially, you could say. So then, given that biking isn't practical for the vast majority of trips, unless you're in like a very specific segment of society for whom it works great, it comes across as kind of oblivious or worse, ignorant of people's needs when biking advocates repeatedly tell everybody that we should bike more, that bike lanes are visionary, or whatever it is. And I would personally suggest that it's bordering on ableist. I have 2 bad knees. I know many people with injuries. None of us are going to be biking anywhere. I don't like ists, but I think it's okay, applicable in this case, unfortunately. On the usage of the bike lanes, when city staff released the Drake Street survey report, I asked them how they'd controlled for overrepresentation of cyclists in survey respondents, which they told me it was out of scope. And that's fair enough. It's not easy to do. But that means that the survey is anecdotal. And then I also have anecdotal evidence to share coming from a range of people. Some of them live in the city, commute, do not commute, go across the bridge every day for work. My physio, a City of Vancouver staff member, various engineers working around the Lower Mainland, small business owners, people that don't own cars and rely on the bike lanes frequently, environmental consultants, etc. And the constant refrain has been, we have enough bike lanes, it's overkill. Again, this includes people that use the bike lanes exclusively and don't own a car. And most of these people are young, progressive, liberal, pro-environment people, including myself. It's not that we don't want the bike lanes, it's just that it's not realistic for any of us to use them because of the life and the places we have to go and the things we have to do. We don't have a prominent organized presence like the bike activists, but this opinion is very common. So I've been lucky enough to live in New York, Paris, and London, so it's a slightly bumpy road. And it's much easier to get around with a car there because their transit systems are spectacular. New York and Paris have subway stops every couple of blocks. London has slightly less, but also has a proper grocery store about every 2 blocks, which I'm not exaggerating. I had about 3 grocery stores within 5 minutes walk when I lived there. This is not the case in Vancouver, so I would say if we need to get people out of cars, which is an admirable goal, we need to focus on transit. I would happily take transit over the car if it was there. I think I have actually gotten through most of my statement. Hopefully I'm still within time. I'd just like to say that, I agree we should encourage people to consider the option, but I don't think it's appropriate to force it on people based on a loud minority when it's unfortunately not a feasible option for the vast majority of people going about their daily lives. There are already options close to Broadway for cyclists, and the road is too important to everyone else to replace it another lane with an active transportation lane. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thanks for calling in. We'll go to speaker number 17, Jamie Spittle. Do we have Jamie on the phone?
Hello.
Hi, Jamie.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
We
Okay,
can hear
perfect.
you loud and clear. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jamie Spittle. I live in Mount Pleasant, and I'm speaking today in full support of active transportation lanes, as described in option 3 of the report before Council. And I'm talking mega support. Think like 3 cargo bikes full of support. Now, knowing that about me, you might have an idea in your head that I'm a hardcore cyclist, cladded tip to toe in calorie gel and clip-in shoes. But au contraire, I've never owned a single bit of Lycra in my life. My bike is clunky, and let's be honest, I am sloppily out of shape. In fact, what I'm best described as is a regular guy. And for regular people like myself, option 3 is the best way for us to get a livable, equitable, safe, clean, quiet, active, and beautiful Broadway. Let's start by directly addressing the report before Council. It seems to be putting forward this narrative that when we build cycling infrastructure, we sacrifice pedestrian infrastructure. But I think this tension is completely misguided. Cyclists and pedestrians are very compatible. Both are low speed, quiet, clean, safe, and the infrastructure for both is relatively inexpensive to construct and to maintain. The real tension exists between motor vehicles and, well, literally every other form of transportation. Motor vehicles are loud, take up an inordinate amount of physical space, and have an outsized impact on GHG emissions. And they're statistically much more likely to kill you. On that last point, I mean kill you if you're outside of the vehicle. I actually would like to speak to the drivers of those vehicles, because I know that for many folks, a personal motor vehicle is more than just a way to get around. For some, it's their livelihood, and for some, it represents freedom and upward social mobility. Cars mean different things to different people. There is, however, one universal truth about car drivers, and that is they hate other drivers. But what if I told you that with this one simple trick, traffic will be a thing of the past? And that thing is building safe, viable alternatives to driving, one of which is bike lanes. And I know that the reaction to this is to ask for yet another study on the unique situation in Vancouver, but these problems are not unique to Vancouver, and it's been proven time and time again that if you build high-quality cycling infrastructure, you replace cars with cyclists, which unintuitively means that over time, the driving experience is better, as it removes traffic and reduces interactions with other modes of transportation. Now, as it happens, there's a nearly perfect case study on the effect that deprioritizing motor vehicles can have, and that is the case of two Elysians. Now, I know you fine folks in council are coffee drinkers. I mean, you couldn't do 12-hour meetings without it. And we're spoiled for good places to get coffee. For me, though, just a regular guy who likes a light roast, I prefer to go to Elysian Coffee Roasters. And what do you know? They have two locations near me. One on the car-infested road that is Broadway, and one on the traffic-calmed corner of 7th and Ontario. The location on 7th is a perfect place to sit outside with friends, shaded by beautiful trees, and it's quiet enough to have a conversation where minutes just melt away. I often bump into friends and neighbors walking their dog, and who doesn't love a chance encounter with a good pup? The Broadway location, on the other hand, is loud, feels unsafe, the outdoor area is cramped, and it's kind of just ugly. Not Elysian, that's a beautiful coffee shop. What I mean is that the infrastructure for cars is ugly. So when you have a business that offers the same product, but the two locations feel vastly different, it's not unreasonable to draw a conclusion that the reason for this is the physical space around the business. Okay, now I know I'm running out of time, so here are three very rapid points. Point number one, what about 7th and 10th Ave? Those are bike streets. Listen, that's just some paint, traffic circles, and you still need to interact with motor vehicles. And worse, you have to interact with their car doors. Also, do cyclists not deserve infrastructure that actually leads them to their destinations on Broadway? Point number two, what about the businesses on Broadway that will suffer due to loss of cars, loss of parking, or loss of last-mile logistics? As previously mentioned, cars are huge, so more people on bikes means the density of people moving through Broadway goes up using the same amount of space. Also, it's been proven in cycle cities around the world that cargo bikes can replace a large volume of last-mile logistics. And point number three, what if it rains? If Finland can get their citizens to bike while it's snowing and negative 30 out, I think we'll be good. But seriously, weather does not have an outsized impact on ridership. The number one factor in ridership is safe, high-quality cycling infrastructure. So, to close, I want to say that when I read this report, in particular the benefits of active transportation lanes section, I was really vibing with it. I mean, it means that staff and council already know everything I've said here. So when I read further that the staff recommendation was status quo, I made a sound not dissimilar to the one made famous by the 90s popular sitcom Home Improvement. You know, the one that goes, Honestly, option one is so
Colin,
incongruent with the goal.
Colin, you're so entertaining, but you are at time, and appreciate you calling
I
in.
was nearly finished anyway, so thank you.
Okay, thanks. And yes, Elysian has great coffee, so thanks for calling in. Let's go to speaker number 19 is withdrawn, so we'll go to speaker number 20. It's Dale Bracewell. Do we have Dale on the phone?
Yes, hi. Good evening.
Good evening, Dale. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair Meisner, members of council. My name's Dale Bracewell. I'm a resident of North Vancouver. I remain very interested in the future of Vancouver and a region. As principal of Mobility Foresight, I remain passionate about creating sustainable mobility choices, and I'm thankful to be able to share with you today about advancing Broadway as a great street. To start, I offer the perspective that there's a lot of noise and distraction regarding your decision today. It's not a decision about trading off pedestrian realm to make room for people cycling or rolling. This is not about the value of the historic parallel bike routes such as 10th or off Broadway. You as council have already decided to proceed with a protected active transportation lane. That means the future of Broadway will have both an enhanced pedestrian realm and active transportation lanes. It means there will be incremental improvements to the bikeways parallel to Broadway. Today's report is about timing. It's about when Vancouver will create Broadway as a great street. Today's report is the opportunity for Council to give the leadership on choosing an earlier time. It's about creating the great street for Broadway, pulling people into that preferred future. Now imagine with me the significant difference in what future you decide to create today between option 1, a less desirable future, and option 2, a preferred future for all road users. Broadway is a relatively flat and strategically located in the center of the Broadway area plan. In Roman times, Broadway would be called the cardo, the axis of the community, the one that's lined with shops, the center of the economic and social life. And cardo comes from Greek and it means the heart. Broadway here is the heart of the area plan. It's the spine supporting in the area plan 20% of Vancouver's growth. Broadway is the best opportunity to showcase how Vancouver can create the walkable neighborhoods and even express distinct villages through different types of public life and amenities along the corridor. Think now, in this illustration, 50,000 new residents, most of them at least once a day. It's not east-west. They will want to travel north or south to Broadway, to the heart of their community. When these residents arrive from the north or the south onto Broadway and they turn, what type of future will you have built for them as they turn on their cardo? What type of future will have been built on Broadway for the 40,000 new workers emerging out of the rapid transit stations as they complete their last mile trip primarily to their job along Broadway? Will it be option 1, a not yet great street, a frustrated Broadway, where those trying to enjoy the enhanced public realm are frustrated by the lack of a protected AT lane, with people cycling, kids scootering on the sidewalk, sometimes next to parking and loading? And then confident cyclists are genuinely affecting the mobility of vehicles, including goods movement, as they have to take up one of the now 2 remaining travel lanes. Or will the tens of thousands new residents and workers who call Broadway home in the future be welcomed onto a truly great street, where those walking and enjoying public life on wide sidewalks and the patios say hello, they give a wave to their neighbors and other members of their family who are happily rolling and cycling on the protected active transportation lane, all while the travel lanes are efficiently moving all the necessary vehicles. A decision by Council to engage still the public, this is necessary, on option 2 on the design on how to best incorporate these AT lanes into the immediate station blocks and, of course, the longer-term opportunity Broadway. It builds the future now that we all want. It's the commitment Council made for Broadway to become a great street for all people. I won't have time to unpack all the other key supporting reasons for Council to choose option 2. I'll just quickly say, option 2 moves more people along Broadway. It's your preferred future from a safety Vision Zero perspective. It best supports your healthy city strategy and your climate emergency action plan and your 11% road space reallocation target. Opportunity does provide you a chance to engage TransLink and the province to explore possible funding partnerships concurrent with your public engagement phase. Happy to elaborate if you had any questions, but I'll conclude by saying I do encourage you, Council, please choose the preferred future for Broadway Great Street and move forward with option 2. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thanks, Dale. You have questions from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks, Dale. We already hear pretty regular concerns from residents about scooters riding on sidewalks across the city. I'm wondering, as a transportation planner, what you think we should be doing looking forward in terms of balancing those competing needs and how active transportation lanes play a role, I guess.
Well, I think even by naming it now an active transportation lane as opposed to just a protected bike lane, I think you're already welcoming the growth in e-scooters and even a further emerging, micromobility options, both either private users or shared systems that could come to Vancouver. And so, and this is what I mean by, moving forward with active transportation lanes and engaging the public and engaging your good engineering staff team on what that design should look like so that it actually accommodates not just people biking, but all other types of rolling that would best fit in those AT lanes, and then, of course, be off of the sidewalk.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm also wondering if you can speak to, I asked this of our staff earlier as well, but what demographics we see being more likely to use active transportation modes when we have separated infrastructure like this?
Yeah, I mean, going back all the way to Hornby Street, as staff, there was a good collection of, more women and more children and more new people cycling, all taking advantage of the first kind of wave of protected bike lanes in Vancouver. And the staff team over time on rolling out other all ages and ability parts of the network. There are other demographic counts that also show that that type of cycling and protected active transportation lane infrastructure does draw more people to choose that sustainable mode.
Okay, and lastly, I'm wondering, looking at other cities around the world who are quite ambitiously moving forward on active transportation, what we're seeing in terms of uptake and mode shift and last mile and all of that.
Yeah, well, Vancouver was once a leader, and now there's many other North American cities that are really embracing active transportation lanes. Just liaising recently with the Dutch Cycling Embassy, they're being asked more and more to come over to large urban Canadian U.S. cities to really design cities in this way that's fit for sustainable modes and really promoting all road users to safely be able to kind of share. And again, not at the expense of walking, but in addition to it. And then briefly, it was mentioned too that there's again an emerging trend towards electric cargo bikes and last mile deliveries being by cycling. And so that's just another huge opportunity for Vancouver as it grows its active transportation network.
Great. Really appreciate your time.
Great. You have questions as well from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Thanks. Really appreciate you coming to speak to us on this. Dale, I wonder if you can outline for us the statement or detail more about the statement you made about the decision. This decision is really about timing. It's about because option 1 still has a planned active transportation route, but just not now, versus option 2 and 3, which have them now. The impact, for me, what I'm interested in is your understanding of how much more it may cost the city to delay the implementation when the road is kind of already under construction in large pieces now.
Yeah, I think that it's ultimately, when you think of like what then might be the next decade of investment, beyond what would option 1 be done, and I think staff clarified that would be also demanding improvements to the off-street routes, which I don't think necessarily were maybe accounted for in the report. And ultimately, by building out once, that was often what we heard in terms of construction in Vancouver is, please kind of dig once and build it once.
Right.
Over time, it's just going to be more cost effective to take the opportunity, even noting that, yes, there'll be some negotiations with the province, but the province is going to, release a clean transportation action plan. And so there'll be other funding opportunity partnerships to have conversations to help hopefully offset some of those current cost estimates.
Yeah. Can you just outline a little bit more for me what you might anticipate to be the negative impacts on businesses if we do option 1 and again delay the development of a active transportation route on Broadway, so therefore disrupt it, the street, again in the future. And I'm particularly interested in, that your thoughts about how business would react to that, given how much they reacted to some of the earlier bike lanes within Vancouver.
Yeah, no, happy to. The possibility of the parking provided in option one, it really is a false hope because it gives the illusion to the businesses that would be next to it that that's really giving them a lot of support. And the studies that were done on Hornby and then other ones that we did on Commercial Drive and Gastown show that a large part of the customer bases on the businesses that felt that the parking right outside their front door, it wasn't anywhere to the scale of actually what they actually had the perception of. And so that's key for them to understand, is that ultimately the active transportation lane helps provide them more customers, not less. And there's existing studies that were done within your staff team that you could tap into.
Sorry, Dale, you
so I would
are
offer
over
that.
time.
Yeah.
I do have to cut you off. Apologies about that, but thanks for calling.
No problem.
Yep, thanks for calling in tonight. We'll now go to speaker number 21, Megan Winters. Do we have Megan on the line?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Megan. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please.
Okay, great. Sorry, I've been with you all day, and I'm no longer in front of my computer in a calm, quiet space, but in the midst of a busy public area of your city. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My firm position is that option one, a delayed start, is not an acceptable outcome, and that active mobility lanes must be built in 2024 with the initial reopening of Broadway. Speaking notes, but I would say that having listened all day, I was surprised and dismayed by staff's recommendation, and what I just heard consistently was, we didn't plan for this, and it's hard. And those aren't reasons to delay in my mind. Now, we're talking today on the unceded traditional territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. And I say that because I was a community member who volunteered my time on the City of Vancouver's Climate Equity Working Group and spent 2022 working to develop the Climate Justice Charter that your council received last month. And in the process, I spent time reflecting and listening to the insights of Indigenous people who spoke to us as we developed that Climate Justice Charter. And I hope you also heard their message, that if we want to have this world for future generations, our actions need to be guided in the way of Indigenous leadership, and they need to start now, that this is urgent and pressing. And I think that reflects what people have spoken to you today about. We don't have time to wait. So I'm a professor in SFU's Faculty of Health Sciences, and for 15 years I've advised, volunteered, and led research that's directly impacted transportation policy in the City of Vancouver and other cities. And I've written an email with an abundance of evidence that also has come up today in numerous places. But based on the report that you received today, the news headline that would come out about Vancouver, that Vancouver builds active mobility lanes, if option one is put forward, that headline won't show up in the news until maybe 2040, like 17 years from now. And so that headline coming out in 2040 is not the narrative of a livable, equitable city. It's not the narrative of a city with a transportation hierarchy that clearly is laid out in your transportation policy. It's not congruent with your Vision Zero commitment, your Climate Emergency Action Plan, or your equity framework. So all of the guiding policies that pre-existed the June 2022 advice around active mobility lanes on Broadway, all of those policies have long been in place to prioritize people walking and cycling and protect vulnerable citizens. And in this case, it's people who are made vulnerable because of the historical and consistent urban planning practices that prioritize the movement and storage of motor vehicles in constrained public space. And that's what I'm hearing again in the delay and the option one. So the report and the presentation today, that clearly highlighted the benefits of active transportation. You know what they are: protecting direct and equitable access to shops and services, accelerating shift to active transportation, improved safety and comfort, enabling e-scooters, and the potential to reduce noise and air pollution for all. You know that. They said it today, that if you don't build it now, then you're choosing not to provide direct and equitable access to shops and services, not to accelerate the shift to active transportation, not to improve safety and comfort for everyone, including pedestrians, not to enable cycling, e-scooters, and not to act to reduce air pollution. So that's not the future that we're building here. It takes leadership, as we've heard, and that's my ask to the elected officials voting today. We've seen other cities take off. It could be Amsterdam in the 1970s, transforming a car-centric city into a city of active mobility. But let's give you more contemporary examples, since Councillor Carr just asked. the market success of Paris and shifting active transportation behaviors, or closer to home, Montreal's Réseau Express Vélo, that continues to build out a network of now nearly 200 kilometers of protected bike lanes all along protected major arterials. So to close with a personal story, in November I was biking to work on the Broadway corridor at the station at Laurel. It's under construction right now. And as I biked up to the 10th Avenue bike route, I was hit by a motor vehicle coming out of the alley. I was injured, I lost work time, I required rehab at my own cost. And the incident happened because of design. The limited sight lines that were at the construction site of the subway station, and because of errors, a driver failing to stop as it cut through the alleyways. I reported the incident to ICBC and to the City of Vancouver, and no changes have happened at the site. I go through there every day. My message from this story is that the city's decisions on transportation, including design and provision of space, have direct health outcomes every day. Mine is one story of many. You've heard other people's stories tonight. People are going to continue to make mistakes when they're driving, when they're walking, when they're cycling, but the city's choices on road safety directly impact whether those inevitable mistakes result in injury and death, or whether people will be protected by your design. So delaying that for 10 or 20 years is going to injure and damage more people by that delay. I guess my final closing point is that in my work with cities, including your city, I hear increasingly that the rising construction costs, and so not doing this work now and delaying it for 10 years is going to have just rapidly burgeoning costs. And my final statement answering something that was asked to the last speaker, Dale, was that when they asked, what was the cost about doing it now versus redoing it, when if you need to tear up the whole road again, is our partners in the City of Victoria we work with just documented the cost of rebuilding of an active transportation route and what percentage of that cost was actually for the bicycle facilities versus all of the other things, the sewage, the drain, or the repaving.
Megan,
And it was 29% of the cost.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
Thank
you have questions from Councillor Carr.
Go ahead.
Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening in all day, or for the last while, Megan, and appreciate you speaking to us and the experience you have to share. You mentioned something about Montreal, and did you say Montreal is 200 kilometers of protected active transportation routes?
Well, more than that, across the island, yeah. So the Réseau Express Vélo, hopefully somebody in the City of Vancouver, elected officials or staff have toured it. There's been their movement that sort of was committed to in the past 5 years, and that was about building these axes of protected facilities along arterial routes. So Montreal already had an extensive network of bicycle facilities, partially along local roads, let's say. But that real commitment that they needed to ensure that there was access for active mobility along the major networks, along the shopping streets, along the destinations people needed to get to that would connect them to the shops and the transit stations. And so that's the build-out. It's called the REV. They're doing it. It takes bold vision and leadership, but they've been implementing it sort of on the order of 40 kilometers a year, very ambitiously.
So, regarding the impact on businesses, I mean, we've had different people express different points of view on that. Some of which are that the businesses need parking and they need, street front in front of their store drop off of goods, and that's more important than I guess than a protected active transportation route. I mean, what's your experience on the positive or negative impact on businesses of having an protected active transportation route in front of them?
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say that not all businesses would be affected in the same way. That's true. I would also just sort of reiterate that studies have been done consistently in the city of Toronto. So Bloor Street came up, but there's also Eglinton, there's also King Street, as well as efforts that the City of Vancouver made and paid for themselves to do so. So the fact is that people don't know how people get to their businesses, and when people do the research on it and stop and do intercept surveys, more people walk and cycle to get to the shops than than people expected them or than the business owners thought. People who walk and cycle visit more often, and they spend more net money than people who drive to those businesses, and that's on average, and every business has a different profile. I'll say that. At the end of the day, I take the story from public bike share stations, which years ago there was a lot of pushback. People wanted to keep the parking. They didn't want to have docking stations in front of their businesses. And when they realized that docking stations meant that people stopped and started trips there and popped in to get something, there was an immediate turnaround with many businesses starting to say, please, could we have a bike share docking station in front of our business? So I think just looking at the evolution of what's happening, the message should be clear. Vancouver's not different. Broadway
Thanks,
is
Megan.
not different than other
Megan,
cities.
apologies. We got more questions, so Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks. We heard from a speaker earlier that people with kids can't bike and people with disabilities can't bike. I'm wondering if you can, with your extensive academic background on the subject, speak to how protected active transportation lanes line up with our equity framework.
Okay. Yeah, so the kind of facilities you need to build in order to welcome people to cycling and a broad range of people for cycling, including people with children, people with disabilities, is to build those protected infrastructure. I think you just need to look at some of the soccer fields around our city to understand whether people with children can ride their bicycles. So the ones that have close access to all the disabilities infrastructure along Ontario and Trillium, you'll see piles of cargo bikes and small bikes attached to them. I guess I'm a mother. I've biked all through the years in Vancouver with my children. I also have a knee injury, and sometimes I can't walk, but I can always cycle. That's my own story, but you'll hear these stories consistently told to you. So I just want to point out that it's not it's not a homogeneous population of people with disabilities can't bicycle. That's not a true story. Some of them can't walk. Some of them can't drive. People who have children, not all of those people have cars to get around with their children, and there's increasingly available the kinds of bikes that enable them to do those trips with children. Take a look around and see who's on the roads around us right now, just to see what we're on any day.
Great. Certainly the case of my kids' soccer games too, that there's tons of bikes. I will leave it there. Thanks.
Hey, thanks for calling in, Megan. We'll now move to speaker 22, Lee Haber. Good evening, Lee.
Yeah, good to see you all. My name is Lee Haber. I am a transportation planner and I'm a founder of Downtown for the People, a group advocating for People First Downtown. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe any of you ran on a platform of let's make Vancouver mediocre. I believe all of you want the city to be great and make the best decisions in pursuit of this goal. However, greatness doesn't come easily. It requires thoughtfulness. It requires courage in the face of resistance and old habits. It often comes from the painstaking search for a desired solution when it is neither obvious nor immediately apparent. I sincerely believe that all of you want Broadway to become a great street with increased space for walking, dining, and socializing. I also think that many of you believe cycling, being the most energy-efficient form of transportation mankind has invented to date, has a vital place in this neighborhood, with perhaps some of you convinced that it should have a place on Broadway itself. However, I'm sure many of you are struggling to see how we can provide space for both pedestrians and cyclists in order to serve these noble goals. I invite council to think beyond the options staff has presented you, beyond the idea that lanes must come in pairs. There is a way to make Broadway a great street, a street that works for everyone. If we make Broadway a 3-lane street, we will have enough room for everything, for patios, for widened sidewalks, and for bike lanes. Will a 3-lane Broadway increase congestion? The evidence of highway teardowns and traffic that seemingly evaporated says this is unlikely. First, people are not drops of water. They adjust their behavior according to the circumstances. Much of the vehicular traffic that uses Broadway will shift to different routes, different modes, or different times. Second, a good portion of congestion is caused by turning movements. The dedicated left turn lanes that a 3-lane Broadway will provide will allow traffic to move more freely on the through lanes, meaning that a 3-lane Broadway will only have a slightly lower capacity than a 4-lane one. Will a 3-lane Broadway hurt business? Many previous speakers have made compelling arguments with why increased cycling access will actually have the opposite effect. I will point to the fact that with the Broadway subway, we will be more than tripling the capacity of transporting people to and from the street, even with a reduction in lanes. Will a 3-lane Broadway hinder emergency vehicles? With Vancouver General Hospital only blocks away, this is a serious concern. However, the evidence shows that a 3-lane Broadway will actually improve the ability of emergency vehicles to traverse the street. Quoting the Iowa Department of Transportation, Contrary to beliefs, a 4 to 3 lane conversion does not increase emergency response times. In fact, response times usually improve because emergency vehicles can utilize the center lane when responding to an incident. This avoids bottlenecks that can occur on 4-lane roads when drivers in the middle lanes try to move over for the emergency vehicle but can't. I call on City Council, if not to support a 3-lane Broadway now, to at least investigate it fully. It is a solution that has the potential to serve everyone. And given the fact that the 3-lane street would actually improve emergency vehicle response, to ignore it should be considered borderline negligence. I will end by saying going with what is comfortable and habitual is not the path to greatness. It is the path to continued mediocrity. Putting off these improvements until some point in the future, in my opinion, is an abdication of leadership that does not give Vancouverites, both present and future, the city they deserve and the great Broadway they deserve. I ask you that you give them a great Broadway. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. You have questions from Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
My timer is off.
We'll fix that.
Great, thank you. Thanks. Okay, 3 lanes. Describe to me what happens on those 3 lanes versus what happens on the current 3 lanes that make up the 6-lane Broadway.
So what you'd have on a 3-lane Broadway is you would have 1 lane in the middle, which would be there for essentially left-turning vehicles, but would otherwise be empty, and you would have 1 through lane in each direction. And by doing that, you would have enough room for both patios, which we want, and also mobility lanes.
So you would kind of divide the other 1 lane each direction for mobility, active transportation, and then like take half of a lane to increase sidewalks on each side?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Okay. That's interesting. Where is this being done? Like what cities have done this?
I don't have any clear examples off the top of my head. I think, though, I was looking at Saint Denis Street in Montreal, which I think is a great analogy. I recommend everyone on council to go on to Google Street View, look at Saint Denis, because it's very analogous to Broadway. It's got a subway running underneath it. It used to be 6 lanes. I believe on Saint Denis, there may be some 3-lane sections.
Okay. I'll take a look. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, Lee, thanks for coming to the council. I think before you come in, I asked the question for the Saint Denis Street in Montreal to the staffs.
Yeah.
I think what they did is they also, designed the pedestrian walkway first, and then collect all the data when the information is ready, and then build the back lanes. Do you think that's the option to go, or we have to wait for more evidence to support that?
I've noticed that with the city of Vancouver, that the city likes to take a very cautious approach, and I think in many cases that is the right approach. However, given the fact that we're not doing this in a vacuum. We already have the example of Montreal, we have the example of Bloor, we have countless examples around the world that show that this works. So my invitation to this council and to city staff is to be bold. I came from Winnipeg, because I saw this city aspires to greatness. And frankly, in the last 10 years, I think that's been lost. And I think it's time for this council and the staff to really go out there and create the great city that Vancouverites deserve.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hey, thanks for coming in, Lee. Appreciate your comments. Let's go to speaker 23, Chris Stockwell. Chris, do we have you on the phone?
No, the speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 24 has withdrawn. Speaker 25, Kay Teschke. Do we have Kay on the phone?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, Kay. We can hear you, so you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you very much, councillors, for the opportunity to speak, and a big shout out to all the people who have spoken before me. I've really enjoyed hearing you. So my name is Kate Teske, and I live in Vancouver, and I'm a retired professor from the UBC School of Population and Public Health. My research focused on transportation safety and on what motivates and deters biking. And the research evidence strongly supports including active mobility lanes on Broadway. I want to address 2 aspects of the data equity for women, and how people travel for personal business. So first, on equity for women, I was going back at the council records, and I noticed that since 2014, council has had at least 45% representation by women, which is wonderful. And I hope that you're able to apply a gender lens to transport policy because it makes a surprising difference. In Sweden, gender equality is a mandated goal of transport policy. Data collected to support that policy was eye-opening for their officials when they first started doing it. So today, I thought I'd highlight some Vancouver data in that regard in case you don't know. In Vancouver, men drive somewhat more than women, both slightly over 50% of trips. Women walk somewhat more than men and also take transit somewhat more than men. But on biking, men bike twice as much as women. In our research and that of others, men and women both want to bike more, but they fear for their safety mixing with cars, which you've heard several times today. Women and men also both prefer safer bike routes, including, based on our research, protected bike lanes on busy streets, bike paths in parks, and quiet street bikeways. But without them, without these safer street types, women are much, much more reluctant to ride. In addition to asking people what types of route they prefer, we have also studied what people actually do. Our Vancouver research found that where there's a dense network of safe bike routes, between 15 and 20% of commute trips are made by bike. So way more than the background average for the whole city. In some areas, there's virtually no trips by bike, and they don't have bike routes really at all. In the safe areas, what's really interesting is not only are there high levels of biking, but men and women bike almost the same amount. And this shows that without a dense network of safe bike routes, we are preventing women from having the same transport choices as men do. Okay, so now on to travel for personal business, which I know matters to the businesses along Broadway corridor. Already, residents in this corridor commute more by climate-friendly modes than in the city as a whole. 21% on foot, 18% on transit, 9% by bike, and under 50% by car. So what about shopping, banking, and medical appointments? This kind of trip actually has interesting differences from commuting. It's much more local. We know this because transit trips for personal business are lower by about a third compared to commuting, and walking almost completely makes up the difference, so it has to be shorter trips. One of the odd elements, given that these trips are more local, is that bike trips are actually lower for these personal business trips, opposite to what you might expect. So you have to ask why. Well, our research shows that a critical factor in feeling safe enough to ride is separation from traffic right to your destination. And in Vancouver, as we've heard again and again today, there are almost no commercial streets with protected bike lanes. And that final gap is frightening to many people. So I hope you can see how the data supports options 2 or 3 for transport equity and for personal business.
Thank you very much for calling in. You have questions from Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for all of your work on this, Kay. I'm wondering if you can speak a bit about the 3-lane option.
So there is clear evidence that 3 lanes, if you have so first of all, I just want to make sure everyone understands. So right now there are 6 lanes, 3 lanes in each direction, and what's being proposed in several of the proposals from the city is 2 lanes in each direction. So going from 2 lanes down to 3 lanes, as the previous speaker said, gives you 1 lane in each direction, and then the middle lane is for cars turning left it's a bit difficult to just speak about it, but it's for cars to turn left. So it's basically a turn lane in the middle. And there's been quite a bit of research actually looking at this, and it shows that there can be 20 to 50% fewer car crashes with this kind of design. And I think I heard one of the city staff earlier saying that even with the current design, there probably will be sections that will be this design, 3 lanes. And so it's certainly something that is done here. You'll come across it in various spots in BC, and including perhaps in some places in Vancouver. But it's mainly used to be safer, because when you're trying to turn left, just try to imagine this: you're sitting waiting to turn left, and if in the other direction there's 2 lanes of traffic coming across the intersection, it's hard to see that inner lane. If there's a van, for example, in the lane closest to you, you may not see a car coming along on the right-hand lane, and that's what causes the crashes when you have multiple lanes that you have to cross when you're turning left. So just having 1 lane that you have to cross when you're turning left makes a big difference.
And are there examples where this has been successful that you can point us to?
Well, I know that they've studied this a lot in the U.S., and it's actually recommended by a number of the transport associations there. So Iowa, California, they're the ones that have been doing the studies of it. I don't know if it's been studied here, but I do know that I was for a while a member of Road Safety BC, which is a BC government agency trying to create guides for safer transportation. And one of the recommendations that came out, it wasn't one of mine, it was one of the people whose main issue is car safety, driving safety, did a whole section on what they call road diets, and road diets include this 3-lane option. And so it has been recommended here in British Columbia as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thanks for calling in, Kay.
Okay, thanks for having me.
We will now move to speaker number 26, Johannes Kroller. Do we have Johannes on the line? Do we have them on the line? Okay. Okay. Oh, sure. Okay, just a moment. We might have a technical issue. Should we be?
The speaker has disconnected, and we'll try to bring them back.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that speaker. Next speaker is speaker number 27, Richard Campbell. Do we have Richard on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair and Council, for the opportunity to present to you again today. So, first of all, I just want to say why there is a real sense of urgency on this, and people have talked about the safety reason, but I think it's important to have some specific examples where if improvements were made earlier, there could have been some lives saved. So I think it was a couple of summers ago. There, sadly, a child was killed in their father's arm by an out of control vehicle at Smythe and Hornby. And sadly, I think the Smythe protected lanes were already planned, but they weren't implemented yet. And who knows if that would have made a difference, but one, it would have slowed vehicles down somewhat, and it would have been far greater distance between where the father and child were standing than there was then. So if that could have just been speeded up by a few months, it could have made a difference in that case. Over in North Vancouver a couple of years ago, and this is a situation that's very similar to what Broadway is like. So I believe Esplanade, it's a truck route. It's 2 lanes in each direction with parked cars on the side of it, and it had a narrow bike lane, which was insufficient. So somebody was cycling along there. Somebody opened their door, and they were run over by a transport truck and died. It was really tragic. The city of North Van, after that, was prompted to build a protected bike lane along Esplanade, and I believe it's pretty much complete now. If that would have been done before, that could have been another life that would have been saved. Really tragic, and I think you need to, when you're making this decision, think of how you would feel if you decide not to do that now, and in a year or 2 or 3, someone is seriously injured or killed along Broadway. I wouldn't want to be, in that situation. I think all of you would feel horrible knowing that you could have made, a difference on that. And I guess, there could also be some legal liability for the city, which
Very
was one
sorry
of
to
the
interrupt you for a sec. We just need to have quorum. Councillor Dominato, could you please turn your camera on? Okay, thank you. Very sorry about the interruption. Please continue.
Oh, yeah, no problem. And similarly, there was a woman knocked off a sidewalk on Broad Bridge into a van. She was injured badly and sued the city. It was settled out of court. But there's an example where, the decision on the lanes on the bridge was delayed for years by, the back and forth and the political discussion and all that. And after that, that is one of the reasons why council and staff were really pushing that forward, because they realized it was a dangerous situation. One, they don't want more people injured, but, secondly, there's also some liability to the city. So I urge you to do it for that reason. And then also, one thing that I find really great when wandering around the city, and there's projects I've been involved in, when I see people using these lanes, families with their children, people safely delivering food to work, people doing what they're doing safely on streets downtown, cycling with children. It's amazing. And just to think, in a couple of years, you could, enjoy that feeling and realize the legacy that you have left the people of the city. So I urge you to do it for that reason. And thirdly, I think one thing I would really encourage you to do is, direct staff to actually produce drawings of what the street would actually look like. The cross sections, it's hard to tell because you're not going to have patios, trees, turn lanes, everything for an entire block. Staff does an excellent job of doing the detailed design of actually what the street is going to look like, where you can accommodate everything, not kind of trying to jam it in a cross section where you may have a patio or two a block. You can put benches between trees. The sidewalk can be wider between trees. The bus stop can go there. The bike lane can be, a bit narrower for a few meters, and it's no big deal. And similarly, the sidewalk can be, a bit narrower than ideal for a few meters. So I would strongly encourage you to, to do that, starting with the station blocks, because that's a priority. So actually do the diagrams of where things are going to be and how you can fit the lane in, and then talk with the public, talk with stakeholders, and then you could look at it yourself and hear from people of what it actually looks like on the street and not what people kind of imagine it would look like on random cross sections that aren't necessarily representative of what it would look like when staff actually does the good work as they've done on other streets.
Sorry, Richard, you're out of time, but thanks for the comments and thanks for calling in.
And consider the alternatives. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Just noting the time here and the number of speakers that we have. So wondering if I could get a motion to hear from speakers, to continue to hear from speakers for item 2 tonight, and defer debate and decision on item 2 and items 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12 to tomorrow's reserve at 3 p.m. Thank you, Councillor Carr. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed
Yay.
say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. So we'll continue to hear from speakers for item 2 tonight, and we'll resume at tomorrow's reserve at 3 p.m. for debate and decision, as well as the other items. Thank you. We are now going to go back to speaker number 26. We had a bit of a technical problem there. Johannes Kroller, do we have you on the line?
Yes, you do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, yeah. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live in South Cambie Village, so close to where this is all happening, and I also own and operate a bicycle business that sells focaccia. So some people know me as Focaccia Guy or Focaccia Joe. And I suppose I'm speaking for my colleagues that are the other bicycle businesses that are often my neighbors. I can list them later on in the messages. And yeah, I guess like the alternate bike lane or the mobility lane would greatly benefit bicycle-based businesses. That's kind of like an obvious thing for us. And we are also some of the bigger bicycles or cargo bikes that you're going to see around, like Shift or myself or the other coffee businesses that are around the seawall. And we also need the lanes to be the size that they're already now, and they can't really be narrower too, because then it's going to be a really big problem. So just to mention that on a previous speaker. And also I'd like to go back to speaker number 25, mention that there was like the toll turning thing on a 3-lane Broadway. You're going to have that bike lane, and there's going to be more traffic to deal with, and you're going to have to deal with the bicycle traffic. So yeah, it would be great to have reduced the turning lanes into that more controlled environment where you can have bike lanes going and then turning traffic going. It's going to conflict, definitely, for sure. I mean, I'm in traffic all the time. So I use all the bike lanes in town that are going to downtown, and I've posted up on Cambie 8th a lot, and I've kind of discontinued because the area is still under construction, but definitely I am like a business, bike business, green business that operates in the area, and I could greatly benefit from a Broadway bike lane as soon as possible, because I could use that and then take it all the way to Trout Lake, do a loop there, and then go back to downtown East Side. I could cover a huge amount of distance with my food cargo e-bike that has no emissions and serves people food. One other thing I'd like to point out, that Vancouver is very unique in Canada in that you can commute on bicycle or e-bike or scooter or one wheel all year round, and no other Canadian city has this. So actually, people benefit much more from cycling here than any other city in Canada, which is super awesome and unique. On the lighter side of things, accidents are going to happen one way or the other. I mean, I don't want to influence your decision on guilt, just logic. And the sidewalk is pretty wide on Broadway already. There's lots of room for patios. So there seems like to me be lots of room. Just not all the sidewalk is city property. That's the only challenge there. Because I've had a bit of a tiff with people before where I'm not allowed to vend on certain parts of the sidewalk because it's not city property. So building managers will like kick bicycle businesses out. So it's nice to like give a little bit back to bicycle businesses and give them at least a lane to travel in. That's all for me. Thanks. Any questions?
No questions, but thanks for calling in.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is speaker number 28, Adam Hawk. Do we have Adam on the line?
Yes,
yes, I'm on the line.
Hi, Adam. Yep, we can hear you loud and clear, so you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I am a Vancouver resident. I do live in the Broadway corridor. I spoke earlier today. I really think that we really need to get these lanes built now. We just got a 11% tax increase, and I think it would be fiscally irresponsible to kick this down the road and then have to pay twice for it. We're already paying to dig up Broadway and rearrange it. So now is the time. It should be done while the road's under construction. The bike roads that are because they're not bike lanes, but those multi-use roads parallel to Broadway are jam-packed during rush hour. And not to mention cars that are trying to get around traffic. Squeezing in there and making it unsafe. I have an 8-year-old boy. We ride the seawall all the time, but I would never take him on any of those bike roads. And I could take him over the Burrard Bridge. Because we've got an amazing lane on the Burrard Bridge. So we really need to bring more of this safety aspect. And Broadway currently has a bike logo over on that bus sign, or at least it did. And I tried riding my bike in that right lane on Broadway, with the buses during rush hour, and that's a death wish. So I don't know if that little bike logo is on those signs anymore, but it should be removed. The other thing that the city has been doing a lot of is putting paint on the road, and paint is inherently unsafe. Yes, there's a little white line there, that tells drivers, hey, that's the bike area, but the law says bikes need 1.5 meters of space from passing cars. But when there's a white line on the road, cars think they could ride right up to that line and pass you with inches, and also, what's to stop them from crossing the line? So, the paint makes cyclists less safe, not more safe. Not to mention it encourages couriers, Canada Post, the police, city workers to all park on that bike lane because there's nothing impeding them from climbing up onto it. So, and I also drive, and you know what? I have conflict with cyclists when I'm driving because I'm in driver mode, and if we could get the cyclists off the road, I wouldn't have that conflict when I'm a driver. So I think that, is an important point to make as well. If we really want to kick this no-fun city, we need this great Broadway. So, I really want to get rid of that. I come from Montreal. It's a fun city. That's where I grew up. And Vancouver, we need to kick this no-fun city thing, and we need this great street. And with the amount of people that are going to live in this Broadway plan, we want them driving. That's insane. If we put in parking stalls, 2 parking stalls or a stall for every apartment, and all those people have cars, it's going to be gridlock no matter how many. We'd need 12 lanes, and we'd still have gridlock on Broadway. So, getting the bike lanes, encouraging people to get out of their cars, all makes sense. There was a lady that called earlier, said that she's got bum knees and, she can't ride a bike. But you know what? These AAA lanes are great for mobility scooters, too. We have an aging population, and they're causing conflict on the sidewalk with pedestrians. So, they can also get on this, in these mobility lanes. And finally, how do we pay for this? Well, I think this council has some really creative ideas about financing. I mean, we used the bike lane budget to remove the Stanley Park bike lane. We could use the road infrastructure budget to remove the traffic lane and put in a bike lane. Because, it seems like there's some really smart people with some good ideas on how to find money. So that is all I've got to say today. Thank you for listening.
Hey, thanks, Adam. We will move on to Speaker 29, Maura Brown. Do we have Maura on the phone?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Maura. So please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm a medical doctor in the city of Vancouver, where I'm grateful to live, work, and play on the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm in favor of option 3, or failing that, option 2, for the Broadway Active Transportation Lanes There's many reasons, as we've heard from speakers, to support improved cycling structure in Vancouver, the not least of which is health. We know that vehicle traffic is a major source of air pollution, including small particles, nitrogen dioxide, and ground level ozone. These particles and chemicals are extremely harmful to human health and lead to a whole host of acute and chronic diseases, accounting in Canada for 15,300 premature deaths every year. Acute diseases can include exacerbations of asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, heart attacks and strokes, as well as increased susceptibility to and greater illness from a variety of infectious diseases, including COVID. Chronic diseases that can be due to or exacerbated by air pollution include chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, several cancers, metabolic syndrome and diabetes, mental illness, including anxiety and depression. More and more, it is now understood that the immediate local health co-benefits are directly to individuals, their families, and communities from reducing air pollution. A recent study in LA demonstrated that reducing nitrous oxides by 0.41 parts per billion in a local neighborhood by reducing private car emissions by 2% led to 3.2% decrease in asthma-related visits to the emergency room. Our health is a nonpartisan issue, and supporting good health is a win for everyone. And in addition, our healthcare system, as you know, is struggling right now. The health human resource problem is going to take years to remediate, and every visit to the ER that is not taken removes some of the burden of our healthcare system. Cities are responsible for 60 to 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, of which 40% arise from vehicles. So reducing air pollution by reducing burning of fossil fuels also reduces our contribution to climate change. As you likely know, Vancouver is part of a multinational organization called C40 City, which was started almost 20 years ago by David Miller, who's the previous mayor of Toronto. His book, called Solved, is an amazing resource of carrot and stick models used by cities all over the world to decarbonize their infrastructure. Vancouver currently is known and globally respected for our leadership on reducing emissions and our well-laid-out climate emergency action plan. There's examples from all over the world of cities collaborating in nonpartisan building of more walkable neighborhoods. One might think that fewer car trips mean small businesses will suffer. However, as several of the preceding speakers have said, and also what I've heard, is that usually it's the exact opposite. Enabling active transportation through safe bike lanes and easy connections to public transit will get people out of cars by providing a positive alternative. As well as reducing air pollution, increased physical activity with active transportation improves mental health, reduces diabetes, improves physical fitness, all health goal benefits that will directly improve our local population health. I hope I have enough time to do a little bit more talking. A Canadian study from Lakehead University about the mental health of our young people ages 16 to 25 was released just a week or two ago, published in the Journal of Climate and Health. They reviewed their concerns of the young people about their future. Fear, sadness, anxiety, helplessness, and powerlessness were described by up to 65% of respondents. 8 out of 10 young people report anxiety about their future is impacting their mental health and their daily functioning. 39% are hesitating to have their own children. A major contributing factor to the anxiety is the lack of government action on reducing emissions. It is essential that adults, particularly policymakers like yourselves in positions of power, recognize that young Canadians are experiencing distress and mental health consequences because of the failure of adults, decision makers, and governments to adequately address the climate crisis. As one survey participant expressed, the government taking more accountability and action would greatly improve people's anxiety. Choosing option 3, or if you can't do option 3, then at least option 2, would be a forward-looking, community-building, health advocacy action that this council can take. At my work, I'm engaged in sustainable health initiatives, and I know from my research that there is a huge amount of public support for reducing emissions to improve health. A 2021 publication in Nature reviewed different social narratives to engage people in sustainable change, and they found the most effective was framing change around health.
Sorry, Maura, you are at time.
Stop. No problem. I had about 2 more sentences. Just please, for health and wellness, choose option 3 or 2.
Thank you for calling
if you can't choose 3.
Hey, thanks for calling in.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 30 has withdrawn. Speaker 31 is Melissa Lem. Melissa, do we have her on the phone?
I am on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Melissa Lem, and I'm also a physician calling in after my colleague, Dr. Maura Brown. I'm a family doctor who lives and works in Vancouver, and I'm also president of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. And today I'm asking Council to protect the health and safety of our neighborhoods and the people who live in them and move ahead with options 2 or 3 in the Broadway Active Transportation Lanes report to make sure that active transportation lanes are included in the development and restoration of the Broadway corridor. So we know that there's no way the City of Vancouver will hit its climate targets unless we reduce transportation-related carbon pollution. We're in the middle of a stretch of beautiful weather right now, which we know is ending soon with rain, as it always does. But we also know that after the rain, what we now call smoke season will be coming again this summer. And treating patients sick from summers of wildfire smoke and the heat dome and flooding right here in our own backyard has made it so clear to me why we all need to do everything we can now, not 5 or 10 years from now, to deal with climate change. And something interesting is that the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment actually released 2 reports in the last couple of years that speak to the very issue that we are discussing today. So in 2022, we released our traffic-related air pollution report that summarized over 1,000 research studies published since 2015 that, as Dr. Brown discussed, demonstrate the incredibly wide-ranging health harms of air pollution from traffic, which include heart attacks, asthma, dementia in seniors, depression, adverse pregnancy outcomes, and developmental issues in kids. And air pollution itself kills over 2,000 people in BC every year. But on the flip side, taking measures that reduce cars on the road and increase our ability to exercise and get around on bikes have huge potential to improve our health. In fact, one of our 5 key recommendations from that report is, and I quote, increasing active transport infrastructure such as cycling networks. And the other report CAPE released was our Cycling in Vancouver report in 2021 that was created using data provided to us by Hub Cycling and taken from the City of Vancouver itself. And one of its key findings was that we've had a consistent annual increase of cycling, and particularly in women, over the past decade, driven by the large-scale expansion of Vancouver's protected cycling network, which shows if you build it, they will ride. The report also showed that 15 of the top 19 high-risk locations for cycling accidents had no bike lanes, even though they were designated as cycling routes, and that serious bike crashes were highly correlated with vehicle traffic, meaning that one of the most effective ways to improve safety on the street is to reduce the number of cars on the road and create protected bike lanes. And apart from the research that overwhelmingly supports economic, as we've heard, and health reasons for having bike lanes on our streets, my family lives within 2 blocks of Broadway Avenue. My medical office sits directly on Broadway, so I see what happens on the street every single day. I've personally treated cyclists who have gotten into serious accidents on Broadway, and on a more personal level, I can smell the exhaust from vehicles when I walk around my neighborhood with my family. My 8-year-old knows how bad air pollution is for him, so he'll wrinkle his face and plug his nose when he smells vehicle exhaust. But he shouldn't have to do that, and families across this city shouldn't have to do that. They deserve to be safe, and they deserve to be healthy. So on behalf of my health colleagues in CAPE and the community of patients that we care for, I'm asking that City Council please vote for options 2 or 3 and plan for active transportation lanes on Broadway to make sure that everyone living and working and playing close to Broadway can choose healthier transportation options and breathe cleaner air. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. You do have questions from Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Lam. Thank you so much for calling in and all the work you do and your leadership in so many ways around, especially the environment. I just looked on your website and I could not find the actual detailed reports, the 2 reports that you mentioned. I found press releases on them, but not the links to reports. I'm wondering if you could email City Council with the reports or links to the reports so that we could read them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on the website right now. They're under the Learn little drop down under Reports. But
Learn.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I know the website's it needs an overhaul. But anyway, it's under Reports. You can find them right there. But I'm still happy to, but you can find them there. So maybe you can email them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can.
Thank you.
You're busy. I'll do that. I've got them now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for calling in, Melissa. Dr. Lim. Number 32 is withdrawn. And number 33, Michael O'Shaughnessy. Do we have Michael on the phone?
Good evening.
Hi, Michael. You have up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, councillors. My name is Michael O'Shaughnessy. I live in Fairview, actually, just north of you guys on 7th. And I'm speaking to oppose option 1 and support option 2. You know, I'm coming up at the end of this process, and I think you've heard a lot of the main points in favor of active transportation already. So instead of taking you through all those points all over again, I thought I'd give you a personal anecdote about what it's like to be someone who uses a bicycle to go to places along an arterial commercial street before and after active transport infrastructure is in place. I'm a cyclist, and I have been for basically my entire adult life. My bicycle is my primary vehicle. I use it to go to the bank, I use it to go shopping, I use it to commute. As I'm sure you can imagine after hearing so many stories tonight, this means I've had my share of close calls. Once, I was actually hit by a car, ironically, a car that blew a stop sign. Thankfully, I wasn't terribly hurt, but I did screw up my nose. Actually, I couldn't breathe properly afterwards, so I had to get surgery to correct it. I was, of course, not using protected bike infrastructure at the time because none was in place. But after it's in place, it's a real game changer. Back in 2016, I was living in Toronto. I'd commute every day to an office on Bloor Street, which I think is one of the comparators that staff has chosen for Broadway. They were just putting a bike lane pilot in place. Thinking back, the arguments against Bloor lanes were eerily familiar because they're the same arguments that are leveled today against lanes on Broadway. There were and are parallel bike routes to Bloor Street. Businesses were worried about their customers. Drivers in the local Chamber of Commerce were worried about congestion. Well, I can tell you, as someone who was there, that none of these concerns were borne out. Traffic flowed as before, bicycle mode share was up, and business was booming. For me, this was a game changer for my day-to-day routine. For one thing, unlike before, I didn't have to mix it up with the cars just to get to work. And it was also a game changer for my wallet in a bad way because biking home along Bloor Street, I would pass a lot of my favorite spots, whether it was a used bookstore or a vintage clothing store or a restaurant. Now, I know I promised you that I wouldn't reiterate everyone else's arguments, but I think in that story you can see a potential future for Broadway that has been painted in broad strokes by the folks who've spoken before. One where people are able to use active transportation to get places where they want to go and do things that they want to go, boosting Main Street businesses along the way. Right now, with our bike infrastructure on 7th and 10th, and by the way, I live right next to 7th, there's no real infrastructure in place. We can't do that. Not really. It's not built to get you where you need to go. It doesn't go anywhere because where you're going is on the commercial street. It's on Broadway. Earlier today, many of the councillors in the council chamber voted to accelerate the Broadway plan's housing construction. This is really fantastic news. But it also means that the day when the 50,000 people that the Broadway plan envisions living along Broadway itself, that day is approaching even faster. My 50,000 new neighbors will need to be able to get where they're going on our new great street. Commuters and couriers alike will need to get to the many new businesses and commercial spaces that are going to open up. They can't all be in cars, because if we are, frankly, we won't all fit. We're going to need to think differently about how we get around, about how goods and people get where they need to go. Active transportation needs to be part of that conversation. We know from peer cities like Toronto, New York, and Portland, and we know from right here in downtown Vancouver, that bike lanes work. They work for people, they work for the planet, and they work for profit. Councillors, municipal government is the level of government that makes the most difference in people's lives. If there's a pothole, you can fix it. If there's flooding, you can improve storm and rain infrastructure. And if there's an opportunity to provide a safer transportation option for commuters and couriers, a bigger market for businesses, and doing it in a way that aligns with the city's climate and transportation goals, you can take it. Please don't let that opportunity get away. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for calling in, Michael. Next caller is caller 34, or speaker 34, Peter Waldkirch. Probably pronouncing that wrong. Hi, Peter. How are you?
That's pretty good. Thank you very much. I'm doing well, thanks. Yeah, it's Peter Waldkirch, and I'm here to speak in favor of a protected active transportation line down Broadway. So I'm asking council to reject option A and approve options B or C. So my wife and I live in the Broadway Plan area between Oak and Cambie. I used to live on 8th, now we're on 15th. Neither of us are strong or confident bikers. But when we moved into this neighborhood, we bought bikes because we wanted to take advantage of what we thought was this area's strong bike network. Sadly, we were wrong. I'm telling you that the off-Broadway bike routes are not adequate. They are not, or yes? Hello?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Oh, sorry, I thought I heard something there. Just they're not a replacement for actual AAA bike infrastructure. These roads, 7th and 10th, they're still full of cars. Every time I am on them as a biker or as a pedestrian, I see drivers ignoring stop signs, making dangerous turns, speeding. There are parts of these routes, these alleged bike routes, that are so narrow with parking on both sides of the road that when a car is coming towards you, you as the biker need to pull over to make room for the car. I've had to do this. And you're constantly in a dooring area. This is not safe infrastructure that is going to welcome less confident bikers. My wife in particular does not feel safe biking on these streets at all. And so she doesn't. And so my personal experience is that the current state of this area's bike infrastructure actively discourages new bikers like me and my wife from visiting shops and services in our neighborhood. These off-Broadway bike alternatives are not alternatives at all. Now, we also order food delivery from time to time from local restaurants, and I worry about the safety of the people who are delivering this food. You know, every time I'm walking around this neighborhood, every time I see people delivering food on e-bikes or scooters, and I always think, wow, that's great. Better that than in a car, right? But then I wonder, why does somebody need to risk their life on unsafe infrastructure to deliver a pizza? And I really want to emphasize that our roads, including these off-Broadway bike routes, are not safe. I know this council is very concerned about public safety, so please understand that road violence is one of the major threats to public safety in Vancouver. Every week in Metro Vancouver, over 1,300 people are injured, including 52 children under 12. At least 5 people across BC are killed by cars every week. And these are just ICBC numbers. The actual numbers are probably higher. So this is a public safety issue. And building safe infrastructure so people can move around the city safely is one of the most concrete things you as council can do to make Vancouverites safer. And so I ask you before you vote to reflect on how many people will live or die because of the decision you make on this vote. You know, active transportation lanes also support the goal of improving the public realm. Pedestrians and cyclists and scooters aren't in conflict. When compared to how much space we devote to cars, we're talking about relative scraps. You know, I remember when the COVID patios started popping up. Let's be frank, a lot of them sucked. They were terrible because you felt like you were sitting in the middle of a highway with cars buzzing around you while you try to eat. They were really unpleasant. It's nicer to sit on a patio by a mobility lane. It's nicer to be a pedestrian by a mobility lane. Separated mobility lanes will help make Broadway a great street, not just for people on bikes, but for everybody. And last but not least, I really want to talk about what I think is maybe the major challenge of our lives, the climate crisis. We know we need to mitigate climate change. We know we need to adapt. We know we, the City of Vancouver, are not on pace to meet any of our climate targets. We know we need to encourage a mode shift away from cars, and that will only happen if we build safe mobility lanes. You know, I know Mayor Sim is a big fan of 15-minute cities. Well, cities that are actually pursuing that policy, that are actually building 15-minute cities, they are building safe infrastructure for active transportation right now. The reality is Vancouver is falling behind. Other cities are taking bold action. Vancouver isn't. And I don't think anyone listening to this really believes that this is just a question of timing. If council punts on this decision, I think the message is pretty clear. The city is not committed to active transportation on Broadway because the time to encourage active transportation is now. The time to respond to the climate crisis is now. A vague, maybe someday, just doesn't cut it. So please show leadership and commit to safe, active transportation infrastructure on Broadway by supporting options B or C. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Next speaker is speaker number 35, Ryan Campbell. Oh, Ryan, you're here in person. Okay. Good evening. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perfect. My name is Ryan Campbell. I live in the city of Vancouver in Joyce Collingwood. And I wanted to clear one thing up. First of all, there was a talk about Bloor Street and whether or not there was parallel bike routes for Bloor. I'm a graduate of the civil engineering program at the University of Toronto, which is right next to Bloor. And Harvard is close to Bloor too, is a bike route. So is Davenport. You know, I think it's a bit of a ridiculous argument to say, well, we have one street, we don't need another one, right? We have 12th. We don't need Broadway, right? We have 12th. We don't need 41st. You can have more than one bike route. And what I find troubling about this report and some of the comments I've heard here is that the alternative to putting a bike lane, a separated bike lane on Broadway is 10th. And in case anyone doesn't know, 10th has the most collisions between vehicles and cyclists of any street in the entire city. So that's like saying, oh, we don't need a swimming pool in the city, go to Bondi Beach full of sharks, right? It's very irresponsible to say that the alternative, and I think it shows that the alternative is quite bad when you're putting people's safety in jeopardy like that. Now, all that aside, I want to tackle this from a slightly different angle, which is about street design. It's what I studied as an undergrad. I don't practice there, but I have a little bit of familiarity. So we talk about streets, roads, and stroads. So a street is a transportation node or a link that is meant to have houses on it, to have shops on it, to have destinations, and you're making that final connection to the destination. A road is where you have longer distance travel. So you're trying to move people very quickly from end to end, you know, going from the highway all the way to UBC, that kind of thing. Boundary is a very good example of a road here. And then in between the two, you have what people have coined the term a stroad. So when you try to do both of these, you end up doing them both quite badly. You get congestion, you get slow-moving traffic, but you don't get a lot of connection to the shops or to the houses or to whatever. And I think that's what Broadway is right now, and I think that's what option one perpetuates quite a bit. You know, if you want to move people through Broadway quickly, having parking on the side doesn't make any sense. If you want people to stop and shop and go to Broadway as a destination, then you want to have parking, but maybe fewer lanes of traffic. Because more lanes there means a worse experience for the people. Like, you're not going to have a patio on Kingsway any more than you're going to have a patio on Broadway if it's 4 lanes. It's just not a pleasant experience. So I think there needs to be a decision either to go with the road direction, which option 2 somewhat does, or go to a street direction, which would be closer to option 3, but maybe something option 3 plus parking. Maybe a 3rd lane for emergency vehicles, something like that. Maybe go back to the drawing board. I think it's untenable to try to go the stroad route. I think everyone suffers for that. If the decision is to go to a road or a stroad, then I would ask that we at least dispense with the farce that we're calling this area a great street or a high street. It's not. If you go to Granville Island, think of your favorite spot in Granville Island. I don't think anyone would see that experience improved with 4 lanes of traffic going right by it. Granville Island is probably the closest we have to a high street kind of experience. Up there's a figure there. It's from a 300-page document from the region, or the Greater London region. They have 600 high streets, a total 554 kilometers. It's kind of the capital of this kind of high street, great street experience. That's an example of one of them. It's got that 3-lane configuration I talked about. It's got active mobility lanes, and they have best practices there that I think we should be looking to. I think it's troubling that we don't look to them. They also have these, what they call healthy street guidelines, which are you know, you can Google it. The clerk has this document, the full document, the link to it. But they have the healthy streets guidelines as well, which include active mobility and safety. If you look at the objectives of this Great Street Initiative, none of them are met with 4 lanes of traffic whipping by and no parking. So, yeah, in summary, I would urge you either to choose option 2 or 3, or send it back to the drawing board and have staff take another look at it, or maybe find a consulting firm or someone who specializes in this kind of thing to take another crack. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, Ryan. Okay, seeing no questions, we'll go to speaker 36, Kyle Mystery. Hi, Kyle.
Hey there, thanks for having me. So my name is Kyle Mystery. I am a former courier. I am also a mechanic at Our Community Bikes. It's a community bike shop just off Main and Broadway that services most of the clientele being a lot of commuters, children, youth, families, marginalized folks who just want to use their bikes and in some cases wheelchairs, scooters for just getting from where they are to where they need to go, or oftentimes for work, errands, daily use, the same way a lot of folks would use a car. I believe that by prioritizing travel like that, we are, especially with marginalized folks, not introducing a large expense, something like a car that could be a $10,000 a year barrier to entry simply to travel from A to B in a city that is already so closely knit as far as businesses, work, and residential goes that it should be very simple to get around in. I do like the options of 2 and 3 that you folks have presented in the plan. It represents a fantastic step towards a more sustainable and more viable transportation future in the city. I do think that removing some of those protected lanes from the plan is a little bit of a step backwards, as presenting a car focus in the city, again, takes out the factor of that economic barrier that folks would have to face. Again, in some cases, $10,000, upwards of that a year, simply owning a car. With the rise of e-bikes, electronic skateboards, one wheels, all these devices in between, I know a lot of conflict has been on the rise, since a lot of these folks tend to stick to the sidewalks, sometimes using the alternative routes. 10th and 7th are good examples. But 10th and 7th are also examples of infrastructure that doesn't quite cater to that mode of transportation, by essentially designating a side street with little in the way of protection for folks not in cars. It doesn't introduce any possibilities of safety. It doesn't add as welcoming feature as, say, a protected bike lane would, where these people can be separated from traffic. They can feel safe traveling at a speed that's comfortable for them. I think as far as reducing traffic for safety, Broadway's a perfect street and an example of that we could use to pitch further ideas for the city. Currently, as far as all the construction goes, traffic has obviously calmed down quite a bit. But even with the reduced use, we're still seeing businesses able to profit and thrive, mostly thanks to that foot and bike traffic. We've gone over a lot of the parking situation just at our shop, thanks to all the construction being right on Main and Broadway. But it turns out, after looking into it, there are a number of parking alternatives. Just kitty corner from us, we have a parking lot just on the southeast side of Main on Broadway. There's underground parking just under that building with the nesters in it. So up and down Broadway, there are so many parkades and alleys, side streets, as far as folks who might need to access those businesses by car goes, that I think taking out a lane for parking wouldn't necessarily provide any detriment to them. There actually were a couple studies done, one in New York, one in Salt Lake City, of introducing a bike lane where a parking lane used to be. Salt Lake City's businesses along that street saw a 15% increase in revenue. New York City, 49% increase in both business traffic and revenue. So I don't believe that eliminating parking would be a net negative or even net neutral for a lot of these businesses, but in fact, bring up the potential of more business, as well as just feeling more welcoming, not having traffic constantly going around outside. I actually ended up bulldozing through my points a lot faster than I thought I would. Apologies for my
That's okay.
rambling and nervousness, but
We've got questions, so.
fantastic. Happy to answer.
Okay, great. So Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. As someone who works in helping get more people on bikes, I'm wondering if you can tell us if you think separated, protected bike lanes on Broadway would encourage more people who are new to cycling to take it up?
100% I do. I was actually having a conversation with we have somebody who comes around and does our windows, and they carry all of their equipment on cleans our windows, I should clarify. They carry all of their equipment on bike. They do a number of businesses up and down Broadway as well as up and down Main. But I brought up the question to him just recently of would he feel more comfortable if there were more protected lanes, not just on Broadway, but along all of these routes that he travels along. And he said absolutely. Right now he does a mix of traveling up and down sidewalks and up and down the street itself when he feels safe. But again, I think that's a perfect instance of somebody who just wants to get their work done, go from A to B, and feel safe while doing it. Because while some cyclists might feel safe maintaining a speed on Broadway and traveling up and down it, I know I did while I was a courier. A lot of folks, especially if they have a lot of things to carry with them, can't keep that speed up. They don't have as much maneuverability. And even not just working, but with a lot more residential planned going up for Broadway, folks who are going to be commuting from there to their places of work, families, would get a tremendous benefit as far as safety and being welcomed on bikes, scooters, skateboards, everything in between goes.
Okay. My second question is, we hear a lot, I'm sure you do too, the sort of rhetoric is that people who ride bikes in Vancouver are like spandex clad adrenaline junkies or whatever that is. And I've been to our community bikes enough times to know you serve a much more diverse crowd. So I'm wondering if you can speak to what separated lanes mean for getting more people who aren't super confident, athletic, spandex wearing folks out.
Yeah. So again, I'd like you mentioned the idea of like the spandex clad cyclist, which I guess I'm kind of dressed in at the moment. It's definitely I feel like the template a lot of folks have in their minds. But again, those folks are able to go at speed that makes them comfortable in traffic. They're comfortable on a bike. But for folks starting out, they might not have the confidence to even go on a lane something like 10th or 7th, especially since both of those have considerable elevation gain. If you're starting out, that could represent a significant barrier to feeling comfortable on a bike or even just maneuvering on any kind of mobility device. I think protected...
We've got more questions, but we'll have to move on to the next counselor for questions.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Nope, you still got more questions.
Oh, wait. So, okay.
No worries. Counselor Fry.
I got a question for you.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing up the parking pieces, and because one of the things that we haven't talked a lot about is the future of parking. Obviously, car shares are more ubiquitous, and we know that, especially in the United States, autonomous ride-hail vehicles are actually a thing now in Phoenix and in Las Vegas. Have you looked at that at all? And when you're talking about parking, do you anticipate like ongoing needs for parking, or do you also actually see sort of a future where maybe personal vehicle parking is certainly we see that in even our housing starts. Developers are saying, well, we don't really need on-site parking because nobody has cars anymore.
Yeah. So I think that in a modern society, at least, where much as I'd like to imagine a future where we have no need for cars, there's always going to be a need for vehicles. So we're going to have to still keep an idea of parking in mind. It may not have to be directly in front of the door of the business, but in the case of Broadway, we have so many side streets lining every single block that there's parking on. We have, again, the parkades above or behind the businesses of the building, or above or behind the businesses. So I think that the parking situation on Broadway, as far as it stands now, I think we would be totally fine if there was none on Broadway at all, because going up and down Broadway and just looking at the parkades above, say, Toys R Us, under that Nestor's on Kingsway, they are surprisingly empty. There's a lot of parking people aren't utilizing. I think maybe it's just because they don't know it's there. Maybe they prefer the convenience of being directly in front of the store, which can't tremendously fault them for. But the current parking situation, I think, is something we could certainly dial back without any kind of repercussions.
Yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate you bringing it up because I think it's quite germane. And certainly we've seen, like with the elimination of a lot of the street parking on Broadway, things seem to have been functioning just fine. So, all right.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle.
Great. Thanks, Kyle, for coming in tonight.
Cool. Thank you very much. I'm done now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You are released.
Cool. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Next speaker is speaker 37, Natalie Cushing. Do we have Natalie on the phone? Hi, Natalie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Natalie Cushing, and I'm a resident of Vancouver calling in support of option 2 or 3. I'm a daily pedestrian and an occasional cyclist, but I'm an avid tree nerd with a special interest in street trees. Therefore, for my time this evening, I would like to provide the perspective that active mobility lanes complement trees and green infrastructure, and there's no conflict between the two. From the report from staff, there was a suggestion that option 1 includes significant additional space for trees and green infrastructure, and option 2 does not. I'd like to challenge that assertion, as active mobility lanes themselves can be supports to trees and green infrastructure. As evidence of that, the staff report also says the decision on active mobility lanes is urgent, as it impacts the design of underground utilities and other roadway elements. This implies that these hard engineering features will be located in that curbside lane under discussion. And these features are not compatible with underground green infrastructure like engineered soil cells and stormwater filtration and infiltration systems. Under option 1, trees and rainwater management features can't be squeezed up or in that first lane. These will have to be contained within and compete with the pedestrian and patio areas. Conversely, by installing active mobility lanes now in option 2 or 3, we can engineer the below-ground environment to support rainwater management and a healthy urban forest. This is possible because active mobility lanes can be constructed, one, of more permeable materials than a roadway, especially one designed to carry heavy trucks, and they can be constructed on top of below-ground soil cells and water infiltration tanks, so that those features can extend out under that mobility lane. And these features, the larger soil cells in particular, have been shown to result in trees that grow larger faster and are healthier and more drought resistant. Locating trees between the sidewalk and the active mobility lanes also allows for wider trees that provide more shade. In option 1, the trees will likely be beside traffic, where we will have to prioritize species with narrow profiles that can be planted to avoid conflict with vehicles and overhead wires. But if we plant them in a location where they're between the patios and the sidewalks and the active mobility lane, then we can have wider, bushier, leafier trees that people love. Retrofitting active mobility lanes later will mean that either we will only redesign the surface level, or it'll be much more expensive to do that underground work to relocate the utilities and install those larger below-ground engineering features. Active transportation, tree planting, and municipal infrastructure are top priority to the current provincial and federal governments. By building them now, we can leverage their support and the available funding. And if we delay, we may be in a different political climate where we don't have access to those things. And doing so will make it less effective, more expensive, and there'll be less revenue available to fund it. I really appreciate that Council is thinking about the impact of tree planting in the design. I'm passionate about street trees, as you might have caught on, and agree that Broadway will be more inviting to walk and linger on a patio if there's shade and rustling leaves and birdsong. Cities around the world have shown we can combine trees and active mobility lanes, and we don't have to look any further than our own Olympic Village to see that that's true and that we can do it. And that's why I hope you will join me in supporting option 2 or 3. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And thanks for calling in. Next speaker is Rich Hope, speaker 38. Hi, Rich. Hi. Good. Thank you. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Rich Hope. I am a business owner
on East Broadway, the Belmont Barber Shop at 111 East Broadway. I've been there for 15 years, and I'm going to tell you, I absolutely support active transport lanes on Broadway. I'm more than excited about the subway line, and I'm excited about some of the changes, but I really think we need to have a great street that includes everybody. I don't think we need a street that tells a certain demographic of people that they don't need to be there or they should go somewhere else. I am sitting right now on top of the Main Street and Broadway line, literally on top of it. For 2 years now, I am behind a fence and I'm dealing with actually less car traffic than before it started. And to speak to Councillor Fry's point, I have clients every day that come in by car, no problem. They find a place to park, they walk to my shop, they get it done. I think that there's ample evidence out there that bike lanes and active transport lanes can boost small business. And for me, I would like to have all of the eyes I can have on my business. People walking by obviously can stop and say, hey, what's up? People on bicycles, people on scooters can do the same. We obviously do rely on a lot of return clientele, but we rely on a lot of walk-by clientele. Drive-by clientele would be more in the return customer vibe. So I really think it's important to have a lane here and that we don't make an okay street, that we make a great one. And that's what I got. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah, good.
Thank you. You have a question? Yes, Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks, and thanks for making the time to
no problem.
To come in. I'm curious if you have a sense. We sometimes hear studies of people kind of overestimating how many of their businesses, overestimating how many of their customers actually travel by car versus foot or bike. Do you have a sense of your own?
Yeah, we did this fun poll actually before it started. We just asked everybody how they got there. Every client this was just probably just before the construction started, and I would say honestly, probably just under half drove, maybe half, and half got there foot and for bicycle. So it's a pretty equitable distribution. I like some people, I don't picture a utopia where nobody drives. That's not even reasonable. But I picture a city where everybody can get around. And to boot, I'm a guy who rides every day to work. And 10th Avenue is a fine commuter route, but it's for getting from A to B. You don't put small business on a freeway. There's no business on the #1 highway because that would be ridiculous. But you put businesses on high streets. And I think to prioritize them for car travel, you're still building on the car scale, and we need to be building on the human scale.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
No problem. Thanks for having me, everybody. See you later.
Thanks very much for coming in. We will move on to speaker 39, Melissa Bernstein. Melissa, are you on the phone?
Speaker number 39 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 40, Hannah Hermanek. Do we have Hannah on the phone?
Not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 40, Scott Lear. Do we have Scott?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm a professor at Simon Fraser University. I work in the area of public health. I'm a 30-year Vancouver resident, owned a car for most of that time. I'm a former bike racer and currently commute by bike most of the time. So I encourage you to vote in favor of the active transportation lanes options 2 or 3. As a professor, my research focuses on the prevention and treatment of disease through what's called lifestyle medicine, and mainly focused around the benefits of physical activity and how to get people active. We're in a health crisis right now, and cities actually have a substantial role in where we're going to go, either supporting healthy populations or in their design leading to sick populations. We know that people who use active transport are healthier, have less chance of being obese, getting diabetes, or mental illness. But we need community design to support that, and mobility lines are a part of it. One of the things the pandemic demonstrated is that Vancouverites want and love to use active transport. They just need streets that are safe with the infrastructure to do that. Bike routes such as West 10th and off Broadway aren't solutions because they're not safe. Shopping on Broadway would still mean somebody taking their bike, scooter, or skateboard onto Broadway. It tells, by shifting them off Broadway, West 10th, it tells society that active transport users are not welcome on other streets. And for me, I've been fortunate, but the single time I've been hit by a driver on my bike was while I was riding my bike on the Pacific Boulevard bike lane. And painted lines don't stop cars from coming to drivers. Otherwise, we just paint a line on the street and let that be the sidewalk. But besides the benefits, the many health benefits of active commuting, the benefits of active mobility lanes go beyond this. We've heard a lot about how it can save the city and taxpayers' money. Active mobility lanes cost less to build and maintain, yet can move more people than private vehicles on roads. A 2019 cost-benefit analysis in Copenhagen reported society saved 95 cents per kilometer cycled compared to a cost of $1.05 per kilometer driven. Numerous studies show mobility lanes increase business for retail. People using active transport spend more time in stores than drivers, and most likely because they're not worried about parking. A 2020 study across six cities in the U.S. indicated positive economic impact from bike lanes. For example, the installation of bike lane in a corridor in Minneapolis increased employment in that corridor by 13% and food sales by 52%. And one of the reasons it increases employment is because businesses can attract employment that's not dependent or young people who have shunned cars. Relegating active transport to these parallel bike routes remove these people from engaging from the local businesses. It also aligns with the city's priorities of addressing climate change and building healthier cities. It can also build social capital in communities as people will be congregating and engaging and socializing along Broadway. Urban transportation planning, it's at its best when it focuses on moving people and not vehicles. Yeah, as a citizen of Vancouver, when I decide to get out of my 1.5-ton car to ride my bicycle, my ability to navigate and travel safely in Vancouver significantly drops. So Vancouver's been a leader in pursuing safe, active mobility infrastructure. And I urge you to not stop now and vote for the active mobility lanes along Broadway and show the world Vancouver is a city that puts people first. So thank you for your time.
Great. Thanks, Scott, for calling in. Next speaker is speaker 42, Wesley Wagner. Hi, Wesley.
Hello.
So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I'm going to use like 30 seconds here because everything I wanted to say has already been said, and frankly, better than what I could have said. With brief exception about the noise levels on the street, we went on a James walk through Gastown earlier this year, and we pretty constantly couldn't hear each other over the noise of traffic, and that was one lane, cars going slow. So it's something to keep in mind if we're not creating buffers between road traffic and all the other traffic. It's not going to be a good place to hang out. People aren't going to go there in the numbers that we want them to go there because there's a subway there. It's just going to be an unpleasant experience. Other than that, there were a few good speakers here tonight. I'll boost them. Michelle talked about climate change and how this is vital infrastructure. I didn't actually say what I was supporting. Options B or C or D if you can think of something better, but really supporting alternative transit lanes. Something that's not just rebuilding car infrastructure on a city meant for streets. Michelle talked about climate and how this is vital infrastructure for that. Lee Haber took all the points I would have said and said them better. So just go back and listen to his speech again, better than what I got. And Kit Sauter wasn't actually here tonight, but I think he had a scheduling error or scheduling issue. He was on CKNW instead, but I know he talks a lot, and you can always ask him for his opinions. Probably better than mine. Let's call it there and go to sleep. Good night.
Oh, you've got questions, so no
Oh,
sleep
no.
for you or us. Councillor Boyle.
I just am wondering, because I've been thinking about this all afternoon. You spoke about the experience of being on a patio right next to where buses and trucks are going by. And I'm wondering if you can just kind of elaborate on that, the noise and pollution and safety of
Okay.
having patios right next to the street.
Yeah, so actually, as I was doing the Janes Walk through Gastown, I had a noise measurer, whatever the actual name is. I had that with me the entire time while I was talking, and standing next to the street, it got as high as 89 decibels, which off the top of my head, I can't actually compare that to anything, but it's like chainsaw maybe. It's loud. It's real loud and unpleasant, and you don't want it. And of course, there's air pollution as well. You know, you're inhaling all these, the exhaust from cars. It's not good. You don't want to bring your kids to that. It's not safe for them. But I think primarily it's just, we didn't, 1,000 years ago, we weren't around things quite that loud. It's really a recent thing, and it's no wonder high streets have been dying, because why would you want to be next to that? There are other places you can go, like home, to sleep.
So just to clarify, option 1 proposes we use that widened space for seating and patios, and you're suggesting that pedestrian experience could, or that public space could be better on the other side of active transportation.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think one of the great challenges of the next 10 years is going to be, how on earth do we decouple motor vehicle spaces from people spaces without tanking or destroying our supply chains and logistics setup? There's actually getting distracted here. I remember a 1907 proposal to turn Kits Point into a port, which sounds great and funny, and we should do that. And that would also help us short sea shipping, kind of avoid the issue of trucks on roads as much as they can be avoided. I think at this point it's kind of inevitable we'll have a couple of them.
I think that might be a little off topic, but I appreciate you being here in person and coming out. Thanks.
All right.
Thanks, Wesley.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm looking for a motion. Do I have to go through the speakers again? Okay. You know what I'm going to say. Okay, we're going to go back through the speakers again that we missed. And let's go back to speaker number 4. Do we have Chen Yan Boon on the phone?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Mayor and Council, I want to begin clarifying that when I listed oppose when signing up to speak, that I am absolutely in favor of reassigning the 2 travel lanes on Broadway for walking, rolling, patios, and other uses. My goal here is to urge you to choose option 2 or 3 and to commit to ensuring that there is an all ages and abilities active transportation lane on Broadway. For all our transportation modes, we ensure that we have parallel routes to allow for good access. We put sidewalks on every street, paved streets and laneways for cars. We even put bus routes directly on top of SkyTrain routes, as we know that people will use and benefit from the mode that best suits their needs. Then, does the same logic not hold true for active transportation? For those who want to or must use a device such as a hand cycle, a mobility scooter, an e-scooter, or a bicycle to get to work, shops, and services in the city, should they not hope for the ability to get to those in a safe and reliable way? Yet this is not the status quo. From First Avenue to Marine Drive, there is not a single east-west AAA route south of the seawall in the entire city. If we're talking about redundant infrastructure, can we get our first? Let's talk about the nearest parallel designated routes, which exist, or do they really? If I want to travel east-west and am unable to stomach the grouse grind grade up from Broadway to 10th, I can take 8th, no 5th, no 7th, no 6th. Where was I trying to get to again? I put my shoes into that of an 8-year-old or an otherwise new rider, and I am flabbergasted. I am lost in that every intersection I stop to peek around the parked pickup or SUV whose hood is taller than I am to desperately try to make eye contact with cars rolling through a stop sign at the intersection so I can cross. I have to turn left across lanes of traffic onto Ash or Yukon so I can continue down the route to 5th, or left on U to continue down to 8th. Okay, I'm lost. Let's try 10th instead. At least it's a more direct route. Now I've put myself onto the street with the most crashes between cars and cyclists in the entire city. Comparatively speaking, the protected route on Point Grey Road has 95% fewer collisions than 10th. These are our redundant alternatives. Neither of these are due for improvements anytime soon or are planned to be rebuilt or resurfaced in the coming years. Improvements of these would be expensive and would also involve removing all the street parking or trees or even limiting car access entirely. Neither of them have shops or services on them or would benefit from the increased business associated with active transportation lanes seen by the stores on Hornby or Dunsmuir. I want to emphasize how this lane would benefit everybody, not just those that are rolling, but pedestrians and drivers as well. I spend a lot of time on Robson Street, and nonstop there are food delivery couriers on the sidewalk. When you roll out pedestrian realm improvements but don't include an active transportation lane, you get e-scooters and e-bikes on a busy sidewalk. Don't get me wrong, I think the delivery workers are great. The restaurants need them to stay in business and better on an e-scooter than double parked in front of a restaurant and contributing to congestion. But clearly they don't feel safe on the road mixing with vehicle traffic. And every street with lots of restaurants is going to have this problem, Broadway included. The lane would help drivers as well. Imagine if each restaurant had an employee that switched from driving to active transportation because the lane was built. That would be one more parking spot available every day for customers, one less car commuting into the area. This is the second biggest employment center in the province as more residents and jobs accumulate along the corridor. We need to make sure as many of these people as possible are taking active transportation. My wife and I are both active transportation users, and it is a large part of why we are just able to afford to live and work here in the city of Vancouver. Since about a year ago, my wife has ridden an e-scooter to work at BC Cancer every day. The reliability and speed of her commute has reduced her stress immensely after long days working as a nurse. However, the scariest part of her commute every day is when she has to leave a protected lane and ride with aggressive traffic on Off-Broadway or Ash Street near the end of her commute. Not only that, but when my wife tries to access the other shops and services on Broadway, the dentist, restaurant, the art supply store, she always gets lost trying to navigate Off-Broadway or 10th. Sometimes she ends up on heavy traffic streets, which is very scary for her, or she might be unable to find the store as she has to poke out onto Broadway, figure out where she is, then walk her e-scooter several blocks, or roll the dice again with Off-Broadway or 10th. If she stops on the slope from Broadway to 10th because a car pulls out in front of her or because of a crossing pedestrian, her scooter won't start again and she has to walk it up the hill. A direct route on Broadway would allow her to simply ride safely along Broadway, scanning the storefronts for the one she's looking for. Broadway is a superlative street, remarkable not only locally but on a continental level. It is the busiest bus corridor in the U.S. and Canada right now. It is the second biggest employment center in the province. Here we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to take advantage of a street torn up for billions of dollars of public works and spend less than 1% of that sum to ensure a street design that will no doubt become the most used active transportation lane in the province, potentially the country. We need to seize this opportunity. We cannot afford to wait another 20 years. I call on council to make their mark in history by opting for this lane.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Perfectly on time. Thanks for calling in. We'll now go to the next speaker that we didn't get to previously. Speaker 13, Colin Hickey in person. Do we have Colin in the lobby?
Speaker 13 is not in the lobby nor on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 23, Chris Stockwell. Do we have Chris on the phone?
No.
Speaker number, next one is speaker number 39, Melissa Bernstein.
No, not on the line.
Okay. And speaker number 40, Hannah Hermanek.
No.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our list of speakers. How are people feeling? there's a possibility of extending to complete the item or sticking to our original plan. We'd have to reconsider it. Okay, let's stick with the original plan and recess tomorrow at 3 p.m. on March 30th. We have to vote on that? Sounds great. Okay, thanks everybody.